How do you know you are those people and those are your ancestors? How do you know that these are your ancestors, the ancient Kemetic people? You are not them people.
Okay.
How do you know that?
Well, here's the thing. The relationship that African Americans have made to ancient Egypt was never based on direct ancestry. You see, the Hebrew Israelites are trying to make a claim about direct ancestry. That was never the argument of the African American when it comes to ancient Egypt. The argument of the African American when it comes to ancient Egypt was predicated on a premise that was put forth by Europeans during the 18th, 19th, and 20th century. And that was their premise for justifying slavery. The premise that they used for justifying slavery was based on civilization or barbarism. This is why Shakka named his text Civilisation ou Barbarie in French, civilization or barbarism. Okay, translated by Yalemi Ngemi, someone who I had the opportunity of being friends with and acquaintances with. We would speak about the book. So what was the argument made? The argument is Ethiopian music, right? The argument made was that when they looked around the world, because I remember Europeans had to rationalize this because they had to say, okay, we're Christians. We're a Christian nation, right? Didn't the Pope, right, the Rex Pontificus and the Papal Bull, I forget which ones they were, that said, I give you permission to reduce to servitude all infidels. Mm-hmm. This is when Spain and Portugal were splitting up the world and the Pope said you can reduce them all to slavery. That means anybody that was not a Christian could be reduced to slavery, right?
Okay.
Anybody? So listen. And so these nations were reducing people to slavery based on a Christian mandate. And therefore, you had to tell yourself that number one, anyone that was not Christian was basically not a human being. That was the first criteria. The second criteria, which then allowed you to enslave them and you could sleep at night. The second criteria was anyone who had not contributed to the building of civilization was outside of any obligation of the rest of humanity. And what they said was all of the major races, whatever taxonomy they were using that came out of Blumenbach's taxonomy of humanity, out of Göttingen University in Germany, they said any group that has not produced any civilizations, the rest of humanity owes them no obligation because they are still evolving into becoming full human beings. Therefore, because they are not full human beings, it is okay to reduce them to servitude. And the one group that they came up with was us. They said black people had produced no civilization. This is what they said. And in order, there was only one problem with that statement. The problem with that statement at the time it was made was that the world knew at that time, in the 18th century, in the 19th century, they knew at that time that prior to the Macedonian invasion of Alexander in Egypt, that Egypt had been a black civilization. It was created by native Africans, and they knew it. But it was a problem that caused cognitive dissonance in the European world. And so what they had to do was they had to perform an academic lobotomy on humanity. They changed the racial identity of the ancient Egyptians in their textbooks and in their academic circles. and made them a brown people. And I don't mean brown like you and me brown. They made them a brownish, white, lightish people until they ended up being white in the textbooks at the University of Chicago by this guy, James H. Breasted. When James and Van Sertima goes deep into that.
And then they went to work on the Ten Commandments, the movie, to let you see how white they were.
But that was just Hollywood in general,
right,
yes. But yeah, media, yes. And not only that,
right.
National Geographic was in on it. National Geo, it was a worldwide conspiracy of National Geographic. The Egyptian antiquities in Egypt, they were in on it as well in modern times with Zahi Hawass. He was in on it. That's why they produced that white bust of King Tut, right? So it's all been a conspiracy against ancient Kemet. Dr. Jeffrey said it best. It was never about anti-Semitism. It was always about anti-Kemetism.
Right.
Always. Always. And the problem with black people is that they don't know how to keep their eye on the ball. They don't know how to keep they know how to keep their eye on the sparrow. They don't know how to keep their eye on the ball. So ancient Egypt was always the ball.
So if they came over to West Africa for the slave trade,
right?
How are we?
Stop. Don't make look. We can establish that genetic relationship, but don't fall into the same trap that the Hebrews fell into. Stop. I am not missing your point.
Why? I'm asking you because I know you got the answers. So when I'm asking you, you got to understand where I'm going at.
Right.
I'm asking you so you can tell me or tell the kid that's watching why these are your ancestors. Why you are the mothers and fathers of the pyramid builders. That's why I'm asking you, brother.
Okay. All right.
So how?
All right. Let me just put it. Let me make it real simple.
Yeah.
Let me make it real simple.
Yeah.
Okay. To understand the history of Africa, you have to understand seminal points or dates relating to weatherization. Okay?
You said weather?
Weatherization. Meaning that, or weather and topography, meaning that places that are now uninhabitable, in ancient times, they were habitable. Okay? And there were certain regions. The main region I'm talking about now is the Sahara. Okay, the Sahara Desert. When the modern Arab-related, Turkish-related Egyptians of modern Egyptian nationals today, when they want to say that the ancient Egyptians were not black, what is their favorite term they like to use? They all love to use the term sub-Saharan Africa. So in their minds, there is this imaginary line that black Africans have always been below. Okay? Black Africans are stuck and static below the Sahara. And then once you get above the Sahara into North Africa, this is a different race of people and different people. This is a false assessment of African history. Okay?
Right.
And of African lineage. So, what you need to know is that in ancient times, in very distant, remote periods of African history, we're talking about the Paleolithic, we're talking about the Neolithic, and we're talking about the Holocene, right? We're also talking about the Younger Dryas era, okay? We're talking about the ends of ice ages and things of that nature, right? And also what's called monsoon rain patterns, right? That come off of the Indian Ocean and change the topography of the Sahara. What people have to understand is that in ancient times, there was a contiguous community of black people across the Sahara, across from the west to the east. One people. Sometimes they look pitch black, sometimes they look reddish brown. But these black people have always represented themselves that way to show plurality. to show plurality, that this is who we are. That's why they always show themselves as black and brown. Black people in Africa were never represented as solely just pitch black. Right. That is a lie. Mm-hmm. I'm not pitch black, but I'm still black. Right. And then you take somebody super, super dark, right? Or somebody, I can't think of anybody off the top of my, I'm talking about straight up African American, who's super, super dark, right? We look like reddish. I would look reddish brown to them, sort of like you do. And then somebody like maybe a Wesley Snipes or the model Tyson, if he's got a super suntan, will look a lot darker, right? So we've always presented that way. And what I'm saying is that in these remote times, the Paleolithic, the Neolithic, the Holocene period, in these times, there was a continuous community of black people across the Sahara. And when the Sahara became uninhabitable, these people diffused.
Migrated.
They migrated. Mm-hmm. And they became marginalized from the Sahara for different reasons, dealing with things like subsistence, hunter-gatherer cultures, pastoralism, and fishing cultures, right? These people gravitated towards ecologies in which they could flourish. But the thing is that because they came out of the Sahara, they all brought things with them out of that experience to these different places.
Yes.
This is why Chancellor Williams said that when he was doing his field study, now this is somebody that taught at Oxford and who graduated from the American University in Washington, D.C., blind when he was 94, said when he was doing the cultural anthropological work for the destruction of black civilization, he said when he was doing that work, what he discovered was that for the most part, in Africa, north, east, west, and south, there was one culture that could be found in all of these places. That all of these people shared certain things in common. Of course they did, because at one time they were one people. They came out of what's called a supra-Saharan complex.
Do you have any evidence?
I have all of the evidence.
All proof that we also ended up in West Africa.
Yes. Yes. I mean, Basil Davidson's documentary, Africa Part 2, he actually shows you, literally shows you.
Ended up in West Africa.
No, what he shows you there is that there's a diffusion from the Sahara where people go down into the equatorial region of West Africa. Right. They go over to the Nile Valley, right? And then eventually they make it into Southern Africa, called the Bantu expansion, right? Although notwithstanding the Khoisan people and those other indigenous, autochthonous people of those lands, right? So as far as Kemetic, now here's the thing. The documentary does touch on some of the migrational experiences, but they did it with a slant and a lean to make it seem like the majority of the Bantu people, or the Bantus period, are actually the Hebrew Israelites and the people of the Levant. This is what they're saying. And what they did was they chose a few African groups, like the Fulani, perhaps the Hausa, and a few other people who don't come to mind right now. And they said that these people would correspond with the genetic makeup of the ancient Egyptians. But that the majority of the rest, the Bantu-speaking people, these people, and that these are the majority of the people who ended up on the slave ship, these people actually are the original Hebrew Israelites who come out of Canaan. All right. This is what the film is saying. There's a problem with that, though. There's a major problem with that. Say this.
Go ahead.
If I said anything to anyone that offended you, good. You need to be offended. Okay? You need to be offended.
Yeah. Testing 1 2 1 2. Yeah, peace and black power family. Y'all already know what it is. It's your brother sa.neter coming at you once again. And I just want to inform y'all of what's going on. We got the debate coliseum. I have the debate coliseum back up and running. Let me go get the debate coliseum link to make sure that y'all will not miss out on these streams I got coming up, on these debates I got coming up. Check. Okay. All right, family, I'm dropping the link for the debate coliseum. If you're not subscribed, make sure y'all subscribe right now. And subscribe right now. And turn on all notifications so that you will not miss out. We got some good debates coming up. The debate weekend coming up. We got the debate weekend coming up. Let me tell you who is first coming up. And it will be over on the debate coliseum. That's where all debates will be. All debates will be on the coliseum. There goes the link right there. Make sure you hit that link, subscribe, and turn on all notifications. The first one we got coming up, and that's going to be this Friday. No, my bad. This Saturday. We got the debate coming up this Saturday with the Holy Ghost going at a Hebrew Israelite, Yasha, out of California. And is salvation for the Jews only or Jews and Gentiles? That's going down. And the next day is the debate weekend. Remember, I'm telling you, it's the debate weekend. The debate weekend. And the next day, we have, oh man, let me get this right. Okay, the next one we have, and I think homeboy put his foot in his mouth on this. I don't know. I got to see how Elder Yara get it in. We got Brother Reginald Jenny, a new debater. He is strictly Kemetic. This brother, this man is fire. He is awesome. He's bad. For those of y'all who know who he is, for those of y'all who've been on his channel watching him for years, he knows his science. And so I don't know if Elder Yara jumped out the window, but Elder Yara Elder Yara is going to have to prove the existence of Jesus Christ. He's going to have to prove the existence of Jesus Christ. Now, here's the catch. He can't use no biblical, whatever, science or none of that. He can't use the Bible. He can't use none of that. He's going to have to go into archaeology. He's going to have to go into chronology. He's going to have to show and prove that Jesus indeed walked the face of this earth without using the Bible. Brother Reginald says Jesus only exists in the Bible and not outside of it. So that right there, I can't wait to see what Elder Yara got on that one. If Elder Yara pulled this off, whoo, that's going to be crazy. And then we got Captain Tazariak. Oh, my God. Captain Tazariak going up against Pastor Manning. When two worlds collide, was the birth of Christ a miracle birth, or is Joseph the father? Of course, Captain Tazariak take the position of Joseph being the father, and Pastor Manning take the position of the miracle immaculate conception. So we got some new debaters coming on board. And I told the captain, let me give the captain a call, because Captain don't know the topic yet. He was asking me, what's the topic? And so I just came up with the topic. I already spoke to Pastor Manning, and he's with it. He's with the topic. So let me make sure Captain is with the topic. Most likely Captain will be. Let's see.
What's up, Shaw?
All right, Captain, before you say anything, I want you to know we're live, brother.
I just woke up. So.
Okay, it's all right. I just want to let you know the topic. I spoke to Pastor Manning, right? And
right.
And the topic that I chose that both of y'all can have a nice argument is called was the birth of Jesus Christ a miracle birth, or is Joseph the father?
That's perfect.
I knew you would like it. I knew you would like it. So Pastor Manning said no. This was a miracle birth, the virgin birth. Yeah, he said this was a virgin birth, the miracle. So I already knew what side you
Manning, he messed up.
Yeah, I already knew.
Manning,
I already knew.
Messed up bad.
Man, you think Pastor Manning messed up?
He messed up real bad. I'm embarrassing.
Oh man!
Tell him coming with all the smoke.
You know this is a real pastor, Captain. That's out there.
You know I'm a real. I'm a real Israelite, right? I ain't buying no damn dildos and shit. You know I'm a real.
You know
priest,
he
right?
got something against Israelites too. So
I got something against Christians. We got something in common. He hate Israelites. I hate Christians. I'm whoop his ass.
Hey, if only you could look at my channel right quick. I'm on I'm on my channel.
Which
hey,
one?
yo,
Which
Titans.
One?
Hold up. Titans TV. Hold up. Titans TV. Shout out to you, Titans Kalam. Yo, hit me up on my WhatsApp when I finish this. I've been trying to call you. Brother,
I ain't seen Titans. Remember we was at, oh damn, that's a bad memory to bring up. But remember we was at Polite's crib? That's the last time I've seen Titan TV.
Oh, damn. Yeah, I've seen the last time I've seen him was at my awards show. But I've been tapping in, here and there when I see him go live.
Yeah. Which channel you on?
I'm on HOK.
I'm looking at it. I went to Sound of the Studios.
Okay, that's cool
too.
Yeah, you like that fly?
Okay, what you want me to see? Oh yeah, I like the.
You see, I got the black one behind you, and I got the white one behind Pastor.
Because he probably believe in a white Jesus
No, Captain, you didn't see the video. I was at his church Saturday, and he got the big Christ hanging on the wall, bro.
Yeah, send me this flyer.
Yeah, he got
on my channel.
He got the big Jesus Christ hanging on the wall, brother.
And we're gonna do this in person, right?
Yeah, we're gonna do this in person. You and him gonna do this in person.
Oh hell!
And you're gonna be
at his church.
Yeah, he got the home court advantage. So yeah, you're gonna be at his church, brother.
Yeah,
I'm gonna call him and see if he could get his audience, because he gonna need his home court advantage.
Yeah, he gonna need everybody.
Yeah. Let's see if we can bring in his home.
It's gonna be good. Yeah. I'm gonna give you the date. I'm gonna give you the date tomorrow when I get to Atlanta.
Right. That's why I didn't put the date up there. I didn't put the date up there, but he said I told him sometime next week, and he's on board with it, so he's gonna let me know when. Yeah,
so that's why I'm resting now, because I'm gonna be driving over in the night.
Yeah, you're gonna need all the rest you can with Pastor Manning. Yeah, now let me show you the other debate coming up.
What's the other debate?
All right, it's coming up now. You got to wait for a minute. It's gonna pop right up. There you go, right there.
All right, let me hit the play on my phone. Oh, yeah, hit live. Okay, this is. Let me see. That look like Elder Yara versus Brother Reginald. You can't prove that Jesus Christ existed without using the Bible. Why did Elder Yara take that back?
I told you. Yeah.
It depends.
Yeah.
Yeah, because see, if there's two ways to look at it. If he battling, well, I don't want to reveal it because I don't want to give neither.
Well, you know, this brother right here, he's a Jabari. He's a Smash Rockwell.
He's a Jabari.
Yeah, when I say he's a Jabari, meaning they all come up out of that. No. They come from the Kemetic science, and this brother is a Kemetic scholar. He's a teacher.
So Yara should win then, because
brother, no, brother. I'm telling you that don't see. You better stop shitting on us, man. For real, man. You got to stop.
Wait. How you gonna say stop shitting on y'all when I don't even put you in that category, but stop shitting on them when all they do is shit on us?
Nah, brother. He
You
definitely.
just biased.
Oh,
You
he
just
definitely
biased.
goes in on Israel. So
Right. So yeah, he got thick skin. He tough.
yeah, and he says
I'm
that
gonna check that
Jesus
out.
only
Right.
exists in the Bible, not outside
Yeah,
the
just like
Bible.
them fat.
Elder
Yeah.
Yara bit the title. He went for it. Elder Yara
Yeah.
got to
Yara should have
prove.
said.
He got to prove
Uh,
that Jesus exists without using the Bible, without using none of their science. He got to prove it. Archaeology.
that's crazy
He
work.
got to go into the
Yeah,
chronology, and he got to show it.
that's crazy work.
I
Yeah.
know Yara said
That
he
I
can
mean,
do it though. So Yara be
there's some
going.
things that Yara could do. Yeah, there's some things Yara could do to definitely do it. So I'm not saying he can't. If
Well,
I
there's
was
nothing
Yara
wrong
though,
with
I
you.
would have told him.
There's nothing wrong with you hitting him
Yeah,
up,
I
talking
just
to him.
wouldn't do it live. Yeah, I
Yeah,
just wouldn't do it live.
right.
If I was him, I would have made him say prove them pharaohs existed outside of Egypt. I said prove Geb, Newt, um, who else? Not Cleopatra because that's a white pharaoh. But I would have Seth. I would have told him to prove them
No, he would have
outside.
told you that. No, that's mythology, brother. See, he ain't stupid. We'll tell you in a minute. That's mythology.
That ain't what I'm saying. But because Yahweh's going to be able to show Christ outside the Bible.
Man,
He's going to be able
listen.
to show it.
I mean, if he can do that, I want to see it.
All right.
I'm waiting to see that. I would love to see that, brother.
Yeah. That title, y'all may not understand this, but that title, that the way that title is worded, that helps Yahweh more than it doesn't. Like the guy, and you can't change, they tell him they can't change the title now that I spoke. That guy, Brother Reggie, he didn't know how to word that title correctly. It's
Okay.
gonna be a cakewalk for y'all. It's gonna be a cakewalk for
And
y'all.
then look who's up next. That's going to be on
Let's see.
Saturday. This one here.
Okay.
So
This
it's the
coming
debate
Saturday, the
weekend
one with
coming up,
Yara.
man. No.
Oh, okay, I
That one
got
with
you.
Elder Yara is this Sunday. This one
Okay.
is before Yara.
Okay.
This was on the Saturday.
You got this.
Yo, he beat you up, Captain. He beat you up though.
Oh my God, Side. Okay, Side, please don't lie to that man because he be on other apps believing the shit that you saying, man. He be on the other apps like you just saying that right now.
Nah, he ain't
He
beat
gonna
you up
say,
though. He ain't
Side,
beat you up.
thank you, because he gonna say when he go like on there's this app called Bigo. And so my school be on there. So I go over there. He be like, yes, I never said I beat you. Everybody said I beat you. I said you lost. In the polls, everybody said you lost. So when you say
Yeah,
that,
that's what matters. That's
this
what
man
counts. It
believes
don't
it.
count with me.
Yeah,
Because it count with the
that he
people. The
believes
people
that.
they outweigh me. So
Who's
I'm
the
only
who's
one
the
person.
Yashar dude? Who's the Yashar dude?
The house, you know him when you see him. He's out of California. He rolls
All
with
right.
Elder Yabra and them.
Okay, I got you. So it says the salvation for the Jews only or for Jews and Gentiles. And the Holy Spirit say, or the Holy Ghost says it's for everybody.
Yes.
Well,
Yep.
that should be good. Yashar should be beating him up
Yeah.
on that
Yeah.
one.
Well, that's the debate
The Holy
weekend coming up.
Ghost, all he gonna do is talk about himself the whole battle. He ain't gonna tell the truth.
Well,
He don't know how to debate. I'm gonna give the edge to Yashar going in because the Holy Ghost dude don't know how to debate.
okay.
He gonna be talking about how everybody got to follow him. Ain't gonna talk and shit like that. He don't know how to debate. But
Okay.
that one with that pastor, listen, I just debated this Roman Catholic on this same chat on this same thing. This pastor,
Right.
tell him it's gonna go bad.
Yo,
Bad.
you know,
It's gonna go bad.
me and Brother
I'm gonna take
Larry.
his church when I'm done.
Me and Professor Larry was just on the phone, and he called me to talk
How
to
the brother
me.
doing?
Oh, Larry, good. He called me to
Okay.
ask me a question, and he said, "Yo, what's going on with my brother?" I said, "Who are you talking about?" He said, "Dr. Umar." I said, "What are you talking about? What's going on with him?" He said,
Man,
"Yo, his daughter coming out.
talking.
His daughter coming out on him, and you know, all kind of
Right.
stuff is dropping, and all I want to know is where to school." he said, Umar. He said Umar's up there talking. He don't want to take nobody conversation unless they giving a donation for the school. He's still taking donations for the school. So what's going on? Because I did see you and Tommy
Umar
talking about
me and
the
Tommy
situation.
Yeah, me and Tommy talked about it. I was trying to give him a defense at first. I'm just not sure anymore. I think Umar Johnson really should stop talking about it. So he got a daughter of 22 years. that has come out and said that Umar Johnson wasn't in his life, wasn't in her life rather.
Mm,
That he's only been around like 4 times.
damn.
So Umar Johnson's initial response was he has white man's paperwork and he want to have a conversation live with the mother and the daughter, and then the truth will come out. So like saying that, I said when I did the live stream, and even when me and Tommy talked about it, I said this could be a thing where the mother used child support against them, and the mother, made it hard. And my stance is, if you put child support on me and I'm taking care of my kids, I'm not coming around them kids. I'll come around them kids when they old enough. So,
Hold up, Captain. Are
yeah,
you saying if your wife put child support on you, you're not
hmm
coming around your kids because of
nah,
what she did?
yep,
That's
yep.
wrong, though, Captain.
No, it's not. She
The
said,
kid,
"What
hold
if
up.
if
The children ain't got nothing to do with what the mother did, Cap. What are you
there's a
talking about?
lesson there's a lesson that's gonna be learned.
No, the
If
only lesson that's
the
going to be learned is that you're going to
no,
miss
listen to what,
valuable time
nah,
with your
nah,
children growing up.
nah.
And hold on, and guess what? It's going to be someone else shaping and molding their mind, their brain.
It's
Another
already
man
somebody.
or whoever else out there in them streets will be shaping and molding your child's brain. Come on, brother. You can't take that out on the
So,
children, Captain. You're wrong on that.
okay, no. Here's a lessons that's gonna be learned.
Okay.
If the reason why these black women today use child support on a man unwarranted, because I take care of my kids currently. So in this scenario, I'm already take care of my
Right.
kids. So there's no reason for her to put child support on me. So why is she doing that? She's doing that usually, let's say I'm assuming we're not together in this scenario no more. So now she's jealous because I got another woman. And so she thinks the way she gets vengeance on me is to put child support on me. But at the same time, she'll get another man. I'm not putting child support on her when she gets another man, but she's putting child support on me when I get another woman. So now the lessons that are going to be taught is these young daughters and young sons see me being belittled by the child support system and being forced. Now that's teaching my daughter that she can do the same thing to her father, excuse me, her baby's father, if that happens. I'm not giving that lesson. What they'll see is
Captain,
that
I
why can't I just finish,
disagree
man?
with you, brother. That is wrong. You
Nah, you
got
don't
to
fight for
be
your
in
kid.
your
Let me tell
children's
you
life.
what y'all saying. And I'm looking at the chat. What y'all saying is fight for your kids no matter what that woman does to you, no matter how she belittles you, no matter how she sicks the white man on you. Nobody is saying that woman is wrong for sicking the white
No,
man
no,
on
she
me.
is wrong too. I would say
No
both of you
problem.
wrong, but
No
guess what?
problem. No,
You
no, I'm
can't
not
put the
wrong.
kids
I'm
in
not
the
wrong. No,
middle
no,
of it.
no, no.
You still
I'm
got
not
to raise
wrong,
your
and
kids,
I'm not
brother.
the one.
All right,
No,
man. You
I'm
don't
not the one that
listen.
put the kids. I am listening to you. I hear you, and what you're saying is the normal practice of what men are taught, because men are allowed to accept mental abuse and
Nah,
mental
brother.
oppression
Listen. Let me say
from
something.
black
I
man.
got 5, Captain. I got 5.
I got 5.
And
I
when
have
they
5.
grow up, I mean, I got
I got 5 kids
I
that are my
got
own.
3 of them, 4 of them that's grown now, adults. They're
Yeah,
all
well, I only
grown
got one that's
adults,
grown as an
right?
adult. I only got one
And
that's an
guess
adult.
what?
Right?
None of them can tell you that I have not been there in their life, that I have not bought their
None of that's the
every
same
school
thing for me.
clothes, or ever since they've been
Mhm.
going to school and out of school and graduating. I have been there every year for them on their birthday. Every year, brother.
Right.
They can't
I'm
tell
with
you
you on
nothing
that,
like.
but
But what I'm saying, you saying that you don't want to be around the kids because of what she did.
no, you see, and this is what's hard for people to understand. Black men, and when it comes to child support, black men is used as a weapon on black men for child support. And then for my son to know that my woman, excuse me, that his mama can do anything to me, that's going to teach him to cower to a woman.
No, Captain.
I'm gonna pay.
I don't believe
You're
that,
not
man.
letting me.
These
You're
are
not letting me
kids, bro.
fin-.
They
Listen,
young.
Tyrese Gibson. There's a post where Tyrese Gibson went through all that hell.
Go ahead.
I would have just paid that child support, and I wouldn't have seen it, because when that daughter, and he still has trouble seeing it. When that one daughter turned 18, she chose Tyrese. That's I think an article or something that I seen. That if you want to keep your power, this is for black men. You taking care of your kid. Now this is an 80-20 rule, meaning it's 80% of black men that are being put on child support falsely, And what they highlight is that 20% of black men that are being put on child support who are actually deadbeats. So because there's deadbeats that exist, they try to act like they have to do this. But we know tons of black men that take care of their kids, and them women is putting them on child support because of jealousy, because of control, because of envy, because you know what else will come with that? Child visitation or supervised visitation, because the woman lying on that man. You put me on supervised visitation, I'm not seeing them either. The court system is not going to control how I take care of my kids. So if that woman lets the court system control how I take care of my kids, then she can let that court system raise them kids. And when that child turns 18 and she comes to me or he comes to me and says, why didn't you come and see me? I'm going to tell him, you remember I saw you until your mother said she wanted the white man to be in charge. That's the
Captain,
lesson that they're going to
and I
learn.
would tell my daddy, what that got to do with me as a child? You never came to my baseball games.
Talk to
You
your
never,
mother about
hold
that.
up. You never came to my graduations. Brother, it's you, Captain, as the man. That's
Talk
your
to your
fault.
mama about that.
No, bro.
Your
You
mama
blame
chose
no.
that.
Hold, let me talk now. Let me talk. The mother did not choose that, Captain. You're the head. You're the man. You're the king, right? And so what? She take you to child support. That's on her. You take that out on her, but not the kids. You don't when these kids are going to school and they see their daddies coming to the graduation, how do you think your baby would feel? They see all of this stuff, like when their birthday come and they see the celebration, but they never see their daddy until they get grown, until they get 18. They be like, Dad, you wasn't there for me. Why the fuck? You know, that's when they shit on you. But guess what, Captain? Guess what? What if your child is growing up under the wrong influence? You telling me you're not going to be around that child life? She's going around, she or he growing around homosexuals, getting involved in that lifestyle, getting involved in corruption, and you nowhere in their life to guide them, to give them the right teaching growing up because you mad because the mother? I'm hoping that I could change your mind and listen to what I'm telling you, brother. You want to take it out on the children because of what the mother did? No, brother. The children didn't ask to come in this world, bro. You got to still be a daddy every day.
So
I'm hoping you
daddy,
listen to what I say, brother. Just like you give me counsel, man. Come on, man.
As a daddy,
Yes.
as a father, first of all, if I was the head, she would have never left me in the first place. That's first. The broken home is because she left. That's second. So she fucked up the home.
All right.
Them same homosexuals.
Imhotep Haru said, Sa, sometimes women use his children to push men out, to push men away.
That's what I'm trying to get to.
I got you.
So hear what I'm saying. So even so, when we talking about a head, when that woman breaks up, we all know women are extremely vindictive. So all of them dangers that you're talking about, the fact that you're paying the child support, you know what that means? You're not with the child. You're only seeing the child. Let's say if you get weekend visits, that's usually how it goes. Usually, if now I don't have no issue with none of my wives at all. None of my children. All my children are taken care of. But we talk about a hypothetical scenario just for the audience.
Mm-hmm.
But for the most part, if you're separated and you're paying child support, let's say if you get the child on the weekends, that weekend is usually you're picking them up Friday, you're returning them Sunday. So you're essentially talking about one full day, which is a Saturday, and then the other 3 days are just a half a day because you're returning them. So that danger that you're talking about, he's with the child is with that the mother, and whatever element the mother has her around. And you know what else is happening when she around? You think she ain't talking shit about the man? About you? She talking shit about you.
But that's why it's important for you to be in their life where they can see the truth.
Sa.neter, it doesn't matter if you're there or not. This is what I'm talking about. And let's not, I don't know why anybody is not acting like this ain't what happens. The opposite is the less. What the opposite is, where there's actually good communication, good child support, all of that is the less. The majority of the time, it's the worse. And brothers go through. I know a brother in my school, what was in my school, he comes to me to get counsel because he's new into the truth. As he comes to me, he's new into the truth. He's telling me about his baby mother. So I'm asking him about it. He said, well, I need to get advice from you because now he's knowing what like adultery and stuff like that is. He said, well, my baby mother got a man.
Damn,
But
hold up, Captain. Listen to what Keon said. This is a good conversation. I wouldn't mind having a open panel on this. Brother Keon said, man, this convo is hitting home for me right now. My son live in California. I ain't see him in person for years. Not proud of it. Got into it with his mom a lot. Wasn't a good time in life. But see, that's what I mean, because I feel you, Keon, but because we get into it with the moms, what we do is our, hold on, let me finish. What we do is get caught up in our ego, and sometimes we'll take it out on the child. And then, because I've been around people, because she don't want to give you that thing no more. You don't want to give her them, you don't want to look out. You don't want to take care of them. You walk out of their life because now she ain't giving you that kitten. And I've seen that happen many times, brother. Many times.
Listen,
so, Keon, make sure you contact your son and stop the BS. You're the adult. You're the adult, brother.
See how you clicked it quickly on Keon and blame the man?
I'm not blaming the man, brother. I'm not blaming the man.
You start bringing up vagina. You start bringing up all those things because you immediately assumed it was him. When it comes to the issues, like I'm about to tell a story. So my brother comes to me and he says, Cap, I sleep with the baby mother, but now, being I'm an Israelite, you telling me what adultery is. What should I do? I said, going forward, you can't sleep with her no more because she has a man. You're committing adultery if you sleep with her again. He told her, I can't, do that no more. She put him on child support because of that. Prior to that, no child support. Prior to that, he was seeing the kid. And then she lied on him and said, like, let's say today is March 12th. She lied and tried to make it, or 10th or whatever day it is. She lied and said that he hasn't paid since like January. So now they threw arrears on him, made his life a living hell, all because he would not sleep with her. And so what we have to stop doing is making excuses for a black woman or any woman. We talk about black women now, for any woman to be able to use child support and the white man's system as a weapon against black men. And we all know that black women and women in general use the white man's system as a weapon against black men. So if you pay in child support, you pay it. But if you put in supervised visits, now you're being told when to see them. And then you can't control that child. If that child is having trouble in school and you telling her what to do or him to do, but you only seeing them once or twice, and then when you call and then the mama want to take control, that's divisive. The woman broke up the house. The man did not break up the house. The woman left him. In the scenario me and sa.neter talk about, I don't want to make it seem like it's absolute. Right. So in those scenarios, no black man should belittle himself. You want to keep your manhood and teach your son manhood, just like you don't let your woman belittle you when she talking to you. You do not let no woman belittle you using the white man system against you. Now, as a man, now here's what you could do. Here's what men are supposed to do as men. Let's say the relationship breaks up. As a man, you're supposed to go to that woman and you're supposed to work it out. Y'all supposed to work it out without using the white man system. So I want on record, I'm not saying you don't take care of the kid. You take care of the kid. What I am saying is that you don't put that man or that woman on child support. You do not need the white man to take care of you, to tell you how to take care of your kids. The black man and black woman should be able to work out the visitation rights. They should be able to work out how much they get paid, because here's the other flip side. We all know them women, they be having them on child support and then they still asking for more money. Let's say you paying $200 a week in child support. They still come and say, well, he needs sneakers, he needs shoes, but you paying child support, but now they still coming to you for more money. And if you don't give that money then, they still call you a deadbeat. It's better to work it out. And then here's another reason why it's better to work it out. Let's say on child support and you're supposed to pay $200 a week. But let's say if you work it out amongst yourselves. So y'all break up and you say, okay, y'all got one kid together. You say you're going to give $200 a week and y'all work that out and that's cool. That goes good for, let's say, a year. And then let's say you lose the job. You can work it out with the mother and she can say, okay, I know you've been doing this good for a year. You lost your job. So, we're going to reduce it a little bit, work out a payment. It might bump down to $100 a week instead of $200. But if you in the courts and hope that they accept that you lost the job because the two of y'all are no longer in control. The government is in control.
On there. You can go, Seth.
So we got to stop acting like this court system has not been designed. This court system has not been designed to be against us when it comes to child support. And child support does not even raise the kid. The child support just pays a bill. And for the most part, the woman used the money for herself. They don't even use it on the damn kids. So no, I'm against child support. But the thing with Umar Johnson, though, Saab, I think right now.
Before we get to Umar, let me say,
okay.
I disagree with 75% of what you said. I agree with some things, not everything, but I disagree with 75% because to me, as a father, I'm looking at me reproducing myself again. I don't know. I might be soft, but I just can't do that to my babies. I grew up without a father. Hold on, let me finish, brother.
Okay.
I grew up without a father, man. Figure. I didn't have no father coming to see me graduate, coming to see me play ball, coming to see me do none of that. I wish I did have one, but I don't. And I love my children, brother. I can't go without seeing my babies for a year or a week. That's just me. That's just who I am. I'm soft when it comes to them. Hold up. I'm just soft when it comes to them. Like my daughter could ask me for any goddamn thing, and I just melt in her hands. I just melt. Like, here, take it.
I'm with you.
She'll look at me with the sad puppy eyes, and I'm talking about right now to this day. Her ass is 23 years old. Right now to this day, and she could come over to me and, Dad, can I do this? Can I have that? Can I do that? And I first say, no, I ain't got this. I can't do that. But then she'll hit me with the soft look, and I'll be like, here, baby, go ahead, man. Damn.
Listen, I'm a grandfather. My oldest is 20. Yeah, so my oldest is 22. 22 was born 2001. So she's 23 as well. Damn.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Damn, that just hit me, son. So my daughter's 23 too.
Yeah.
And it is the same exact thing. Like my relationship with my kids is wonderful. So I get where you're coming from. But even my mother taught me about child support. My mother taught me because my father wasn't in my life like that. And as he was not in my life, my mother had 3 kids. I got a twin sister, I got my brother that passed away. And my mother said she would never put him on child support because she said my father was already going through enough. She didn't want to inflict further pain on him by using a system that was not designed to help him. So my concept didn't just come from no Israelite position. And my mother raised us. Now, was it hard? Yeah, it's hard to grow with a father in and out your life. My father was in and out of my life. So it's hard, but the white man system is not going to make it better. Like getting a paycheck or getting money from the white man, that does not replace a father.
Yeah, but Captain, what about those fathers? Let me ask you this question, Captain. I want to see where your head at. What about the fathers that's really not taking care of their kids? Do you think the woman should put them on child support if they're not doing what they're supposed to do?
But that's why I said it's 80-20. That's what I said earlier. I said it's 80% that black women are using it against black men. And then there's a 20% of black men that ain't shit that they feel that they got to do it.
See, so me and you is different. I think it's 80% of the black men that's on child support that's not doing what they supposed to do.
You should look
and it may be 20% of them doing it and women just trying to seek revenge on them because they left. But I'm telling you, I'm going up into the high 80s to say that most of the men that's on child support are no longer taking care of their babies. And that's why women do it. They have no choice.
I'm going to tell you, if you actually look at them, if first of all, there's a myth that black men don't take care of their kids on child support or not on child support. That's a myth. And if the actual facts is, when you actually look at the stats, the fathers beat the mothers when it comes to raising, education, and how them kids are. And when they're getting put on child support, depending on the reason why is why you have the problems. But I guarantee you that 80% of black women that's putting them on child support, they putting them on child support out of vengeance. The 20% is where they're deadbeats or something like that. So I don't agree with child support at all. It's never something that I've agreed with. I've been against it since my mama taught me about child support.
All right, now
So
Sa,
now with
you
the-
wrong. What am I wrong about, Ross? What am I
Now
wrong
with the
about?
Umar Johnson, now with the Umar Johnson thing,
Yeah.
I started out being directly on Umar's side. Now I gotta wait and see. What I mean by that is the way he talking. Like the more he talk, like Umar's an extreme narcissist. Like he's a narcissist.
Yes, he is. He's a Leo, bro. He's one of them polites. He's a Leo. Polite as a Leo.
That man said this man said on a live stream out of his own words that he was told that that both of his baby mamas are coming together mad at him because they saw him posting videos of other women speaking nice about him or something like that. And I said to myself, why would he, like, that's not the route to go. Because Umar Johnson, remember, I mean, he had the conscious stripper, he had other women that he's posted and stuff like that. Why would it be now that they would do it? Umar Johnson is taking, he's taking an angle to where I be wondering if it's a play for attention, so he could now do some shit to promote. I'm gonna keep some of the stuff to myself because I wanted to come out. But I think Umar Johnson, the more he talks, the more he hurts himself.
All right, I'm gonna see if you hurt yourself right now. Let me ask you this question, brother. Now we see that Umar is now becoming a conscious celebrity. What do you think about that, man? Because I know you've seen him on that show. What's the dude name with the blonde hair? Yes.
Yeah, Drewski. Yeah,
what do you think about that, man? Do you think he's becoming a clown now? Umar Johnson?
I think
and would you go that route just to get more fame and more known now?
Well, I don't know from what I saw, I don't know what he did that would take away from whatever people believe him to be. Now, I don't believe him to be what people believe him to be. I think he's a scammer, like the church is a scammer. Meaning,
okay, I got
with all that stuff he's doing with Drewski and stuff like that, there still ain't no school. Like all them funds and all that money that he's made, he has not built
and is making.
So I don't. And still making, and a lot of them donations. How much of that donations went to the child support that Umar Johnson's been paying? So I don't have a respect for Umar that everybody else's has. Now, with that said, what I saw on the Drewski thing, him being a person that speaks so-called conscious, so-called Pan-Africanism and stuff like that. What I saw in the skits, I don't know if that compromises that position. If anything, it might make him appear more approachable because I don't think nobody took it serious. So he didn't get up there and bend to a white woman. I didn't see him do that. Now with that midget one, I got to
because they know that's in the script already. They already told him what he could do and what he can't do.
Right. So I didn't see nothing from what I saw.
They know it's going to bring more viewership when they do that. It's going to make it go up.
Right, but let's say when I went on like No Jumper, when I went to 85 South and did the interviews and stuff like that with them, that's to bring more attention to being an Israelite. So the only way it would be bad for me is if I went on No Jumper and then I compromised my position as an Israelite, or if I went on 85 South.
Man, you know the people gonna get you for that though, Captain. They gonna get you if you do that.
But I would never. I've been on 85 South. So like when I went to the 85 South show, they were smoking. Now,
right. I saw that.
Right. So let's say if I picked up the blunt because I'm on the 85 South show and I start smoking, now I've compromised myself. But if I'm sitting there the whole time having a conversation with them, teaching, and then drop the truth, like I dropped the whole entire truth. Moneybag Mafia, shout out to him because he's the one that brought me on there. He said, "What does it mean to be an Israelite?" And then for 20 minutes straight, I was able to talk about nothing but the Bible, teach the truth to these brothers and sisters on their platforms. So that helps. Now, if Umar Johnson did that, then there's a benefit. But if it only benefited Drewski, all right, I know. If it only benefited Drewski, then that's when you want to think about what is Umar doing. But if Umar gets a school out of this shit, maybe going on there, we finally get to school, because that's really what's fucking up Umar.
Nah, you know
To
what
me,
happened, Captain? He realized that just doing that about talking about the school, it's harder than he thought it would be. It's way harder than he just thought.
Yeah. But he should say that.
Yeah.
But he keep giving the people the pipe dream that first we need some paint, then we just need some doors, then we just need this. Like, I got a school in Delaware before he got the school built. We got a school in Delaware. The brothers in Delaware went to the school. That school ain't open. It's not open. You can't go into it. He has never given an inside tour of the school. He's never given nothing to uplift people to say, okay, my money has helped them. So he's a direct Creflo Dollar, T.D. Jakes, Eddie Long. He's the conscious version of them, because people defend him.
I agree.
Even though we have no proof of a school being built, and that's his bread and butter. So when he goes around doing all those things, if he had the school, then you know what he could say if he had that school?
What's
if
that?
He had that school built, he could say, man, I'm doing this because the more streaming I'm getting, now I could build another school. That's what he should. Like, he could have had that school built in Delaware and then say, okay, we're not going to just do this in Delaware. Now we're going to have the UMDG, I forget what the acronym is. We're going to have that in Florida. We're going to have it in Georgia. He should be building a plethora of schools with the celebrity position he has, because he doesn't have an organization that he's taking care of. It's just him. So he's a hustler. That's my biggest issue with Umar Johnson. My issue ain't with the psychological stuff that he says, because some of that stuff is true. Maybe the Pan-African part, because that's a belief system. But belief system aside, the educational stuff that he says is good. It's the fact that he's a hustler. He robs the people like the church rob you of your tithes. The church rob you of your tithes. And if y'all got an issue with losing your church money, you should have an issue with losing your school money. But no matter what, he gets defended. When it comes to this woman thing, though, I ain't sure. I ain't made a decision yet on if Umar is right or wrong. Only thing I'm saying, when Umar says stuff like they're jealous of him now, when he hasn't seen that daughter except 4 times in 22 years, if he's using that excuse of jealousy, I need to see whatever paperwork he's saying before I make a decision. Because if the paperwork shows that, like, she was a monster, she was trying to keep him away and stuff like that, then that's a different conversation. So I would just have to wait and see before I make that decision. But anybody got an issue with Umar, it should be over not having that school.
Yeah, I agree with that. It should be over not having a school and also scamming and all that.
That is the scam. They go hand in hand, sir.
Yeah.
Not having a school is the scam, because he's raised millions of dollars.
Yes, he have. Yeah.
Where's the school? And it's just a charter school. It's it's just a building.
And he's still taking donations,
That's what And listen, somebody, Haru said, he say everything 3 times. That nigga be seducing y'all. When he say that everything 3 times, he said, listen to me carefully, brothers and sisters. And then he'll say that shit 3 times because he's trying to hypnotize you. But the scam is the school that go hand in hand. Because let's say if he didn't have teachers, let's say if he didn't have the permits or nothing, if it's his building, he can go live in the building. If I was him, I would, let's say, even if he hustling, if he went live in the building and showed 1 room, 1 hallway, 1 gym,
he probably don't even have access to that no more.
But that's what that's my point, sir.
Yes.
He probably don't. But if he did and went inside, he would shut a lot of people up, because people would see, even church, listen, even pastors know that shit, sir. My mama pastor, that man brought land and put us on the land. And so we was thinking, man, damn, this pastor really building a church. And then we got off the land. But for a time, he had us on land.
Right.
Gave niggas hope.
Right.
Umar ain't even giving brothers hope. So the biggest issue anybody should have is that Umar took on more. I think Umar, at the time he was young, and I think he took on more than he could handle with that school because he was doing it by himself.
Yo,
And
do you have any
whatever
time for questions or no?
I'll take one. I'll take 2 questions max. Just
all
2.
right,
So we got
family.
2
The
questions.
first 2 callers that hit this link, y'all can ask Captain questions about the child support and Keon. That'll be good for you if you hit that link quick enough. Cause Keon, you said you ain't seen your son in years, brother. That's sad, man.
I need to because I need to lay back down. I got a 12-hour drive.
Oh yeah, you leaving out tonight? This evening?
Yeah, I'm trying to leave. Yeah, I'm trying to leave at 10 o'clock.
Yo, why you don't just jump on the plane and be there within 2 hours?
Because I got it. Because so I don't mind. Well, first I don't really mind driving like that, and then I got to drive because I'm doing like 4, maybe 5 interviews. So I would have to get a rental car. So me and a car. You know, the brother that I always have with me, but not a car, but a car. So we just gonna drive down there together. So we kind of splitting it. So it's like 6 and 6. We're gonna split the driving. So that's all.
Y'all crazy.
And then I bring like some of my product down there. You said what? Yeah, I'm a little.
Yeah, I'm crazy. I'll be on that plane,
like,
be there early, and just relax when I'm there, bro. Be there within 2 hours and a half.
What's funny is I don't even look. Yeah, that's true. You get there faster, but I drive to Chicago all the time, so I don't think about it like that.
You know what it is, Captain? You see all these plane crashes, nigga.
No, I've flown. No,
it was a plane crash this weekend. It was a plane crash the other day, brother. Another one.
Yeah, I've flown since the crashes. I've flown like 5 times since the crash.
Man.
Yeah, like 5 times or something like that since the crash. I ain't scared of no crash.
You
got anybody that called in?
Yeah, I got Brother Lai on the phone. I mean, Brother Lai's in the building. Umar is building by himself because of the extremely difficult to work with. Yeah, he is extremely difficult to work with. I agree with that 100%. To work with. Trust me.
Okay, but what's the question?
I know firsthand. He doesn't want any partners because it will expose him. And that is correct, brother. That is true.
Yep.
All right, Brother Lai, you on the call. You on the call, Brother Lai. What's up? Brother Lai, call him Brother Lai. All right, let me get Keon while Brother Lai is trying to get his mic fixed. Brother Keon, what's up, man?
What's up, man? I guess, since I'm in this vulnerable state, I guess I come up here just to explain myself a little bit.
Yes, go ahead, brother.
But
How old is your son?
He's 7.
And you ain't seen him for 7 years?
No, not 7 years. No, we used to be together. Me and my so it's 20. He was born in 2018. And he's supposed to be 2019. Sorry, he was born in 2019. So we got together. We was living together for about 2 or 3 years, and then once we got into it and yada yada yada, it got to I got our situation. It got deep. So we ended up splitting up for a good minute. She ended up going back home, which she lived in California, and she just been living there. I've been living in Indiana for years, so.
When y'all lived together, where did y'all live when y'all was together? Y'all, because I'm assuming when you say she went back home, y'all must have lived somewhere together.
Yeah, when we was living together, we was living in California for a year, and then we came back home to Indiana, and we was living together for like 2 years.
Okay, and then y'all broke up when y'all was in Indiana.
Yeah. Yep.
And then she took the child back to California.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so y'all already long distance. That might be a little different. So I don't know what the argumentation or what issues happen in that regards. But y'all already at a disadvantage because y'all separated so far from each other. Now you said you were from California too. What made you stay in Indiana instead of going back?
No. I'm from Indiana. She's from California. Yeah, she's originally from California. Yeah. I'm from Indiana.
Gotcha. Okay, I get what you're saying. So y'all was already long distance. So I don't know what she did to you. And I don't know if you want to say that publicly. But do you think?
Yeah, you ain't got to.
Huh? Well, I ain't tripping. I mean, I'm like I said, this is why I don't even come over here and try to judge people and stuff like that, because I got my own situations and problems and stuff. But we got into a fight. It's the same old. She called the police. Right. I ended up having to go to jail because I ended up pushing her. She ended up getting some on her back, a bruise on her back. So yeah, so I mean, it is what it is. I accept it. I ain't proud of it at all. So, you know, but
What was the fight about?
what was the fight? Man, it ain't even funny. It's funny
No, what
now.
was the fight about?
So
I don't want to know how y'all fought. I'm saying, what was it about? The subject.
no. I got you. Yeah, it's
Okay.
funny now, but it's like so she thought supposedly so I wake up in the morning, I'm in the living room. I didn't go to bed last night because we got into it last night. Cause you know how you was just talking about it, you know, Bigo, right? She gets on Bigo and she tries to make money off of Bigo. Cap, if you probably know about Bigo, women make money in different ways on Bigo that a lot of men
Yes,
probably
they
wouldn't
do.
accept. So
That's why
again,
I don't really like Bigo. Yeah, I don't like Bigo.
Exactly. I didn't like it either. I used to get on there. I actually used to get on because I used to be. I'm a lover boy, you know. So I used to get on there with her. We used to be like a couple on there and try to do it together, yada yada yada. But I stopped being entertained by it, so I stopped getting on there. She would get on there by herself, and you know how dudes get on there and try to give her gifts and be talking, try to talk to her, and I ain't like that. So we used to end up, you know, getting into it about that. But that's how she made money. She didn't want to go out and, you know, she didn't want to do it the regular way. She wanted to do it her own way. So, you know, I ain't really like it at the time. So we ended up getting into an argument. The next day after we got into an argument about that, I wake up, I'm sleeping on the couch. She comes outside and she talks about that there's a different wash rag in the bathroom. So she's asking me questions about this different wash rag. I just took a shower. I just changed the wash rag. I'm confused. I'm
Yeah,
absolutely confused.
All right,
together.
yeah, but you ain't got to get into all of that, man. It's over.
Yeah,
It's
okay.
always over some BS, man.
Pretty much.
But hold up, Captain. I have Quanah in the building. Would you like to speak to him or no?
No,
Okay, so there it is. It's no. That's why I asked you before I even bring him on.
I appreciate it.
All right.
I appreciate
Man.
it.
Okay, so go ahead, brother.
Hey,
Well, yeah, that's pretty much it. It was over some
yeah,
wash rag, you know.
mhm.
That's pretty much it. She thought
Overwatch.
I guess I was
So how
cheating
many years
because
you haven't seen your 7-year-old son, brother?
it's been about 3.
Now, do it ever fears you? Do you ever get scared of like who's raising my son, who's he's around?
Nah, I'm not. Cause me
You
as a
don't think about him growing up as a homosexual or something like that when you get caught up around these things? Because I know when I had my children was there, that shit brought fear to me because I seen everybody doing flipping and shit. You know, I mean, damn, let me stop cursing. I seen a lot of young kids being crossed over, and all I kept saying was, "Damn, I'm never gonna have no more children," because that stuff had me scared to death.
Let me tell you that
You
does
know?
the same thing to me to this day. So,
Yeah, man.
I mean,
I want
y'all just had a conversation saying y'all was raised by single mothers and y'all not gay. I mean, I was raised by a single mother. I'm not.
No, but that's
Nah,
a
I mean,
different. We in a different
you right.
time period right
No,
now, bro.
listen, let me tell you
oh
something.
nah. See, that's that old person
Hey,
argument.
look,
Nah, man. This is
that brother gave you a cold ass response. That was a cold, good response right there, brother. But you ain't wrong. You ain't wrong about that. But what only thing I would say to that is our generation of mothers and not this generation.
Right. That's what I mean by different time
oh
period.
man.
No, but
See
now
the
I don't know
mothers
how old
today.
you are. But with that said, though, I don't know what generation. You know, I don't know how old you are, or the mother, or the woman, mother of your child. So y'all could be a part of that generation too. And I just want to, before I go, I just want to shout out to all my wives that I have children with. They are absolutely beautiful, and we raise our kids as a family. When I mean as a family, they can communicate X, Y, Z like
How many
that. So
baby mothers do you have, Captain, if you don't mind?
I don't have baby mothers, but I have children, 4 of my
Facts.
wives.
So you have
So I don't have
4 wives and 4 children by the 4 wives.
no. I have 5 children. I have 4 that have children by me.
Okay. So you got 4 baby mothers.
I do not have baby mothers. They are my wives.
Right, but they
Baby
still
mothers.
your baby mothers. Your baby
No,
mothers
I
are
don't
your
like.
wives, brother.
baby mother is such a stigma term, and the
Okay,
reason why
okay.
I don't use that term with none of them is because it's made to be derogatory, just like
Mm.
baby daddy.
Damn, and they all get
Derogatory.
along, Captain? They call each other
Yeah.
like you said? You're a lucky man, man. Damn.
No.
I envy
Let
you,
me correct
Captain.
that. Wait. Let me correct it.
I envy
When it
you,
comes to this,
Captain.
shut up, man. They communicate when necessary. Like if it's necessary for the kids and stuff like that, then yes, they don't have a problem meeting up, talking,
Yeah,
X, Y, Z
that's
like
what's
that.
up right there.
So that's how that goes. So shout out to all of
Yo,
them.
have a safe trip, brother. You and
Thank you,
your
man. I
brothers,
appreciate it. And
man.
I'm gonna let you know. Call me about 1 or 2 tomorrow, and I'll let you know what day and time for Pastor Man.
Got you, brother. Peace to you.
All right.
All
All right.
right.
What's up, peace?
All right. Keon, man.
Yes, sir.
When the last time you reached out to your little man?
Oh, we talk on the phone all the time. Like we
Okay.
even play the game together. That's why I
Yeah,
said
there
in
you go.
person.
So yeah, that's good. That's good. As long as you staying in contact, you're good.
Yeah. Like the only time that I don't like talk to him is again if me and his mom getting into it. That's why I can't wait till I can get him a phone. I mean, he's about 7, so he pretty much can use a phone. But I mean,
What do you think about this up and coming debate?
man, I got
Elder
Brother
Yarod is going to
Reginald.
have to prove the existence of Christ without the Bible, without no Bible talk, none of that. He got to go into real history.
I'm
And,
gonna be honest with you. I got Brother Reginald on this because every time I
you
just
know
got
Reginald, right?
no, I don't think so.
You don't know who the brother is? Like, he's the Kemetic brother.
I don't know. I don't. Has he been on here? If he's been on here, then I
You know what
probably.
I'm gonna do? I'm gonna play one of his videos.
Okay.
Yeah, he's been on my channel a few times.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna play one of his videos and show you how this came about. I was looking at his channel, and he was sitting in the car doing one of his shows, and he said, "Yo, I'll challenge anybody who can come up here and prove to me the existence of Jesus Christ. I'll debate anybody." So, when I heard that, I jumped on the phone. I called them first. I called Reginald, and then I called Yara.
Yeah.
And Yara jumped at it. He said, "Yeah, I'll take that right there." At first, I put both of them on the line, and they was going at it on the line. And I was like, "Oh, this is gonna be a good." I'm telling you, this debate gonna be good. I don't see Elder Yara getting out of it, but if he get out of it, I tip my hat to him and be like, "Yo, brothers, damn, that was good, Yara."
Yeah.
I don't see nobody proving the existence of Jesus without that Bible. Without
Man, Side, you tripping, man. You know that they've already. The Israelites have been up here. It's probably about 12 hours of film of the Israelites supposedly proving that Jesus was a real person. All that. I mean, we didn't.
No, sir. I've never seen none of them prove that, brother. What are you talking about?
Oh man, they didn't
Always
gave you
using the Bible to prove it.
they didn't gave you what's his name, the hippocampus. What's his name? They always bring up people with like 6-syllable names and stuff. You know what they talking about? The Jewish man. Oh man, I forgot what his name is, but they done did that before. They
Yeah,
said
well, we're gonna see what Yara gonna do. We're gonna see if Yara can do it.
My only thing is that, man, the Israelites, man, they don't be telling the truth. That's the only reason why I be sometimes trying to be going. I be trying to go with them because they on my side, but at the same time, man, they be trying to flip the truth, boy. They flip the truth more than birds, man. They know what they don't. I don't know they even know what they talking about sometimes, man.
Right.
To be honest, but I like Brother Yara though. I think he got it.
First you said Reggie.
Nah, I was just playing about that. But you cut. I
All
was
right,
gonna say I was just
hold on
playing.
for me. Elder Yara, I'm up here. I'm showing the flyer. Captain just got off the phone. We had Captain here. I'm showing your flyer for this up and coming debate.
Sure.
Can you jump on right quick or no? You ain't got time.
Give me a few minutes.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna give you a few minutes, brother. We live right now on the HOK.
Give me a few minutes.
All right.
Uh-oh.
So yeah, Yara gonna come on. And
I told you, Yara gonna come in. He gonna tell you about the hippocampus. He gonna tell you. I'm trying. He's gonna go through the same thing. I'm trying. Hey, they gonna kill him. They gonna kill him because it's there, Si. It's there.
okay, we gonna see if it's there, brother.
It's there.
So, yeah, what you been up to? You're a Christian, brother. I don't see you holding it down, man.
Oh man,
We gonna get into a debate, brother.
a debate. See, that's crazy because I got a presentation set up. See, I'm a presentation guy. I like to talk. I like to communicate. You know what I mean? Debating, I debate you though. But I had this presentation set up about if Jesus taught against the dietary laws, man. I don't think they can mess with me when it comes to that, man. I don't know if the Israelites is ready for that conversation, man.
Yeah. See, like you said, I agree with you. The only problem that I have with the Hebrew Israelites, and it's a serious and big problem, is that they constantly change the word of God around, the God in the Bible.
Facts.
They constantly change the stories of the Bible, brother.
Facts.
My issue with these brothers. That's why you think I would roll with a Christian over them, because at least the Christian is following the scriptures and what it says.
Facts.
You know,
Facts.
how can Captain Tazoriak say that Joseph is the father of Mary when the scriptures prove, it says straight up that
Clearly.
Mary has not been touched by a man?
Clearly.
So what you're doing is telling us that God is over here lying to us, Captain.
No, version means, it means something in the Greek, man. First of all, you weren't there in the Greek to tell us what it meant in the Greek.
Man.
I'm not trying to hear that, man. I'm gonna believe the people who actually did the work versus a man who's out here. I mean, love you, Cap. Love you, Cap.
And then we get into the salvation, and you see it straight up where Jesus is telling you that salvation is for everybody. I don't care if you're a Greek. I don't care if you say you're a Greek or none of that. Salvation is for everybody.
Facts.
But they still constantly tell you it's just for us. It's just for us. That's why I'm like, yo, man, y'all crazy, man.
It's because they try to push a narrative, sir. That's the whole.
D's, what up, man?
What up, Saw, man? I see I got here a little bit late, but when the brother was just saying push the narrative, that's exactly what I wanted to come on concerning child support. Because hey, there's a lot of wrong notions about child support out here. I used to work for the child support enforcement office, so I know a little bit more about child support than the average person. You know what I'm saying? And where Captain was coming from with the he think that it should be between a man and a woman. Well, the damn country tried that. The country tried that for years and years and years. A lot of people don't know why child support was even started. Child support was started because men were knocking up young girls around here and then not taking care of the children and leaving the young girls with no darn work skills, et cetera. And, that's how child support even started in this country. And
the state got child support.
There you go.
Said, man, you're going to be responsible. We're going to hold you responsible.
And that's what a lot of men don't want. They want to have it their way. When the woman says, all right, since we're not together anymore, give me back my house key and I'm going to start dating. That's when a lot of men want to say, all right, I'm not paying anything.
Brother, that's what I was saying. I knew I was right. I knew
These men think they slick out here. They think they don't slick. And
you know how I know? You know how I know?
Go ahead.
You know how I know that I'm right? Because I did that shit one time before. I'm like, all right, yo, you ain't giving me. Oh, yo, I'm out. But that ain't last long. You know what I'm saying?
I feel you. And then saw a lot of men think that buying shoes twice a year and some damn school clothes taking care of a child. That ain't taking care of a child, buddy. Right. There's a lot more to taking care of children than buying school clothes and school shoes twice a year. You hear me? You know what I'm saying? And, brothers crying about that little funky $50 a week.
Right.
And then, or on top of that, it's not even the woman that always places child support. If a woman has to file for food stamps or Medicaid,
Yeah, that's
the
what I was just
state's
about to say.
gonna place you on child support.
Yeah, because that's
So,
how I got on child support.
And that's
there
how I got
you
on.
go.
I got on child support with my first son. And let me tell you, I ended up landed myself in prison. And while me doing my time, when I came home, that's when I got hit like bang. You got to go to this. They sent me a note, sent me a letter. And I'm looking at it, and my stuff was backed up with arrears. But see, the crazy stuff at my time, guess what? Child support was only $80 a month. No, $80 every 2 weeks, I think it was, if I'm not
I
mistaken.
wish.
$80.
I wish.
No. It was $80 a week because that's when I was getting paid when I was working. $80 a week, and I was like, "Yo, no problem." I was doing that.
Yeah.
I was
See,
doing that.
that's how kind of crazy the whole system is. Because I was with my baby mom. I've been on child support with my child, right, since he was born. And what had happened was I was with her when we went up there and got the food stamps. But she went in by herself and was doing everything basically by herself because her mama told us that basically we would get more money that way. Uh not I guess not knowing, because she didn't tell us that I end up on child support, but I guess not knowing, that I would end up on child support. So that was basically the whole entire problem. That's how I even ended up on child support anyway, just because we was actually trying to get food stamps and get some money at the time. And yeah, that was probably one of the worst decisions we made, but we had to get something. We had to do something. So
But let me tell you where time Captain could be wrong. Because the minute a sister get on welfare, that's when they got you. See, they don't have to put you on child support. See, once you get on welfare,
yeah,
that's when they get you. They say, okay,
because
she's
you
on
signed
welfare.
your name on that birth certificate.
Yeah, you signed your name on that birth certificate. So now they're going after the father. In order for you to get welfare, you got to tell us this. You got to tell us all of this right here.
Because the state's going to want their money back. That's
Right.
what it is.
Facts. And that's probably, honestly, that's when y'all was talking about the 80-20 situation. In my mind, that's like the 60%. To me, it's more like a 60-20-20 than an 80-20. It's like 60% of us is literally us. A lot of our families was struggling at the time, and we had to file some type of either food stamps, welfare, whatever the case may be, and just how the system works. If you sign, like you said, if you sign your name on that birth certificate, you have to pay for that stuff back at the end of the day. So that's pretty much how I look at it. Now again, is there 20% that just don't want to pay? Yeah. Is there 20% that do a lot and the baby mama just want to put them on child support because they jealous? Yeah, of course. But the 60% to me is mostly that, because a lot of us was struggling at that shoot. It's hard. Shoot. It's hard.
Yeah.
And then both parents are actually on child support. It's just that one parent is what's known as the custodial parent. The
Yeah.
custodial parent is responsible for like shelter, and then they will say that the absent parent is responsible for a certain monetary figure plus like health care.
These you went on.
Sounds like they're
Somebody
working.
calling them.
Yo, who's that?
I think I don't know.
That's Apostle.
Sounds like they're working.
What the hell is Apostle doing? Yeah, that's Apostle.
We got him.
Apostle can't even hear me either.
Oh man,
He still ain't got his joint fixed.
Apostle. Yeah, I
Yeah, he
don't know.
can't hear us.
These went out too. He was talking. I don't know if he
Oh, I did.
Yeah, you went mute. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think y'all heard me when I was just saying that both parents are actually on child support. It's just one is custodial, one is non-custodial. You know what I'm saying? Just the non-custodial parent is responsible for a monetary and possibly health care. You know what I'm saying? But both
Well,
parents.
okay, you say that, but that's a little okay, but only one parent is making payments though, right?
Yeah, the other parent is seen as making payments by providing shelter, though. the rent,
Yeah,
the
I mean,
daily things.
okay, I get that, but people look at money, so that's how they look at it. But okay, I get what you're
Now,
saying.
actually, Keon, what y'all should have done back then, which y'all are past now, y'all would have been known as an intact family. So you would have been on child support, but everything would have been paused, or and not being held against you, because y'all were living in the same household. That's
Well,
known as
we would have got less. Okay, so can you confirm something? So we would have got less though, right? Because at the time I was working, so we
yeah,
would have. Okay,
definitely.
okay, yeah. So that was yeah. I guess that was the whole plan of it. Man, that
All
was
right. Hey,
crazy.
let's hear what the sister got to say. Let's hear what she got to say on this issue.
Okay.
Hey, folks, what's up? You want to speak on this issue? What we talking about? The child support system?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can
Yep.
hear you.
Thank you so much. I know I just got out of work. I've been listening. As soon as I got out, I said, let me jump on this real quick. So let me just say this. I just want to talk to the women who are listening to this stream. No matter what anyone tells you, do not fall for the trap. Number one, the trap is to put your children's father on child support, because the system is not set up for the family to succeed. Um, if that man has any issues with jobs or whatever, the system now has authority, right, to pull him into court. A lot of this, the women have no control over, right? The women have no control over it. And so I think a lot of times people feel like, well, let me use the system to make it punitive against my child's father. I'm just speaking to the women. Don't fall for the trap. Whatever you need to do to work out with your children's father, do that, because the benefit of your children's father being there in their lives is stronger than you getting a $35 a week check that the state is enforcing. And so I'm just want to speak to the women, because I know the men are very opinionated, but I'm like, to the women, do not fall for the trap. Don't fall for the trap, because it is an absolute never ending cycle that you will continually chase your baby's father, okay, or your ex-husband through the system. And so again, you want to create an environment that your children can thrive out of whatever dysfunction you guys have, but not in a punitive situation. I just, I really don't support child support. I do not support it. I know that the system enforces it if you get a divorce, or again, if you get assistance. Again, there are times you can get assistance and not being aware of it. I remember many, many years ago in 1993, with my oldest son, I had to get on welfare just for Medicaid. They're going to first go after the father, and that child support that he is paying, it goes to the state. Your child never sees that, because they are going to recoup their funds. So this is just a painful topic, because I think that as a community, we need to all rally together. The elders need to come and speak
But
to the younger
Paulina,
ones and saying, hey,
but don't
there's
the
another
child
way.
now, Paulina, I'm gonna ask you, do the child see it when they get their check? Because when you're on welfare and they giving you a welfare check, is that the and let me ask you this question, Paulina. Let's say the father is making his money, but he's not handling his responsibilities. He's not taking care of the child. He don't even give a
Yes.
damn about the woman, the mother of his child. Should she go forth and do it then, or still not mess with it?
So I feel like her first recourse should really to reach out to him. I don't think any child should just be left behind, meaning that, again, it was all good when we was all good. I'm just saying, right? And now that a child is in it and there's expenses related to that, because the double standard is that if the mother is hands off, right, does not provide for her child, if she's considered neglectful, she can be taken to jail. But if a father does that, the expectation is, well, the child is in custody of the mom. So it's not the same kind of, what I say, the negative connotation. It's like, yeah, he's a deadbeat dad, but he's not being anything other than, he's not taking care of his responsibility. So I say this, try as much as possible to have conversations, have open dialogue. But there is going to be a time, if that happens, that you may have to take your father, your children's father, for child support. But I'm just here to say, depending on the state you live in, just letting y'all know, if it's a dual income state, you'll probably be getting $20. Okay. If you are primarily, making more money, it's not going to work out in your favor. You can be stuck with transportation costs. You can be stuck with everything. And because they're not working consistently, it's just no benefit. The headache that you're dealing with it, you could press all that energy into being positive, because one thing you guys were sharing earlier, there's nothing adults have to do. When these kids get older, they see who is the engaged, involved parent. They see it. You don't have to go out and smear his name or whatever. So for me, I know I'm different. I have, girlfriends that say I'm a little nuts. I don't even want that energy in my life. I just want to take care of my children, which are all adults now. And when I tell you, they have not missed a beat. Okay.
Okay.
Because
That's
I
why I saw.
focus my energy on providing excellence to my children, teaching them love, forgiveness, and seeing the humanity in their father.
Hey,
Right.
Paulina, I want to say thank you for coming on, because the sisters should have been jumping on this right away. You got
Yes, that's why I had to jump in, y'all. I
come
said,
in through,
Lord, as soon as I get out of this office, I'm jumping in. I got to say something.
Right.
So,
Yes.
so let me push back just a little bit respectfully
Please.
to the sister, because I think that the sister really has her stuff together, and she's in a great space now. So she would be blessed, and she would be capable of not having to put any man on child support. The situation is, and the situation that I seen in the 3 years that I worked there, is there's a lot of sisters who don't have any letters behind their name, who don't have a great job, et cetera, et cetera. And they have children from these men who then go on and make other children. And soon as that first baby mama stops cooperating with them, they've gone on to live a great life with their next woman and their next woman. So that first baby mother has no choice, because she has talked to him. She has tried talking to him, but there's a lot of ignorance out there. What else can she do? She has to apply for Medicaid. She has to apply for welfare, Section 8. So he's going to be placed on child support like that. Then I think that it's only fair for her to hold him. Well, she can't hold him accountable. The state has to. That's what the state's for. The state is to help that smaller person. She can't chase him down and make him break bread while he's still driving the Benz, with his next woman, and don't want to take care of his other children because the baby mother took her darn key back, and she won't let him have two, 3 wives. That's what child support's for. Unfortunately, yes, it does hurt some brothers, and there's some brothers who are definitely scared of it, because if you have 4, 5, 6 baby mothers, you will go bankrupt if child support hit you.
That's
So
correct.
yeah, there are some brothers are definitely scared of it, but child support is necessary for the average woman who needs help.
And so I agree with you. Thank you for that feedback. I totally agree with you, because as I shared earlier, my first child was born in 1993. I was 15 years old when I was pregnant. So I was completely a teenager, poor, had no idea about anything, right? And so I did have to get Medicaid, because my father, who was gainfully employed, made a decision to say, hey, you went out and got yourself pregnant. I use any of my benefits for any of things. So I had to go to the system to get assistance until I graduated for college, because my thing was I was going to use my education as a way to get me out of poverty. And I made a decision that, I would learn and protect myself so that I would not, have any more children outside of wedlock. But what I'm saying is that I did absolutely have to go to the system to get medical coverage because my baby's father was 16 years old. And so I'm saying that to say that, yes, there are situations where you may have to get assistance, but I'm just sharing that ultimately, okay, it did nothing for either him or I, and we've always had a great relationship, and he's now deceased, my oldest son's father, is that he was living a certain lifestyle that landed him locked up for 15 years. And so even in that, I was not a mother that was saying, oh, your father wasn't there, because we were kids. And so all I'm saying is we have to all be adults and take responsibility for our actions, right? And understanding women, I'm saying this to women, when you are with a man and he tells you he does not want that child, you cannot be mad that when that child comes on this earth, he is very distant and disconnected. He was disconnected. I know it hurts. He wasn't disconnected when you guys were having sex, but when the responsibility came, he ran. You have to take ownership that when you made that decision to have that child, that's your baby. My grandmother told me many, many years ago, and she was from Tuskegee, Alabama, when I got pregnant as a teen parent, she said, Paulina, we had visions of you being the first medical doctor in the family. I don't want you to stop pursuing your educational goals, but understand this is your baby. And she said, if you have this in mind, it will teach you more responsibility to understand that you have to make that decision, because if something happens in that relationship, the full responsibility will fall on you. It does not make it right. I understand what you guys are saying. But what I'm saying is I want to speak to the women who believe that he owed me this. You got to look at the situation for what it was. How was that relationship when you guys were dating? If he was inconsistent while you were dating, you can't get upset at him because you guys have a child now and he's not manifesting his greatness, because the responsibility is on you and you have to take full responsibility for your blessing, your legacy. And this is why I said, for me, I'm not gonna dishonor a man, because that's just not who I am as an individual. But I want to speak to the women who may listen to this to understand you have to be responsible. You have to be responsible. You have to understand, if you lay down with a man, even if you use birth control, even if you use a condom or some type of contraceptive, there is a risk you may become pregnant. And if you make a decision that a man says, hey, I either want the child or I don't want the child, you have to own that decision. And that's all I'm sharing. I think that you guys are bringing a really great discussions, but I just really wanted to bring another woman element into it, in that I believe that women can speak to women. We've all been there. We've all felt like we were in love. When I was married, you don't get married to get divorced. But if if your husband leaves or whatever, that relationship falls apart, you still got to own them babies. You just do.
That's great. Brother Elder Yara, you want to jump in on this?
Peace to you, Sir. First, giving our praise to the God of Abraham and Jacob, to Yeshua Mashiach, Rabbi and teacher. So I wanted to just say, hey, it's a great discussion, man. It's always powerful and impactful to see our people reasoning together and just talking about some of the hard things that we see in our community. I think all of our brothers have different experiences, and so the different experiences speak to different truth. Our sister was speaking on the panel as well. I appreciate her wisdom and her knowledge, and it is important that as men we learn how to take wisdom from our sisters. We can get a lot further in life, and I think that in these types of situations that we always have to understand that there is underneath that a system that works against us, and so a lot of the resources that are not afforded to all people of all colors is an issue as well, or those things are slow rolled and bureaucracy and red tape and different things like that.
Elder Yara, you know what we talking about?
Huh?
Do you know what we talking about?
Yeah, you talking about child support?
Huh? Yes.
Yeah, I'm talking about child support. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you why. Well, I'm gonna tell you why. I know a lot of people understand it, but I'm sure the sister does. She's clearly familiar.
I
I did. I
understand you, Elder
understand what you're
Yara.
saying.
Yeah, I
Yes,
I
work for the.
yes.
understand.
You
Yeah, I
know,
work for the
sa.neter's humor
department.
is incredible, right?
Son, he's
I work for
philosophize,
the.
man. Let him
What are we
philosophize.
talking about?
Sister Genesis. I see you down that pieces. And Elder Zaquan as well, Keon, and Dazali. I work for the Department of Children and Family Services for years, right? And so, although I understand that there's a system that has been created out of this child support thing, and possibly for it, that is not in the favor of the father. It's very rare that it goes that way. I mean, the mother would usually have to have nothing going on for herself for them to take away custody from her in that type of situation. And the reason why I brought up Department of Children and Family Services because a lot of children do not receive support from their fathers. And I've seen situations where the father wasn't away, as far as in another state or another city. I had a father that known he had children, 2 and 3 families.
So, Elder Yara, let me ask you. I'm sorry to cut you, but let me ask you. Are you in favor of the child support system, or are you against the child support system?
I'm against the child support system, but I'm in favor of child support.
Okay, I like that. I like
Yeah.
that. I like that. Hey, let me ask you, Paulina. You hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Do you do shows?
I do. I used to do shows a lot. I
Would
did.
you like to speak to the sisters? Because I would love to bring you on and give you a show.
I would.
Let you speak
Yes,
to the
sa.neter. You put it together. I definitely, and I know that there are some women watching me now. I see you, Helena. Thank you so much. I see you texting me. I know there are some women listening, and like I said, my voice is to the women. You can't give excuses to me because I had every adverse circumstance that came my way,
All right.
and it wasn't right. And
All
so
right.
I
Now
need
hold
y'all
on,
to
Paulina.
understand. We got to own it.
Hold on, Paulina.
Yes.
You see where it says 7 people? 7 people on the stream right there on the side, on the right?
Yes.
Give me
I
your
believe so.
email. Put your email there so I can contact you, or your number. Either one would do.
Okay, I will.
And then that way I can have contact with you.
Yeah, that's
And then
perfect.
I can let you know we can schedule a show for the women only. Not only for the women, but the women come in, and of course the brothers don't want to hear what you got to say
from
as
their
well.
perspective. Yes,
Right.
yes.
Okay. So Elder Yara, go ahead. I didn't want to cut you. I just want to make sure I get her information.
No problem.
Thank
No
you,
problem
Senator.
at all.
Yes.
No problem at all, man. It's a good thing to hear from our sister's perspective more. So yeah, again, man. Like I said, I work for the Department of Children and Family Services. I've seen a lot of children with fathers, like who were literally down the block and around the corner from them, known for years, would come by, and still have access to the kids and different things like that, but no form of support, giving them $1 here, $5 here, and not saying he's not doing what he can, but support comes in a lot of different ways. But specifically in this country, it's about the dollars. So, but it's not made for us. A lot of child support money goes to pay judges. That is almost recent information in the news now. It goes to pay judges like overtime and bonus checks and different things like that. So as long as that's part of the system, getting rid of child support is going to be something very difficult to do.
All right. Let me bring on Genesis. Genesis, what's up?
Hey, so I want to give like my own personal account of how I ended up with a child support situation. Because I never ever thought I would. I really fought against it. I had so much going on that I was like, no, I don't want to do that. But let me just give the background. So when I was growing up, like about in my teens, right, in that childbearing age, what happened is my aunties brought me to the side sat me down, and what they told me was, listen, don't have a child before 30. Now listen, when I tell this to people that's in the red pill, they're like, they said, don't have a child before 30. Get your education before you have a child, and make sure that you're able to take care of everything on your own. Do not. And these are people that are from like that era where like it was 100% reliant on them, right? So all these women were relying on their husbands 100%. And so I believe that they told me this because they were like, okay, don't do that, right? So what happened is that, I did that. My whole 20s, I went through my whole 20s, and I said, okay, I'm 30 now, I want to have a child. So I had my first child. Her father unfortunately passed away. Then I had my second child at the age of 40, right? And it was planned by me, not necessarily planned by the father. So what happened is that because we were like hanging out, hooking up, whatever, but I was like, you know what? I'm not gonna like do abortion. I told him that. I said, I'm not gonna abort my child. I'm not gonna do this, right? So he probably didn't want it because he had another child on another girlfriend, whatever. So what happened is that, and let me tell you something about women, right? So a woman, so she actually said, when my child was born, I'm not fixing to compete with no newborn baby. Okay. And this guy was such a weak ass dude that he was like, okay, you know what I'm saying? And so he did a DNA test and this, that, the other. I was like, okay, well, if you want to do you know that you're the one. I'm not like a whore. I'm not going out here doing this. Well, guess what? We had to do a DNA test, but guess who had to pay for it? When I had to file for like food stamps, guess who they paid for it, right? Because when you file for food stamps, they pay for it. He didn't pay for it. He didn't pay for it when I was pregnant. He didn't pay for it when I was out. So when I ended up on food stamps, and guess what? Who paid for it? Because you have to get like the child's father get food stamps. So now he ends up on child support. That's another thing that people don't even realize. Just if the woman is suffering and struggling, then guess who has to? That's what they're gonna do. They're gonna make you do a DNA test, and they're gonna like go ahead and file child support on you. I was never trying to file child support on this guy ever, but he had a woman in his ear. Hey, woo, and he was listening to her. Next thing you know, he's on child support. So it's a lot of these women out here that are like being bitchs that are like, oh, whatever, and they get their own dude on child support because they know that the guy has another woman pregnant, and they'll like be like, oh, whatever. They don't want to compete with another woman's child or whatever. And so now it's a matter of, okay, well, I'm on food stamps right now, so I have to like do something because I just had a baby. I'm not able to work. So guess what I have to do? I have to like go and get help from the government because he's not here with me. Whatever, he's with you, but I'm getting help from the government. And so what they do is they put child support on you. So it's not like that the woman is like always like putting child support on the man, doing this against the man. They just might go to get some help, and they make you do that. You know what I'm saying? So I want to like actually talk about to that aspect of that. It's not necessarily like these women are just so evil trying to put the child support on the man. It's like you go to get like some help, get some services, get some assistance. And they say, listen, you have to like tell us who the child's father is. And then they make them do a DNA test. Then they put child support on the father. So let's talk about that.
And Genesis, thank you for that, because I have a question. Now, just going through your experience. Now, if you could do that all over again, would you do it that way?
Absolutely not. Absolutely.
Exactly.
But you know what?
This is what I'm saying about
you never know
transparency. Yes, yeah. Because if we start sharing these stories with younger girls, they won't see this fake glorification of being a baby mother, right? We will be more present and aware in our life and the decisions we make to be intimate with someone. And I get it. We all got different experiences that, men, I'm gonna tell you, y'all powerful. A good woman, oh my God, she love a man that
Well, hold
have
on.
that,
Let
as
me
they say,
explain
that
this about
mouthpiece that can
what.
say it. We gonna
Yeah.
fall for it. But
Let
we
me
have to
explain this about
also,
planned
yeah,
baby,
go
right?
ahead.
Because they're in the comments, planned baby.
Yes.
What I
Okay.
say is that if I get pregnant again, I am not going to abort the child. That's what I meant by planned. I mean that if I'm hooking up or whatever happened, caught in the bus, whatever, I'm not killing the baby. You know what I'm saying? And I've killed plenty of babies. I'm not gonna lie by myself. You know what I'm saying?
When
I have done that. Let me just be honest. And plenty of women out here have done that. And I said, you know what? I'm in my 40s. I'm not gonna do that again. I'm not gonna keep going and doing that. And when I found I was pregnant, I said, you know what? I'm not killing this baby. And so it was like a thing like, okay, listen, I'm not gonna do that. And that's it. So, of course he was like, he didn't want to be responsible. Okay, fine, but you know what happened. So what we was doing, you know what I'm saying? So okay, it is what it is. And then the baby come and now you got like, oh, okay, now I'm back with the girlfriend, whatever you want to
All
be with.
right, all right. Genesis, let me bring on Apostle. Apostle, can you hear me?
But I'm not really trying to like, I mean, I don't care about my business being out. It is what it is.
I can't hear you, Apostle. We can't hear you. For some reason, you got the mic hooked up in the wrong hole. That's what it is, brother.
Right. I'm letting people know what really happens out here though. This type of stuff happens. I don't care about if it makes me look bad. This happens. This is the real life. This is real life. And he's been doing better now. He pays his child support, and he might not be all the way in her life. He might be more for the other, but it's okay. You know what I'm saying? He pays his child support, but the bottom line is that I would never have filed child support on him. I would have never did that. But the government, what they do is when you're like down and out, they will file it on them. And then now what? Then what happens? So people get mad, like looking at the woman like we're just filing child support on these niggas. But at the end of the day, it's the government because when you because they're not trying to like step up and do what they're supposed to do, then you have to like get some help. And guess what? That's what happens. So why you get mad at the woman?
Right. See, that's exactly what I was talking about. What about the brothers that's not handling their business? So it leaves the woman to do what she got to do. And that's what I'm talking about, man, because I've seen it many times where brothers get these young girls pregnant and they break out on them. They leave on them and they got another woman. I've seen it. Now, I'm not saying all men do that because every time I say that, it's always the brother, man, nah, that ain't true. Brother, I'm not speaking about you then. I'm not talking about you. You handling your business. That's a good thing. That's
Right.
a good
Correct.
thing. But I'm talking about those who this shoe fits, Let's welcome King to the platform. King, what's up, man? You got something you want to say on this issue?
Yeah, brother, man. By the way, I don't know why you ain't been popping on my YouTube lately. I haven't watched you in about a year, man. But y'all had put me on to Zaryak and whatnot. But what y'all talking about, I got something to say because I just got custody of my daughter.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And it's the opposite of what, you know what I mean, Miss Lady is saying, all due respect, you know what I'm saying? But all men ain't like that. I mean, what about the women that do things like what I'm going through? Like she hit my daughter with a can. I had to call CPS on it. Now I got custody of my daughter. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's like I don't like men to get bashed and I don't like women to get bashed, but we're gonna have to keep it even. You know what I'm saying? Like I notice men don't get a lot of respect out here as being fathers. My father passed when I was 14 years old, you know what I'm saying? So I can't sit there and use the thing that they be using. Oh, my dad wasn't there or whatnot. My dad wasn't able to be here, but he would have been there. He taught me how to fish and all that, But as far as what y'all talking about, and I just jumped in like not even 20 minutes ago, maybe 10 minutes ago, and all I heard was kind of like stating about the child support and all that. I'm still getting child support to the mama, and she ain't had my daughter since November.
Well, you still giving up child support, but you got custody of the child.
Yeah, they waiting on they say that they gotta wait on the court papers for everything to go through. and they still yanking that money out of my check and giving
Yeah,
it
but
to
they're
her.
gonna reimburse you. They're gonna reimburse you. Keep your records. Keep your records. Keep your records. Because they're gonna
Okay.
reimburse you all that money. She's gonna be responsible to pay you back that money, the time frame that you had the baby in custody. So I applaud you
I
for
mean, it
getting
depends.
custody of your child. That's amazing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And then old boy said he said it depends on your state. I couldn't barely hear it. I don't know why it's so
Now, I
low because I
was
got y'all on speaker.
my fault. Yeah, I was just saying it's not back child support, is it?
Well, I do got some back child support, and I don't mind if they keep taking that.
Okay,
But
yeah,
don't the
Yeah,
whole
that'll
thing
be
is they take them they adding it on they still giving old girl money. Matter of fact, she called me 2 weeks ago and had nerve to say, "Oh, can I borrow some money?" And I know you still paying child support.
yeah, nah.
Well,
But
Can I
she
say
ain't
something
even
real
called
quick
and
though?
checked on her daughter or nothing.
well, in order for her to ask you, can she borrow money? Evidently, y'all still cool, brother. That's all right, man.
No, that's just me
Bro, it's
being
cool,
nice.
Borrow
baby
the
mama.
money, man. Let her
No,
borrow.
it ain't no we
See, I'm
can't be
telling
cool,
y'all,
man.
they be trying to make it seem like black men
Let her,
ain't this
let her
loving
borrow
and
the money,
giving, but
brother.
they
Come on,
are.
man.
They
No,
are.
it's just me being nice because I know her situation. She in treatment now. She lost all her kids. She got 3 kids, 3 different baby daddies.
Come on.
Oh
You know what I'm
man.
talking about? So
See?
it's a big thing. It ain't none of that just old regular ghetto stuff because I wasn't one of those. I was one of those. I waited until I was 34 to have a kid. You understand me?
Mhm.
So I was hoping that everything would be right, but I was still going through hood stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like once them
Yeah.
police killed Philando, that's my cousin here in Minnesota. I moved around from the city. I don't live in the city no more.
Orlando, that was on the news. That was a big thing.
Yeah, Philando, right before George Floyd.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Right before
Orlando
George
County, you're
Floyd, man.
right.
We kicked it on my porch was my porch was the spot where all the homies come and hang at. You know,
Mhm.
we drink and smoke and do our thing, man. I know y'all don't promote that type of stuff, but that was the life I was living. You know what I'm saying?
Right, brother. Yeah.
And can I also say something about these abortions, bro? Because what happens is the moment a man gets a woman pregnant, the first thing that they want to do is be like, "Oh, well, what you gonna do about it then?" You know what I'm saying? What you about to do about it then? Like, bro, what? You know what I'm saying? Now they'll be doing it all, doing it, getting all good, but then when you get pregnant, now what you fixing to do about it? What do you mean? Now, then, if you say I'm not fixing to let this vacuum cleaner go up into my womb and remove the baby, now it's like, oh, now you violating that. Okay, so
Nah, me personally.
we need to really like talk about that because I've seen somebody get in this comment and say, well, how many abort? I had 3. And you know why? Because
Ooh.
the person that I was with that I thought that I was like loving and what's that whatever. And when I got pregnant, was like, oh, so what you fixing to do about it though? What's going on with that though? With these men that when they want to lovey dovey you, it's cool, but then when you get pregnant, it's like what you fixing to do about it? And then now you got to walk to the clinic and get a vacuum shoved up your uterus. My thing is that these men need to actually like start like taking responsibility for what they saying to these women and make them even
See,
give
that's
get
Well,
what
get
made
their
me hop in
feelings,
this.
bro.
Genesis, I will
That's
say
a
this.
That's
narrative.
what made me hop in this
Hold on.
conversation. She
Hold on.
saying these men.
Hold on.
Go
I will
ahead.
No,
say this,
not these
Genesis.
women be like they in their 20s, right?
Hold on, Genesis. I will say this to you, Genesis. I don't
Yes.
agree with abortion, but I do agree with you making your own decision. That is
Decision.
your
I
choice.
agree. Yeah.
That's
All
what
of
I
my
agree with.
abortions were in my 20s, and I like listen. I didn't even lose my virginity till I was 18. All right, so and they were in early 20s. So my only guys I was ever pregnant by were guys I thought I loved, and I thought they loved me, right? So therefore, I didn't know the difference between a love and not love. You know what I'm saying? This is the thing that people, and then people in the red pill will say, "Well, choose better men." But okay, if I aborted every child that I've ever been pregnant by, it would be at least about 6 children.
Mm-hmm.
Three I've actually aborted, and 3 I've had. Okay, 6 children. This is the thing that people are not even realizing is that the birth rate is going down, and these Planned Parenthoods are now because they like pop, they like stopped them, but they were popping up everywhere. These men don't even realize that. Okay, when you say So what you fixing to do about it? Then all you are doing is saying you about to like get that vacuum. You know what I'm saying? They don't
Oh,
even realize what a woman have to
I
do.
want to speak on that because you say these
I
men. So it does go. It's obviously you're choosing the wrong men because these men handle their business. It sounds like you was messing with boys.
mhm.
Of course, I'm in my 20s. They're boys,
Oh,
but who's teaching them?
you're still you in your 20s. I ain't had
I
my
was
first
in my
until I was
20s.
34,
Nah,
Okay,
and I
but I was
wasn't
in my
messing around.
20s.
I
I
knew
was.
better
Oh,
because
so
my
you were a
sister had her
virgin till
first
you
one
were
when she
30.
was
So
15.
were you a virgin all the way to your
Mm.
30s? Was you a virgin all the way to your 30s? You don't know how many women you got pregnant up to your 30s.
Yes, I do.
That got rid of that baby, and you didn't even know it.
Yes, I do. I promise you
I
that.
I disagree. I disagree. Coming from a woman's
Well,
perspective,
you
I
can
know a lot of
disagree, but I know
women.
the truth.
I know a
You know
lot
what I
of
mean?
women who have had
If I
secret
was running
abortions and
around
never
like a
let the man
jackrabbit,
know. But you
I
would
would have
know
had
if,
kids before 34.
well, no, I didn't say that you were running around. I was just saying that from a female's perspective, there are a lot of women who have had abortions and did not let the man know that she was expecting.
Straight up, for real.
Yeah, that's why I think it's very dangerous for us to sit up here and try to categorize people's lives. Like, I mean,
Yeah,
everybody
you
goes
can't
through stuff,
like, yeah,
so it's like
everyone
it's
goes through
very
things,
dangerous, you
and
know.
I'm with Genesis in that the younger you are, and we hope that as you get older, you mature, but the younger you are, we just not aware. This is the identity crisis that we miss as a people. We're not aware of ourselves. We're not loving ourselves. So we can't spot if a person is not truly in love with us,
Paulina,
right?
listen, I killed my kids because I was afraid what my family would think about me getting pregnant
Yeah,
in my 20s.
yeah,
I
yeah,
did that because I said, man, what am I gonna look like? They look at I'm supposed to be the one that does something with her life. So I did
yeah.
that. People don't even understand the pressure that people even put on their.
I understand that pressure. I was 15 years old. I was a varsity cheerleader, honor student, just finished president of my class. And then I got to let my entire family know that I'm pregnant. I know. And when I found out I was pregnant, I was 4.5 months pregnant. And, my father, I was a daddy's girl. I was like devastated. I didn't want to tell my dad. I didn't want to tell my
Listen, if
grandparents.
you had found out at
But that
2 months, at
pressure,
one
and then
month, you think you would have had that
I was
baby,
in
please?
church. I was in church, so I understand that pressure. But I thank God to this day, my family did not allow me to have an abortion, because I was, considering it. I
It
wanted it because
stays
I'm like,
with
oh my
you.
God, I don't
It
know what I
definitely
need to
stays
do.
with you.
But I thank God that is I didn't have to go through that, because I know that is very, a difficult. And I had 3 pregnancies, and I have 4 adult children, because one of my pregnancies was a set of twins. And so, I just thank God that, I did not have to go through that, because I know that is very hurtful to experience, and the residue that it leaves. So I'm sorry you had to make those hard
Yeah, 6
decisions.
pregnancies, 1 died, and 2 lived, and 3 abortions. And I'm gonna tell you this is that it's not fun. It's not something. It's not cool. And
That
when
not.
guys, and you know what, I'm gonna tell you this: if anyone young listening to this is watching this, and you
Yes,
get a woman pregnant, that's the worst thing you could do is tell her to go to a clinic, because let me tell you, you don't even know
I
what's gonna
agree.
happen. That
I
thing,
agree.
that is the worst thing ever, because it's awful. And that will sit with that woman for the rest of her life. I have fibroids right now. I believe that fibroids are
Mm,
something that happens to women that have abortion.
mm.
If I could jump in, hi everyone.
Hello.
Hey, I'm loving all the sisters coming through. Yes, yes.
Yeah, hi, my name is Nessa. I just wanted to add, thanks sa.neter for letting me on. Um, Another aspect to this. I don't know if that brother is still on here. The one I think he worked for enforcement. Um, but I just wanted to give another reason, and I don't know if the ladies touched on it. With my experience with my first marriage, uh, so we got married at 20 years old. I was 20, he was 24, and we had our first child. It was both of our first child, and everything was good until it got abusive. and it got very abusive. So when I finally left, and we got our divorce, and somebody in the chat or maybe somebody in the panel could correct me if I'm wrong, but at least based off of my research, in most states, a divorce requires, there's child support paperwork that's baked into the divorce, because
Yeah.
the judge wants to know that the child is going to be taken care
That's
of.
correct.
So they work out the time sharing, so nobody has to fight over how often they have the kids. That's worked out in there.
Yep.
The child support is worked out in there. I know in the state of Florida and in most red states, and I would say even most blue states, from what I've seen, they they look at both parents' income and determine child support based off of that. So if, let's say, if the woman's making $100K a year and the guy's making $60K a year, she is required to carry whatever the heavier load based off of what they calculate is that this is the amount that would be used for the child. They take both
Yep, that's
incomes
correct.
and they determine.
Dual income
So
states.
this don't even have to do with who's going to have the child. The majority of the time, it's just they look
That's
at
correct.
both incomes
That's correct.
and they come up with a number. And they might say, okay, both of you guys make 175K together. We've determined that you would spend about $1,500 a month on this child. And I'm just saying 1,500, that's a higher number because it's 175K together. And then they'll say, when they look at who makes more money, they'll say, okay, you who make more money, you have to carry 60% of this load and the other person has to carry 40% of the load. And if the person who makes more money is the custodial parent, then it benefits the non-custodial parent a little more because they don't have to carry as much of the load. So whatever the difference is from that, whatever 40% of that is what the other person would pay in child support. And if you outweigh the other person so much financially, you may find that you can end up paying child support even as the custodial parent. And that's like if it's really
That's what I'm
lopsided.
saying. That's what I'm saying.
So you could be the
It
custodian,
don't
and that
benefit the kid.
that happens a lot, especially. So I was in corporate America for
Yes.
about 17 years, and so for a lot of like my friends and associates, when they went through their divorce process and they made, maybe their husbands were like blue collar, and once they baked in their your yearly bonuses in corporate, they baked in everything. They're like, well, he's only responsible for 5%. And it could be the other way around if it's the man who is the custodial, or if he's outweighing her that much financially. Anyways, back to my situation. So in my divorce, with my first husband, it was determined that he was supposed to pay, I think it came out to like $240 a month. Now, enforcement is not involved, but there is court documents because it's baked into the divorce. And so when, once we're divorced and we're living our separate lives, I just told him, well, just, give me whatever you can. I didn't even really care like what was in there. And he just became like, every month it was like a reason why he would not be able to do something. And then he's also trying to get back with me. Once he realized that we weren't going to like try again, it became this well, if I'm not with you, I'm not sleeping with you. Whoever it is that you with is sleeping with, they need to take care of the baby. I'm not doing anything for you because you don't want to be with me.
Wow.
And that is
That's
something
true too.
that
That's true too.
happens a lot, even in prior generations, where if a man didn't have sexual access to the woman anymore, he would use like money as the leverage. So that's something that's been happening since the 50s, the 60s, the 70s. And that's the whole Papa was a Rolling Stone type of thing as well. So with him, he didn't want to do anything. So for many years, Like I waited or whatever, or just, just live my life doing, what it is that I need to do, going to school, getting into corporate America. And here it is, there's this court order, but there's no enforcement. And he never gave me a dime. And I remember probably about 2 years later, I had a conversation with him at his mom's house. He wasn't living there, and he's not a bum. Um, I had a conversation with him at his mom's house because she still had a relationship with our daughter. Though when he said that he wasn't going to do anything for her, let somebody else take care of her, he was dead serious about that. Because even with her visiting grandma on a regular basis, he still wouldn't do anything for her. So, long story short, about it wasn't until our daughter was almost 10 years old, so this is like 8 years later, and I had a health issue. So I had a health issue. I wasn't working as much. And I told him, I was like, look, you gotta like do something because it's a lot. You know, I have a lot of allergies. She was premature. So she's in college now, but she still suffered with a lot of issues, with her lungs and everything from being such a preemie. And anyway, it wasn't until then that I said, you know what? I'm gonna go to enforcement because I need the help. And he was working, making decent money and everything. And it wasn't until we went to our first hearing, and they told him, they're gonna purge for $800 right now. And that $800, I kid you not, in 8 years was the first any kind of amount of money, period, that I had ever received from him. And I believe it was like almost a year later they started taking something that it added up.
You went out. You went out, sis.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask you something too.
I'm sorry, you can hear me?
Yes, I hear you now.
Oh, okay. And they added an extra $60 for the arrears. So it turned into $300 a month. He paid that for I would say almost 10 months, something like that. And then he started doing like under the table stuff. And I already knew what it was because his family has a business that does really well. So he could work for the family. That was something that he did even while we were married. And they pay pretty well too. I think he was making like close to $2,000 a week through the family company. But this is all under the table. So at this point, there's no child support coming in. Now my daughter is in college. He kept it like that all the way to the point that our daughter became an adult. Now that our daughter is in college, she has the child support card. $138 shows up on there every month. So I say that to say, let's not forget, and that's why I wanted the guy who worked for enforcement, I was hoping he was still on here, that a long time ago, before the child support system came in place, there were a lot of men that leveraged sexual access to providing financial support. And that's something that we can't forget. And so I experienced that even with the marriage.
Well, that's called a pimp and a hoe, to keep it 100. But yeah, I want to ask you something as far as that because I'm going through the opposite because I'm dealing with a woman where I've been taking care of my daughter since she was born. I was there. I held her the first day, everything. She's born a day after me. But I moved them down here to where I'm at, and she got down here and found out some people from the city or whatnot, and started running wild, and took my daughter back up to. I'm making it quick. Took my daughter back up to Minneapolis, and we're at this point to where now I got custody of my daughter because she been turned out. Y'all know what that means. But yeah, it's just totally different. And I'm wondering why am I still paying her child support?
Well, have you addressed that with the child support system yet?
Yeah, they told me I had to go to family court.
Yeah, that's
Got to
what
go
I
to
had to
family
do.
court, but then the child support lady, she said, because I told her she hadn't, because it's all on record. I told her, hey, my daughter's mom hasn't had my daughter since November, and y'all been taking money out my check every 2 weeks.
It's probably not for her, to be honest. Like for instance, like for example, for me, I even throw myself out there. Altogether, I owe $8,000 in back child support for just altogether.
Yep,
It's
yep. That's
split.
it's about the same. It's about the same with me, bro. Because
Okay.
they ended up kicking me with the hospital bill
Yeah,
of
yeah.
her being
So
her
usually
being
it's
born and
split. It's
whatnot.
usually hold on. It's usually split down into the amount of money you owe for the parent or towards the parent, and then the amount of money you actually owe towards the state. Mine's is split 6,000 for the state, 2,000 for the parent. So even if at least this is what I would think. Even if you get custody, you would still have to pay that amount back to the state. If it's set up that way, it just depends on how it's split up. So that's regardless. Like I said, even if you get custody, I would think.
All right. Well, it was still like I said, she hit me up the other day, last week. So she let it be known she's still getting money coming in.
Do y'all have custody paperwork like on paper?
No, we still going through the courts. It's been 3 different hearings. It ain't even no set like for what she's charged with. Like, man, she's charged with a whole bunch. What she done did, she done popped that thing. She with her new baby in her arms, so endangerment to a child. Then plus her hitting my daughter.
How old
And
is
her,
the baby you have with her? I'm sorry.
she's 6 years old.
Okay, so she's in school. You're the registered parent. So
No, no,
give me
no.
just give me.
I literally just got her. I just got my daughter March 1st. Matter of fact, February 27th. My daughter just moved officially with me, and the court allowed that because I was just waiting. I would have got it in November, but I was waiting to switch my work shift so I can take my daughter to school back and forth. You know what I'm saying?
Well, what I'm just going to tell you because I help my brothers and a couple of family members with their child support and custody issues finish the family court process.
It's
It's
her
not
right here.
that nobody is
She laying right
doesn't
here.
have to go through
Yeah,
that
there she
process.
go. There go the baby.
She right here next to me.
A beautiful baby. But what
Nice,
I'm saying
baby.
is nobody is like doesn't have to go through the process. I had to go through the process. I'm a woman. I
Yeah,
had to deal with the process. And I know a lot of men hate administrative work, hate paperwork. That's a
yeah, yeah.
natural thing. That's why women usually go into fields with a lot of administrative work. But finish your family court process. Get it on paper. You have custody of your child. Registered at your address. The doctor address is your address. Finish it. Whatever amount of time.
What they saying though? What they're saying is they gotta wait until I get the official court documents. Which, like I was saying, we still got another hearing. This
Yeah.
the third. This the third hearing because
Yeah.
they was waiting on me to get my to switch my job over. But matter
And
of
that's a
fact,
good
look,
thing
this
that
how
you
dirty they
finish.
are. They tried to play me and say I wasn't adjudicated as the father.
So it's a good thing that you got everything in order. And I'm just telling like don't just give up in the middle of the process.
Oh
I
no,
didn't
that's
give
not
up in
happening.
the middle of my process. I know you had 3 hearings already. Finish it out and get it on wax. You're the
Yeah,
custodial parent. Get it on paper. She doesn't even have that paper. Get it on paper and
I'm
then
waiting on the court.
yeah.
They said I gotta wait on this next court hearing to show that my daughter moved with me now. Which I already got her in school and everything down here where I'm at. Yeah, everything's already taken care of. And you know them lawyers, they happy as hell. They like, oh Darius, you done made our job way easier. You did everything you was supposed to do. Like, man, what the hell you thought I was gonna do? Let my daughter sit there and rot with her mama?
Hell no. I feel
Yeah,
you.
On real
you're
talk
doing
though,
the
bro,
right
she out
thing.
there doing meth and doing all the crazy stuff and letting off
So
the
wait, are you
pistol and
saying
stuff.
she
You know
got
what I'm saying?
locked up? Are you saying she got locked up?
Yeah, she got locked up, bro. Like I used to get my daughter every weekend, and one weekend when I was bringing her back to Minneapolis, I couldn't get in touch with her mama. So I hit all the, if you from the hood, you hit the county, you hit the jail and whatnot, and you see you check on your peoples basically and ask them if certain people is locked up or whatnot. So I just hit the roster. She in there for letting off that pistol. You know what I'm saying? Like doing too much, doing way too much. Thank God my daughter was here when she did it, but her other daughter, her newborn, was there at her house, so she got that on her record now too.
Yeah, I was just making sure because I think people in the chat was thinking you were saying that she was twerking with the daughter in her hand. I'm like, nah, I think you meant
No,
shooting.
she was letting off that pepper.
Yeah, okay. Just making sure.
Yeah, she
But
a felon. I ain't no felon. You know what I'm saying? Like it's fucked up. Excuse my language.
That's a sad comment on the screen. I feel for you. And yeah, there's no profanity, brother. But do not use profanity and say I'm sorry. You can't use it. Don't use it. I appreciate it, brother.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah,
Right? Yes, sir. Let me go to my man, Asar. Asar's in the building. What up, Asar?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Peace. How you doing, Sal?
Good, man. What's happening?
I want to say peace to you, peace to everybody in the panel, and peace to everybody in the chat. This discussion is very important. It's one that we should have regularly in our community. And if you could talk about issues like this in politics, it would help our community more because a lot of people listen to what the information that's on your show. So it's very important, your channel. But I want to address, because I was on earlier and I heard Captain Tazoriak talking about abandoning his children because baby mamas aren't acting right.
Let's get into some of that too.
And what he fails to understand is he's fallen for the psychological warfare that they set up the system to do for black men to abandon their children.
Man.
It doesn't matter how frustrated you get at your baby mama or whatever tactics she may use through the system. You don't abandon your children because even if she's doing all of that stuff and you still there for your child and you fighting for your child is going to remember that. So whatever she's saying to your child or whoever at that time, as long as you keep being there for your children are going to remember that. Because I was in a position like that myself with my daughter.
He's right, man. I'm going through it right now, brother.
And when you know, to say that, well, talk to your mama while I wasn't around, that's a cop-out. Because you're responsible for being in your child's life. No woman should not control if you're in your child's life or not. And if there's certain situations where you have supervised visits, then there's something that the court saw that warranted that. But you can work to get unsupervised visits, and to blame women because women do use the system to their advantage. Some of them, not all of them. Majority of them don't, in my opinion. I'm with you, Sa. I believe it's 80% of black men are out here taking care of their kids. As a matter of fact, I saw Oprah Winfrey talk about most men that she was on a platform, I forget which one. This was years ago. Most men in America who take care of their children and have more closer relationships with their children are black men out of all the races. So we do that. But we can't let the system convince us psychologically that we can abandon our children and to blame the mothers. That's a cop-out. That's a sucker way.
Yes, I agree.
You know what I'm saying?
And then I disagree with my captain, man. He said he'll wait until they get 18 to jump back into their life. By that time, brother, there's so much resentment, so much hatred. You have
100%.
The child have every right to say, and we hear it all the time. Where the hell was you when I needed you? Where was
Exactly.
you? You never came to my graduation. You never came to
Exactly.
my playoff game. Nothing. You was never there for me. So the child have every right to say that. I've seen it many times. So I
Yeah.
disagree with my captain on that right there.
Yeah. He was totally.
Yes, you next. Apostle.
Yeah, I hear echo.
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead. I just paused the apostle.
Okay. Yeah, but Tazaryak was totally off base with that. That was a horrible message he was sending out to our community and to our men. And I'm glad that you combated that. And I had to put that information out there because it was totally wrong. I mean, children will always remember, no matter what's said, children will always remember what happened in their lives, when you were there, when you weren't.
Facts.
And when they get older, then you can give them some context and be like, okay, that's why when you was at the door, mom wouldn't let you in because she was tripped. You know what I'm saying? They'll have more understanding knowing when you tried versus if you was never there.
And Nassar, you know how dangerous that is? Because you now allowing someone else to shape and mold your child, your brain. Like when they getting into any kind of trouble, they need someone to talk to them and let them know, no, that's not right. This is what you do. You know, stuff like that. You don't wait until they get 18. It might be too late.
There might be dysfunction with the mother and the mother's family.
Then.
Right? There might be dysfunction with the mother and the mother's family that you can save your child from. Because I've experienced that with my own daughter.
Mm-hmm.
How her grandmother was verbally abusing her every chance she got.
And then, you know what we be fighting? You got to worry about all the pedophiles that's out there. You know?
100%.
Your daughter's not, or your son is not involved around none of that stuff. You got to protect that. But anyway, let me go to Apostle.
I want to say I want to ask one question. What if your daughter's gifted? What if she's highly gifted and becomes like a Beyonce, right? It becomes like a star, right? And now what? If she thinks of you in this way and then you come around, is she going to trust you? That's another
Most
thing.
of them don't.
People always want to think about if the child is bad, but what if the child is great? LeBron James level great, right? And
where was your influence in that? That's another thing for the parent. If your child turns out great and you had no influence, I mean, you shouldn't share in their greatness, in my opinion.
All right, let me get on over to Apostle Saquon. What's up, Apostle? You unmuted. I can't hear you, Apostle. We can't hear you. Yo, I keep telling you I need to fix your joint for you, but you never have time, bro. You got the microphone hooked up wrong. Yeah, I can't hear you, brother. You know what? Turn up. You know what I think, Apostle? I think you didn't switch your computer. Okay. Now I see.
He got a new console. He got a new console.
Everything good, but guess what? You probably didn't make the switch with your computer. You got to go into the settings of your computer and switch it to Rode. That way it's coming out of your computer into the Rode. It's coming out of Rode. Go into settings. Oh, you did that. Okay, you did that. So I don't know why I can't hear you, brother. I don't know what's going on.
He yelled too.
Apostle got a new doohickey.
Apostle, hit me up on Facebook and I will like go on live and I will walk you through setting it up. If you like hit me up on
It's my first time messing with it, and I realized I'm doing it off my phone though.
Yeah, I would Apostle, if you could probably go live on your phone so we can, at least hear you. And then we could probably help you. Well, so I could help you.
We just can't hear him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So we have better communication.
He had everything hooked up, right? I seen it when he showed it.
Yeah,
hey, sa.neter, man, we need more brothers like you. Y'all, you need to start sending some of them brothers to Minnesota, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We need some brothers like you. We didn't grow up with your type. And I was happy to run into you on YouTube, man. I learned a lot, especially messing around with y'all was talking about Captain Tazoriak. I wish I was on here when that was happening.
Yo, unsubscribe and then resubscribe because you said you ain't getting the notifications.
You know what?
Yeah.
If the Apostle goes settings and clicks on settings and make sure that the settings is choosing his sound card, it might make a difference. Like the mic in is going to his sound card.
And make sure when you subscribe, you put all, so you can
Yeah,
get
Yeah,
all
you
the
got to hit that
notifications.
bell.
yeah.
Yeah, hit that bell, hit all, because that's how you get the notifications for
All
sure.
right, while we waiting, let me show y'all what we got coming up. I'm gonna come to you, Elder Suntan. I see you, brother. Let me let y'all know what we got coming up. It's the debate weekend coming up. The first one, Saturday, we got is salvation for the Jews only, or the Jews and Gentiles. That's coming up. And then right after that, this Saturday, that's going to be at 8 o'clock sharp. And then right after that, the next day, which is on a Sunday, we got Elder Yara. There's going to be a fight for Elder Yara. We got this brother right here, Brother Reginald, going up against Elder Yara. You cannot prove that Jesus Christ existed without using the Bible. So Elder Yara can't use the Bible. He's going to have to go into chronology and history, right? And Jesus does not exist outside of the Bible, only inside the Bible. He's going to have to deal with that. And right after that, we ain't get the date for this yet, but this is coming up with Captain Tazariak going up against Pastor Manning. Was the birth of Jesus Christ a miracle birth, or is Joseph the father? So we got the debate coming up. Make sure y'all subscribe to the Debate Coliseum, the HOK Coliseum. Can any one of my Mars drop that Coliseum link in there, please? I need my Mars to drop the Coliseum link so y'all can get ahead and get the. That's the
Elder
debate.
Yahweh's gonna get beat up so bad about that. He gonna have to throw in the towel. He gonna be in that corner getting beat down.
Say that again, sis.
I was just saying, can I say something before I drop off?
Yes, go ahead.
So real quick, just with what Tazariak said, like I agree that is dangerous rhetoric to just be like, well, baby mama full of drama, F them kids until they 18. I know he
That's
ain't say it
crazy.
like that, but that's what it translates to, at least in my mind. But I want to say this. I know going through the process, anytime you're dealing with the government, it's always a lot of paperwork with everything. And with the court system, there's always a lot of paperwork. And I know it's annoying. But for your child, it's worth it. For example, I'm in the middle of a civil case with BMW right now from a truck that I bought from them, a pre-owned lease. Come to find out, the person who had it before me was drifting the car. So the car got like a $30,000 issue. But anyway, I have been to court 4 times already, and it's going to be at least 3 more court dates, if not more. I've been in litigation with them for a year now. And of course, I'm not going to give up on this case because there's a 6-figure check waiting for me at the end of it. Now, anybody that's going through a civil suit, you're not going to drop out of that suit if you know there's a big check waiting for you at the end. It shouldn't have to take a huge check waiting for you at the end of going to court, whether it's 6 times, 5 times, 8 times, for you to actually finish the process. I think your child is worth more than that, right? 100 times in an infinity worth more than that. So the same way we would all be motivated to finish out a civil case, if you know you got 200K that's going come in your pocket at the end of it or whatever, I think we could do that for our children. So this idea of just walking away because you don't want to go through the paperwork is insane. And then the last thing I was gonna say, and I'm gonna put the chat in the back. The KC, I think it's KC something foundation, but I'm gonna put the link in the back chat, and sa.neter, if you want to post it in the main chat, it's up to you. But they did a study on it based off of the U.S. Census, and I think it said something like 40% of Black single parents utilize the child support system, as compared to 57% of our non-Black people of this country or whatever, of white people. So they actually use the system a lot more than us when it comes to child support. And I just wanted to say that if our community, whoever the custodial parent is, mom or dad, actually saw child support as this big incentive, the numbers would not be at 40%. And you know what I mean? So, and I just want to, and I'm going to put the link in the back chat, because I just want to make sure people know I'm not speaking out of my behind. So I'll put that link in there. But thank you so much.
Can
Thank
I also
everybody
say, well,
on
before
the
you
team.
leave, Sister Nessa, I wanted to also make a point that if a woman decides to take child support off the man, do you know you can never put child support off the man again, onto the man again? That if you decide to take it off, you can't never do it again. You can't never put it back.
To take off enforcement.
Yeah, once
Yeah, to
like
take
say
enforcement. I
right.
have.
So yeah.
Yeah, I have heard about that. As far as enforcement, but the initial document for child support is really through the court order, like through family court. So that doesn't go away. But as far as going to the state and saying, hey, I want you to force this person to pay this money. Yeah, if you tell the state I don't need you to do that anymore, then you're on your own, because you guys have because what you'll have to tell them is that we're in compliance with one another, and there's no need for anyone to force this money, in my direction. So I
Speak on
have
it.
heard that before.
Now,
Right.
I think that's a
I'm gonna
good
speak.
thing.
I'm gonna speak on that too, though, because excuse me. Um, that's what I'm going through. Like I was saying, and they not even taking the child support off, but they did tell me, like, if she takes the child support off, well, she doesn't have any rights to even do that. Like, the court has to do that. So with me having full custody of my daughter right now, they was wondering if it's temporary or if it's full. And I think if I say it's temporary, well, what's the court decides that? But I think what she told me is it's going to be hard for her to put me back on child support.
Very hard. They're not going to be able to do it. So the bottom line is that, like, so there are ways that women can take it off. However, it's really a matter of, honestly, if the guy is in the child's life, right? It's not. So what happens is that the reason why child support is so substantial is because these men. Now, I'm not saying you. What'll happen is they have a child and they'll just pay into the system. But if you make an agreement with the mother and just say, "Look, I'm going to honor my agreement and I'm going to support you with this child," and she takes it off, you have to, like, people have to be able to trust that you're going to honor the agreement. Why is
Right,
it
right.
that
See,
women don't feel the trust that a
I'm
man is
trying not
going
to get off.
to fulfill the agreement? You understand what I'm saying? If
Yeah, I
Well,
understand what you're saying, but fortunately, it doesn't work like that in Minnesota. The woman has all rights. So if the woman
No, but
feels like,
you know what you can
she
do?
wants child support, like, even you say, like, basically, look, I done been in my daughter's life since she was born. I brought them all down here. Child support started when me and her broke up, and she asked for food stamps, and then they came to me. Look how dirty it is. She told me not to even sign the birth certificate. I didn't know no better. It's my first child. My mama didn't. They didn't teach me nothing. So she told me not to sign the birth certificate, so the hospital won't charge me. So I'm like, all right. I'm thinking that she got the best interest of me. You know what I'm saying? And come down to it, we moved down there. Not even a whole year. She's out. She's filing for EBT. That's what we call it here. The stamps and stuff. You know what I'm saying? And as soon as she did that, the government hit me. Oh, you got to do a DNA test.
Excuse me,
So I
brother.
Yeah,
went
Let
and
that's what
me
I
did.
was
tell
going to
you
ask you,
something.
brother.
but you can't
Let me
blame
If
let
you're
me
that
going
say
on
to do
something
her.
real
paternity
You
quick.
can't
tests
blame that on
before,
her.
you should always do a paternity test before you sign the birth certificate.
Hey, my man, let me
Always.
tell
But
you something.
I never signed it though. But then guess what's even
Y'all act like y'all can't hear me talking, man. I
Nah,
got to bring in somebody, man. Let me bring in Elder Suntan. First,
hey, how
before
y'all
we do
doing
that,
on the panel?
Suntan,
everybody.
hey, what's up? Let me see if I can hear you. Take yourself off mute, Apostle.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can hear me.
All right, I can hear you. All right, Suntan, go ahead, brother.
Oh, this real quick. I'll let Pastor go. I know he's been waiting, trying to get his joint together. What's up, Pastor? I had my son for since he been born. I was with her 5 years. I left, and now I took him when he was 7, and now he's 21. But this is what I have to tell a young man. Since you have custody, I don't care what state you is, the child support finna flip back on her, especially if she's trying to get stamped. So just keep that in mind, because it happened with me and my girl, and she come crying to me, talking about they taking $250 out of my check. You turned me in, I never did nothing. They do it by the paperwork. So if you got custody of that child, she got to pay you child support. So just don't even worry about it. Just keep taking care of your daughter, and you'll be all right. And like I said, I raised my boy. He's still with me, doing the right thing. You said the most important thing, Si. How can a man leave his child with another man or woman? I'm 65 years old. For the life of me, I can't understand. How could you put your child in so much danger? Because you don't know what this, even if they're in danger or not, you have to have a shadow over that child, whether you there with them or not. So that was very important. Si, what you said, and I sign off on that.
Yes, sir. Thank you, brother. That's real talk right there.
That's
Apostle,
very important.
Real spill.
Apostle, it's on you, brother.
All right, thanks, Suntan, man. I really appreciate that, man. What I heard Tazayak say, it really caught me off guard. I understand where it's coming from, but it caught me off guard. It's a hard stance, but these women, they will make you act like this, man. Especially when you see your money going to hair, car payments, jewelry, nightclubs, and in men's pockets. But I had to get better with it, because I had to tell myself, once I released that money, it was no longer mine to do with. I had to get right with that, because all I see her do is going to get her hair done every 2 weeks, driving big expensive cars, and still making more money than me. So, and then at the same time, turning my kids against me. So, my first home, I lived in it before she had me put out of it about a year. She said I hit her, we went to court, and they put me out of the house with a marital separation for 3 years. Within that 3 years, I hit bottom. I lost my job. I'm not going to go into a lot of details. I had a hard time letting go. The smartest thing I developed that I heard was when my sponsor told me, what is wrong with you that you love someone that don't love you?
Yeah, that's true, Apostle, and that's the only time it feels good. You know that record. It feels good, feel good, loving somebody when somebody loves you back. But when they love you back, that shit hurts, bro.
Look, it changed me, man.
Yeah.
I got married like 22. And we stayed together like 15 years. And then all of a sudden, she wanted to live her young life that she never lived. She wanted to go to happy hour Friday nights.
So take her to happy hour, brother.
Huh?
Take her to happy hour.
No. It's not. She didn't want that was the problem.
You said we
You
got
didn't want to go.
responsibility, so
We went to Atlanta. We went to Atlanta to see Washington play the Falcons. And I wanted to dominate the
Yo, back up, because you distorted. Just back up some. You don't need to.
Okay. We
Yeah.
went to Atlanta
Back
to
up,
see
bro.
the Redskins.
Back up off the phone. Yeah, right there's
We
good.
went to see Atlanta play the Redskins.
Right, you're good right there. We hear you.
We went to Dominique Wilkes nightclub to play basketball, guy, right?
Dominique
He
Wilkins.
has a nightclub in Atlanta.
Dominique Wilkins.
Dominique Wilkins. She let it. I met Moses Malone there. I was at the bar and I turned and the guy's belt buckle hit me in my eye when I turned to the side. And I looked up and it was Moses Malone.
Damn, that's how tall he was.
Now I'm 6'3".
That's how tall Moses was over you, brother?
Moses Malone is 7 foot tall.
Yeah.
So when we went on the dance floor and I got tired.
Back up.
We went on the dance floor and after about 3 records, I got tired and wanted to sit down. She didn't want to sit down. Next thing I know, her and her sister done went over to the other side of the club.
Oh man.
And they dancing with other people.
Oh man.
I asked for my coat and I told the bartender to call me a cab because I was leaving. Next thing I know, they see me walking out the door. They come running out behind me. Now, this going to be short. I got in the cab. I said, where y'all going? Her sister said, take me back to the hotel. I told the cab driver, take her back to the hotel. When we got to the hotel, I asked my wife, what was she doing? She said, I'm staying with you. I said, no, you're not. I wasn't good enough for you in the club. You're not good enough for me in this damn cab. Get your ass out, and I'll see you when I come back. She didn't do that. But I fixed her. All right? That night, when we got back to the hotel, that night, I didn't serve up my manhood that night. I don't care how she cried. I don't care how she begged. I didn't give a shit at all. I did not serve up my manhood.
You wrong, Apostle. You're wrong, man.
I know I was wrong. But it sure felt goddamn good.
You was being mean.
Yeah, you wrong, Apostle, man.
No.
You being mean.
Listen. When I realized that when I would go out with my wife and her sisters, and how when her sister's husbands wasn't there, and they were encouraging their sister to mess with other dudes, guess what?
What?
That's what they were doing when I wasn't there.
Honey, this is the worst Tyler Perry movie ever.
You know what?
No, this is facts. What are you talking
This is real shit.
No profanity.
I snatched up a DC police officer.
No profanity, Apostle. Apostle, you on mute. Nobody can hear you. No profanity, brother. No profanity.
Okay.
She was just dancing at the club, though.
A DC police officer that was sitting at the table with my wife. This is when I knew I had to get away from him. Because I was going to hurt somebody or somebody was going to hurt me.
Well, I'm glad you ain't had them 45 calibers you got in the house now.
Well, yeah, I didn't.
No, let me just ask this. So you got mad at your wife because she wanted to dance, and then her sister brought her to dance
with other men.
You didn't want to dance. Did she
with
dance
other
with other
men.
dance?
I don't mind. Listen, I don't mind my
Was
wife
she dancing with other men?
I don't mind my wife dancing with other men. But I do got a problem with her slow dragging with other men.
Hell yeah, you damn right.
She
You
was slow
damn right.
dancing
What
with
you
a
talking
dude.
about?
Right, Apostle. I'm with you on that, bro.
I do have a problem with that.
I
At
don't like her
least
dancing.
respect me that much. But see, they do that because they know you won't put your hands on them.
Right. Hell no. You're right,
Well, no, I
Apostle. I'm with
wouldn't
you.
do that. I would, if I was with a guy, I would never like be. I wouldn't even be
But see, listen,
dancing
the
or.
day she told me, I love you, but I'm not in love with you no more,
Oh man.
that day,
Oh wow.
I didn't know, it broke my heart. It
Hey,
sounds
Apostle.
idiotic.
Apostle, I feel you. I've heard that several times from women. I love you, but I'm not in love with you. You know what that means, brother.
Right.
You know
And
what
hey, look,
Yep.
I'm heard now. Come June 2nd, I will be with my second wife for 30 years.
Mm. Hey,
I don't know if y'all can see that.
Hey, before
This
you
is
do
what
that,
you can
let me do this. Hold on, Apostle, real quick, Apostle. Hold on. Let me say that I spoke with JJ a few times this month. Me and JJ go back and forth on the phone, and me and the brother, we pieced out. We spoke on the phone, and so what I did was I called up Nepal. I put him on the phone with Nepal, and he humbly apologized to Nepal on the phone today. And so the brother humbly respected and tried to give her a little respect, and he apologized to her on the phone. And that's why we got JJ here today, because them two had, he pieced out with that. And so JJ, do you want to add on to this conversation?
All right. Peace and blessings, man. I don't go by JJ. I go by Mandinka
Right,
Mama.
Mandinka. Well, everybody know you by JJ.
House of goddamn goat.
Right.
I've been on vacation.
Hey, remember I told you there's no cursing now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, man, I don't really know. I heard Apostle talking about, he was too tired to dance at the 3 songs or whatever, But you can't be too tired to slow dance. Bro, all you got to do is lean on. You could have avoided all that, sir. That's all right. But, I'm just here, man.
He's still supposed to know better. I'm not letting another man wrap me up like that in front of him.
He's supposed to go over there, but hey.
Know better, bro. If your man say I'm tired, I don't want to do it, then that's it. You done. You ain't no going to the next man doing it.
Dance in front of me while I sit down.
goddamn. Hey, you better take you some 5-hour energy or something. Ain't no getting tired.
Yeah, okay.
That was Tyler Perry level. That was Tyler Perry. I'm not gonna lie. It was Tyler Perry.
Diary of an Old Black Man. That's the name of the next movie coming out. Starring the pot. You hear me? Hey, sa.neter.
Yeah.
Man, I've been off your channel for about at least 2.5 months since the last time. Now, I'm still willing to do that debate with Anonymous Hebrew. He ain't been talking about it since I've been gone. I figured he probably debated somebody on it. Also, me and sa.neter talk. Tomorrow I will be doing a presentation on the pseudo killers and their pseudo scientific methodologies, because these brothers are out here teaching some Charles Darwin, Christopher Columbus, white fairy tales. That's what they're doing. So I got a debate coming up with one of them fellas. I ain't gonna mention his name because I said don't even mention his name. But he's pushing pseudo-scientific racism when you say Christopher Columbus came to the Americas before any African. First, what you got to do, sir, is even prove that he existed. I need to see the Nina, the Pinta, the Santa Maria. You can't even find them in a museum. They didn't sink. So where are they? How about the navigation logs, sir? Those logs are fraudulent. His diary, forged. We can't find his bones. They got him buried in 2 or 3 different sites. When you do the DNA extractions of the so-called person that they tried to connect and say that was him, it don't even connect back to the goddamn family, sir. Like I said, man, these dudes want to push this colonial European, our people, we can't do this. We had to be guided here by some guy named Christopher Columbus. Then we came here and flourished. Cedric, you're gonna have to answer. Oh, sorry, son. Sir, you're gonna have to answer about the sickle cell gene being found in America before 1492, sir. That's what you're going to do. Then I'm gonna hit him with the denomorphology, ladies and gentlemen. Don't look. God damn it, wait. Oh, sorry, sir. Wait, look. When they find, I got teeth dated back 9th, 10th, 8th century before 1492. Then I need primary sources. There's somebody who was on the ship with Christopher Columbus, sir, for you to prove that he came here before anybody. That's what you need to do before you even step up to the plate with me, sir. Because that's just, you basically might well just say, you might well be defending Santa Claus came down your chimney this year and try to prove that. Because that's what you have been led to believe, that Christopher Columbus was your hero. Christopher Columbus came here. Look, you can't even find his genetic marker. Where is he? So you want to discredit Ivan Servitor, Ranuko Rashidi, Clive Winters, all the greats, and then I come with European scholars. I come with scholars from all over the goddamn planet, and it's almost a consensus that the story of Christopher Columbus was nothing but a myth. Spider-Man playing in the park, nigga. You put your foot in your mouth to jump in the debate to defend a fairy tale. The same stuff that you try to tell us when I was believing in the Bible. Hey, Jesus Christ is a fairy tale. So hey, if y'all want to take, and sa.neter, he was too scared to come over to this channel to do the debate because sa.neter said we could do the debate over here. This character told me, oh, I ain't coming over here because I'm not building up his platform, bro.
Right.
It's just the big side, bro. Don't nobody look for you. You should be happy to have debate. That's to be in a goddamn on debate. So you ain't building up nothing. Yeah, man. But I just wanted to get off my chest, man. If y'all want to see the debate, sorry I couldn't bring it over here to see the slaughtering, but we might come in. Hey, sorry, we'll come over here and do a recap of the educational butt whooping that I put on this pseudo. Because I'm a pseudo killer.
All right, man. So let me get back on over to Apostle Saquon. Apostle, you can finish.
You muted, Apostle.
Yeah, I just want to say, and it's very short, of everything that woman put me through, the worst is when she turned my daughter.
Are you talking about your first wife, Apostle?
Yeah, my first wife. I've been married to my second wife. I told y'all, come June 2nd, it'll be 30 years.
The one you're with now?
Right. She already gifted me with this for our anniversary, 30-year anniversary.
Mm-hmm.
You see it?
Yeah, we called that the moon ring back in the days.
Yeah, now this is a ruby sapphire, star sapphire. And it's custom made. This ring is made. There's not another one like it.
Purple, man.
Huh? Yeah.
You got two purple rings. What's that about?
It's not purple. It's a ruby. A red ruby.
Yeah, it's like burgundy red. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just it's the stone itself is over $1,500, man. Just the stone.
Mm-hmm.
But like the worst thing she did was when she turned my daughter, who's 33. She convinced my daughter that I didn't care about her, that I abandoned them, because my daughter did not remember the reason she was formed when I left. My son remembered. He was 10. But she didn't remember. And she's a type of woman, my daughter does not express. If she's going through something, she's not going to call me up and talk to me. She's going to hold it inside. You understand?
Yeah.
So for all these years, I didn't know that she didn't like her stepmother. She felt forced to be involved in the wedding. I didn't know all of this stuff until recently. This is going on even after her 25th, 21st, 22nd, 20. She's holding things against me because she feels like I abandoned her and left her mother. Her mother didn't tell her I was forced to leave the house. Her mother didn't tell her she initiated the divorce. Her mother didn't tell her that. And her mother let her believe that up until the last 3 or 4 years. Now me and my daughter's tight.
That's good for you, brother. That's what's up.
Right. And I'm telling you, everybody used to tell me, you know, stay and leave it alone. Because I would talk to my sisters. I would talk to anybody to try to intervene with my daughter because I knew it was a problem. But every time I would ask her, she would say nothing. She wouldn't say what the problem was. And it was a problem, man. You could tell it was a problem because there was no conversation. When you talk on the phone, it's breathing and I'm like, what, you know, so I really didn't know how to handle that. But come to find out, it's my first wife. It's the one that said she would never turn the kids against me.
So let me ask you a question now, Apostle. Are you still ready to entertain the polygamy session where you would like to have another wife, or you gave up on that? You think you too
my
old?
My wife today, and my first wife, she wouldn't agree with that either. Man, she don't have a problem with having another man. But hell, when I got remarried, man, you talking about. And when my son was born, oh man, shit. It's one of those things, she don't want you, but she don't want nobody else to want you.
Right, right.
You know, my reason for a second wife, it had nothing to do with sex. It had more to do with family, economics, and empowering my family. Outside of that, I would never consider it. It had nothing to do with sex.
Okay. So you ain't asking my question. Yes, you did.
I'm content where I'm at. If my wife does not agree with it, I will not do it. I will not force it upon her.
I got you, brother.
So can I drop some information before I leave?
Yeah, but hold on. So this is where I want to get my brother real quick. What do you think about this up and coming debate right here? Do you think Elder Yara jumped out the window, Apostle? He's going to have to prove the existence of Jesus Christ without using any biblical information, no Bible, no nothing. He can't use the Bible. He can't use people said and here's what this said. He's going to have to show it. He's going to have to prove it. Do you think he's ready for this type of level debate?
Yeah, well, he doesn't need the Bible in order to prove Christ. So he would have an easier time. He would have an easier time than I would. I would not take that debate.
Right.
Because no matter what I show, you Negroes would not accept it.
No, that's
you
not
won't
true.
accept it.
That's a fact.
No,
I can show you his
no,
mother's grave.
if you're showing the history and everything, and the chronology,
I can show you his mother's grave, his brother's grave.
Nah, Apostle, you can't do that, brother. You can't do that, brother. You cannot show his mother's grave.
He must exist. It says the family plot.
Nah, that's not proof, brother.
See, that's what I'm saying. And then in history, I can show, but y'all won't accept it, that the Roman governor did make that judgment. It is written in Roman history that the governor, Pontius Pilate, did make that decision and washed his hands and set Barabbas free in order that Christ might die. He can prove that by showing that in the historical record without using the Bible. but you won't accept it.
So I'm gonna ask you, how can you
There's no historical record of that.
how can you
Oh
prove
my
to us
God.
right now, Apostle, without using any biblical sources, that Christ walked the face of the earth? You got the floor.
Listen, I told you I would not accept that debate any more than I
Right.
would accept the debate
Josephus.
of proving that God exists, because it's a phalanx. It's not my job to present to make you believe in God. That's not why I'm called
You
on
know
the earth.
why, Apostle?
Facts.
Because you know you can't, Apostle.
It has nothing to do with whether I can
It's
or not.
irrelevant.
Because if you could, you would.
Nobody forced me to believe.
If you
I
could,
believe.
you
I
would.
believe by consideration of faith
Facts.
in the way that it said,
Facts.
because of my own experience and circumstances. I believe. It has nothing to do with sa.neter. And Rod sa.neter don't believe. I believe because of my daughter. I believe how she's in my life, how it was prophesied that she will be in my life, and the fact that she's here in my life.
What do you think about this one right here? Apostle, what do you think about this one right here? Pastor Manning, Captain Tazariak. When two worlds collide, was the birth of Jesus Christ a miracle birth, or is Joseph the father? Who are you rolling with on that?
Cap gonna slaughter the pastor.
So you believe that? So you believe that Joseph went inside of Mary? Hold on, brother. You believe that Joseph impregnated Mary according to the scriptures?
No, according to Hebraic law. According to
according to the Bible, though, brother. You got to use the Bible.
I'm saying according to Hebraic law.
No.
I'm saying according to Hebraic law of Isaiah 7:14, and the word Amma in Hebrew, and what that word means. It does not mean without sex.
Told you.
So it only means that she was still living in her father's house when they had sex.
Oh,
that's all that means.
Virgin don't mean virgin. I told you.
Scripture clearly says, brother,
Virgin today
that she has
means
not been
virgin,
touched by a
but
man.
when it was written, when Isaiah penned it to paper, the word Amma is there. And the Strong's Dictionary corrects that for you and lets you know it was not Bartholomew.
So,
it was not Bartholomew.
So, Apostle,
To let you know that.
Hold up, Apostle, are you saying that God was lying? God lied, and did the angel lied as well?
No, God didn't lie. Neither did the angel.
No, he's saying since the same word is used in Isaiah.
It's for God to say he impregnated Mary. That would be a lie. Because women are not impregnated like that.
But
the Holy
it's
Spirit
God.
impregnated Mary, just like the Holy Spirit impregnated Sarah.
Wait,
just
Apostle,
like
so
the
you
Holy
telling
Spirit
are you telling me you can tell
impregnated
God what he can do and
Elizabeth
not do?
the same way.
How
Through
can
the
you
loins of the Father.
how can you determine what can happen and what can't happen according to God's will?
Because according to the Father, Christ had to be born through the loins of David. And in order for that to take place, Joseph had to be the father.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Christ cannot sit on the throne of David.
So let me ask you this then, Apostle, right? So in Hebrew tradition, right, at least back in them days, once the man marries the woman, isn't the woman considered to be under the man's lineage?
At that time, well, see, you're thinking about marriage as in ceremony.
No, I mean sex ceremony regardless. I'm just talking about the lineage.
When we sleep with a woman, that woman is automatically our wife.
Okay.
That's
So when it
why,
becomes your wife, though, doesn't that become under the man's lineage, right?
yeah, when you sleep with her, she becomes underneath your lineage.
So since Joseph took in Mary, once she became pregnant, that means that would be, even though it probably wasn't a man-woman conception, that would still make Jesus under the lineage of Joseph, which is David's lineage, right?
Now, that would have made them fornicators and adulterers.
No. Oh,
At
my
least
goodness.
it would have made them fornicators. That's why
So Joseph's
the whole
a sinner.
thing about, that's why the whole thing exists about putting her away quietly. Because the
But the
public,
DNA test would say you are not the father.
the
Well, that's
DNA
what
test, if they had a DNA test, Joseph would have been the father.
Yeah, that's
That
what
would
he's
have been
arguing.
considered, in God's eyes, David.
Wasn't Mary pregnant
Christ's
before she
father.
met Joseph? Wasn't she
Say
pregnant
what?
before she met Joseph?
Go ahead. There
No.
you go, brother. There
No,
you
she
go.
wasn't
No,
pregnant
that's
before
not
Wasn't
she
she
true.
met
pregnant
Joseph.
before she met Joseph?
No.
No, she was not pregnant before she met Joseph. How could that be?
The whole story wouldn't make sense if that was the case. I mean,
How could that be?
So when he met her, she wasn't pregnant.
No, he's the daddy. How could that be?
Well, God is supposed to be the
well,
daddy.
see, no, that's not true.
God is
See,
not supposed
Apostle,
to be
no.
the daddy. Nowhere in the Bible does it tell you that.
Apostle.
God is the daddy.
Hold on, Apostle.
It says
Hey,
that David.
hold on, Apostle. Hey,
It says that Joseph is the daddy.
all right, Apostle, hold on for 1 minute, brother. Keon,
Yes, sir.
can you go to Matthew's 1:18, please?
Hold on. Let me hold on.
You
You want
dig that
to
up? Because we want to see what apostles say. I want to see what they're going to say about this right here.
I got KJV. Don't be mad. Okay, you said
Yeah.
118.
Yes, Matthew
Okay.
1. No,
Now the
Matthew
birth of-
1:18.
No,
One-
you mean 118. Yeah, one
Yes,
one through
1:18.
18 is 18 chapters.
No, right.
Okay, okay.
1:18.
Okay, so now the birth of Jesus Christ was on this wise, when as his mother Mary was espoused to Joseph. Before they came together, she was found with child of the Holy Ghost.
What does that mean, Apostle? Before Mary
Well,
and Joseph came together, she
Came
was already
together,
before she joined him in his house. She's
No,
still in her
no.
father's house.
That's not what it say, Apostle.
Oh, that's not what it says.
That's not what it say,
No.
Apostle.
No.
The word betroth implies
This
that.
is what I mean with the
What does the
Israelites.
word betroth mean?
The scriptures, brother.
What does the word espouse mean? What does the word espouse mean?
I can look it up for you. Hold on. I got you.
Now look it up in Hebrew.
No.
Because that's
See,
what we're
no.
talking
Why?
about.
They didn't even have
Because
a
that's
word
where you're
for
gonna get that.
espouse.
That's where you're gonna get the understanding and the knowledge from.
No, that's no.
That's
Well, why would they translate it to espoused if it's a different word? Why would they translate it to espoused?
I'm telling you what, in the Hebrew language, the word espouse means there's already a ceremony. You're already married. You have not yet joined your husband.
Yeah, that's the regular
in
dictionary.
his house, but you are married.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so why would you need to? You just explained it.
When you
can you read that scripture again, Sa? Read that scripture again.
When you go to Deuteronomy 29, you will see when a damsel is approached in a man's house, when a young girl is still in her father's home, and she had sex, they do not call that adultery or fornication. The man, if it's discovered, he has to marry her right away and pay the father 50 shekels.
Okay,
And
but
she
besides that,
becomes
this says
his
before
wife
they came
at
together.
that point.
All right, besides that, Apostle, for 1 minute. Read that
There
again.
you go.
Can you
Thank
read
you.
it?
118. Now the birth of Jesus Christ was on this wise, when as his mother Mary was
I tell you what,
espoused.
let them argue with it Sunday.
Hold on, he's reading.
Let him finish.
Okay, when as his mother Mary was espoused to Joseph, before they came together, she was found with child of the Holy Ghost. It's clear. Come on.
Before they came together, like I said. So the DNAs would say he is not the father.
This narrative we trying to push that Joseph and Mary was just sinners and they just had a sinning baby that somehow just became the Messiah. I don't know. I don't like that interpretation. Is Apostle still here?
Yeah, he's there.
They can argue it. They're going to debate it. I'm not debating that.
Okay.
Because you'll never understand it as long as you live. Until you understand Hebrew and learn the language, you won't understand that. And I'm tired of talking to people that's just ignorant. And don't have information. And go off the New Testament that's corrupted.
Hey, Apostle, can you speak Hebrew?
Here we go.
Can you speak Hebrew, Apostle?
Yes, I can.
Oh, great. And you can also read it.
Yes, I can.
All right. That's a difference. If somebody can read it, then, hey, Apostle, you can't expect everybody to read Hebrew. You understand?
I'll put it this way. I can read it good enough to teach myself the correct pronunciation.
But again, Apostle, the people that you learned to speak your Hebrew from is the same people that probably translated this Bible. So that's why I just don't get you.
They're not the same people.
My whole thing is it's translated in English, and then when Israelites get confronted with the scripture, then they go to Hebrew. So why speak it? Why not teach it in Hebrew then, and then translate it to people the real meaning?
We do teach it in Hebrew.
Then you should only speak the Bible in Hebrew and then explain it to us. That we shouldn't be reading English scriptures if you have to say, well, it's a different meaning in Hebrew.
The New Testament wasn't even written in Hebrew. It was written in Greek.
You got to learn.
Exactly.
And people learn at different times in life. You don't learn everything in a vacuum. But it's a process.
But then when we look at it with logic, though, Apostle, logically, when you read that scripture, it said before they met.
The Bible in logic and expect to get understanding.
Oh, the Bible is illogical. I agree with you. The Bible is illogical.
It's spiritual, man.
I don't know about
that. The Bible will tell you. Logic has nothing to do with it.
Logic has nothing to do with it.
Logic has
I know.
To do with it. Read
I know.
1 Corinthians, the chapter 2. Logic is spiritual, brother. These things are spiritually discerned. The wisdom of man cannot comprehend the things of God.
Well, here we
go. But
no,
they're discerned in the spirit.
Okay, now, I feel like now you're trying to separate our knowledges. Like,
so you don't understand what God breaks down. You talking like you giving us understanding of it. Do man understand or don't they?
I understand it through the spirit, not through my logic, not through my intelligence. No.
Well, that's where we separate from, because I think with intelligence, not with my spirit. Matter of fact, I'm mind, body, and soul. I'm all three. I use all of them to discern what I'm doing. I just don't look at the spiritual aspect and make it to be the be all, because then that's when you can stand incorrect.
Brother Suntan, you there? Brother Suntan. Suntan. Okay. I typed this up. I was calling Suntan because he know how to blow this up on the Mac. I don't know how to do it. I typed this up. Did Joseph impregnate Mary? It says no. Joseph did not impregnate Mary. According to the Bible, Mary conceived Jesus through the power of the Holy Spirit.
Come on,
there you go.
While still a virgin.
Facts.
This is the virgin birth of Mary.
Facts.
Come on, man.
Facts.
What is y'all talking about?
Facts.
It's all through the goddamn book. Google it yourself. That's what I mean by Hebrews, see now Apostle runs. Runs off the channel now. This is what I mean by y'all always changing up what it is, what it says, man. You know?
Hey, I might as well say it yourself, boy. You said it yourself. Yeah, I don't know. They always try to say is we gotta look back.
Mary had begotten to Joseph, but they not yet lived together. Joseph was a righteous man who was not wanted to disagree with Mary, so he planned to break off the engagement. See, he did that because he thought that she was dealing with another man.
Facts.
That's why he did all of that.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, like they had a whole section where they angels supposedly came to Joseph in a dream to convince him to literally keep it.
If I could blow this up right here.
Yeah.
Right here, it says, like what you're saying. It says, in a dream, an angel told Joseph that Mary was pregnant with the Holy Spirit child.
Exactly. Right there. I mean, come on now. It would go against the whole narrative. Like that just doesn't, I don't know. But you know why, Shaq? The reason why they doing it because they trying to keep it like they coming from the Bible and Jesus is the white man and all this other stuff. They're coming from that. So they trying to incorporate some Hebrew, old school, One West stuff into like this new, I actually believe in
whatever
Jesus
it is,
now.
I told the captain that Pastor Manny knows his Bible. He knows his Bible, man. I'm telling you, man. Captain thinking he gonna just run over Pastor Manny. Man, this is gonna be crazy right here.
Pastor Manny funny, man.
Yeah, he's funny. He's funny.
This is gonna be funny.
He gonna go in. He gonna probably call Captain a pin-nosed Negro.
And it's gonna be live too, you said?
Well, we doing it live at his church.
Okay. Yeah, I at a church too? Oh man,
Yeah.
I don't know. Tazariak, I don't know.
At
That's
Pastor Manny church.
Oh man. I don't think Tazariak gonna hold his tongue, so it's gonna be oof. Hey, shout out to him though. Shout out to him. Have you okay, so you've seen Pastor Manny. Like if y'all ain't seen Pastor Manny, he's the guy. It's a meme about him. Have you seen that side, like all this the way he used to talk about back in the day? Yeah, how he used to talk about black people and stuff. I think you muted, sir.
I love Pastor Manning. Because one thing about Pastor Manning, he gives off hard truths, man, that we can't accept. It's a hard pill to swallow. But sometimes he's right and exact on a lot of stuff. You know?
Yeah.
He's right and exact on a lot of stuff, man. He talked about Barack Obama. Nobody wanted to hear it. He said Barack wasn't going to do nothing for us, you know, and who he was down with. He talked about a lot of stuff. He talked about the pin nose Negro. Y'all know what that means. The pin nose, when you have your nose like tight like that, like, you know, Europeans. And he talked about a lot of stuff. He talked about the woman, the you know, a lot of stuff. So what's going on with you, Mr. Moses? What's happening?
Hey, peace to the gods, man. Ancestors' protection be around us as we resurrect as gods on earth. I'm doing well. What about you, sa.neter?
Yeah, I'm good, brother. I'm all right.
Yeah, you know what's up, man. Any day above ground is a good day. It's a good day to get things in order, man.
Peace, brother Moses.
Hey, brother Suntan, ancestor protection be around you, and also.
Man, I was asking for you. I was calling you to see how do I blow up. How do I make my screen big on this pause on this you know, on the Mac? I didn't know how to make it bigger. How you do
how
that?
now, right?
Huh?
You know how now. You know how to do it now.
No, I don't. I'm gonna do something right now.
View.
Or anything.
Go to view at the top.
All right, hold up. All right, I'm screen sharing now. What I do? Go to view?
Yeah, at the top.
On what? My Mac or on this?
On your Mac. On your Mac. You
Okay.
can see it right on top. It says file, edit, view.
All right, file,
edit, view.
No, I don't have that.
You got view at the top of theirs.
Yeah, I'm looking at view, but on my
view.
I did.
All right. Now, zoom if you want to zoom out, and that'll make it bigger.
Oh, okay.
Hold on, ho. Let me see. Let me do it one more time. It's zooming in. Zooming in makes it bigger.
All right, let me see.
Zoom in real quick, son.
I'm hitting zoom in.
Are you hitting zoom in?
Yeah.
When I hit zoom in on mine get bigger.
Oh man, I don't know. I just don't know how to use
Okay,
it.
well, inside, go
Yeah.
to the box at the top. You got two ways to do it. Because if you hit view, all you got to do is hit entire full screen. You see
Okay.
that? And now click it. Entire.
Okay.
It's gonna cover the whole. It's gonna cover your whole computer.
All right, into full screen. Let me see.
Yeah, go ahead. See, when I enter full, everything's get bigger. You got it?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Or if you want to, you got 3 dots up in the corner, Si. A red one, a yellow one, and a green one. Right?
Right.
Hit the green.
Man, I'm giving up, man.
You hit the green button?
Nah, it ain't working for me.
But did you click on the green button?
No.
Click on the green button up in the top right-hand corner. Just one click.
It ain't working for me, man. All right, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, man. It ain't working. I'll catch it. I'll try it again one day.
But when you get time, just restart your computer and do everything that I told you, because mine get bigger, zooms in, zooms out, and I can go to view and I can enter full screen. I gotta hit to go back from full screen. I gotta hit actual size, and that'll bring it back to the actual size.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so sa.neter.
Yes, go ahead, man.
Okay, so I'm hearing y'all conversation, right? I appreciate that because I was like, that they can't even see that.
That's big, Si.
All right. So I'm hearing y'all conversations again, and sa.neter, I don't understand why it is that you keep going back to Apostle and asking Apostle about this Bible. Y'all been having the same conversation going round and round in circles year after year, and still the stuff is obviously not making no sense to you. And the reason why is because you're not listening to what it is I keep telling you, fam. This right here, why does this say the original African Heritage Study Bible? And it do say King James Version, but why does it say the original African Heritage Study Bible, sa.neter?
Because the author who wrote it wanted to come up with that title.
Okay, but why did they come up with that title?
Because they believe what you believe. They believe that this is an African book.
Yeah, so you can buy
But
it.
why do they believe it's an African book?
That brothers like you can buy it.
You got to
So
tell
you
him,
can buy it,
bro.
All
brother.
right. I'm not getting the answer that look, the reason
Those out there
look,
that wanna
no,
buy that.
listen,
Get an
no,
answer, Moses.
listen, the answer to the question, sa.neter, is because of what it says in Genesis chapter 2, verses 13
And
through
with that,
14.
what it says.
In Genesis chapter 2, verse 13 through 14, it talks about the territory that this book is taking place. It talks about Ethiopia, which actually is the entire continent of Africa, because this book came out in 1619. And if you look at maps of Africa around that time, you're going to see a map of Africa saying Upper Ethiopia, Lower Ethiopia, and the area that we call Ethiopia today, that area was called Abyssinia, or that's what they were calling it, at least back in 1619. So when you see Ethiopia in Genesis chapter 2, verse 13, it's actually talking about the entire continent of Africa. And then verse 14, it says Assyria. That's talking about the entire area that we call the Middle East today. So that's the reason why this says the original African Heritage Study Bible, also because of what Genesis chapter 13 says when it talks about Abraham and his and this land being given to Abraham and his seed forever and ever. Canaan is a colony of Kemet, which is another reason why this says the original African Heritage Study Bible. You cannot understand the Bible if you ain't got at least this version of the King James Bible, because it's pointing to you that it's pointing out to you that you really do need to be studying Kemetic history and Cushite history, because that's really who the Bible is about. And then also, I keep telling you that you also got to have this book in order to study the Bible. So y'all stop having them conversations that y'all having. The Strong's Exhaustive Concordance of the Bible, of the 1611 King James Bible. And the reason why you need this is because you need to understand the language. This starts you off in the language of the people in that land.
Hold up, Moses. I want to see if that book is legit. And no, put that book back up. Pick it back up.
This is PhDs, bro. This is PhDs. This is a
go to Deuteronomy 21 and 11 and read what that say.
All right.
Let's see if that's African book.
All right, give me 1 second.
Deuteronomy 21, verse 11.
All right, give me a sec.
I'm interested in seeing what that says.
You said 21, verse 11?
Yeah, you could go on down to 13, 21, and read. Verse 11.
11, verse 11 down to verse 13?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. It says, and seest among the captives a beautiful woman, and hast a desire unto her, that thou wouldest have her to thy wife. Then thou shalt bring her home to thine house, and she shall shave her head and pare her nails, and she shall put the raiment of her captivity from off her. And
now, first of all, what's the first thing you notice about that woman that he's talking about? She's a prisoner, huh? She's been captive, right? She's a prisoner.
Okay.
She's a slave, right?
Okay. So the point is,
the book is no different from the regular books that we've been reading, brother.
Yeah, but you're not understanding this book from an African perspective.
There's nothing African about the book, brother.
Bruh, y'all aren't understanding this book based on how white people have taught it to you. You're not understanding it from an African history standpoint. So you want to tell
that King James is saying, and that his book is saying, brother. It's telling you that it's all right to take a woman and do what you want to do with her. Cut her damn hair off, pare her nail. You know, she has no choice in the matter. Now, this is what your God of the Bible is telling men to do.
That's your understanding, because you are under white supremacist understanding. So let me tell it to you from the average. Let me tell it to you from African standpoint.
Understanding of what you just read. Tell me what you just read.
What I just read is about what our ancestors was doing in the time of war, not no invisible God. What this is telling me is what African leaders, our ancient African ancestors who were leaders in this territory, it's telling me that is what they were doing. They were the ones that were saying that.
Go up to 10.
Verse 10.
21.
Verse 10. When thou goest forth to war against thine enemies, and the Lord thy God. What's the Lord thy God? Is it the invisible man, sa.neter?
Just read, brother.
I know. Answer that question before I read. What is the Lord thy God? Is the Lord the invisible man? Yes or no?
No.
Thank you. All right.
The Lord thy God. Go ahead. Read it. Read.
All right. So I'm going to tell you what the Lord thy God is to me. The Lord thy God is a male African leader that's over one of these kingdoms in East Africa. So I'm going to read it. When thou goest forth to war against thine enemies, and the Lord thy God hath delivered them into thine hands, and thou hast taken them captive. So that, to me, that's somebody like Hannibal, an African leader like Hannibal, who was over an army. There's other.
So your God helps to capture women and tell you it's all right to take them into your house and have your way with them.
My ancestors were doing that because the first teacher of all children is the mother. And in this particular territory, when you got outside nations up against your borders, and these people who live a total different way from how you got your people living in your kingdom, they keep coming across the border and they're influencing your citizens. At one of the way my ancestors is looking at that, like, okay, so in order to keep these foreigners from changing my society, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take these women and I'm going to convert them to our way of doing things. That way, when they teach their children, whether their children are half breeds or whether their children are full blooded,
I got you. So what you're saying is that we were doing that first. Then we was taking the women and going up inside them and just doing what we want with them.
And that's the reason why Psalm 82 verse 7 say what it say. Because our ancestors were doing things that were.
So we taught white people how to do that. You say
so I mean that's why the karma's on us right now. But that time is up now. Our punishment is up.
Got you toe up, man.
sa.neter, you're not gonna sit there and act like our ancestors in Africa wasn't doing foul stuff, bro. You're not gonna convince me of that. That's the reason why Africa's in the situation it's in today, with it being trounced by outside nations. Even the Bible tells you that. The Bible tells you that, you shall come down very low, and the strangers that are among you shall come up very high. That is the situation that Africa's in right now. Africa got to answer to America. It got to answer to Britain. It got to answer to France. It's answering to Asia. It's answering to India. All these outside nations that our original ancestors told their descendants not to follow after these other nations, or like the Bible say, do not serve other gods. But the citizens in Africa was doing that. They were putting the desires and the needs of the East Indians above our own culture and our own heritage. They were doing the same thing with the Asians, putting the desires of the Asians above the heritage and the culture of our African culture. They did the same thing. Today we do it. We show more love for Caucasians than we do our own people. We're still doing the same stuff that our ancestors was doing back in the day. We're worshiping other cultures and natures. You got people calling themselves Indians. They don't want to be African. They want to align with the Indians. They want to align with the Mexicans. They want to align with the Japanese. They want to align with everybody but Africa.
He kind of right.
Come on, man. We doing the same. We are doing the same thing, and that's the reason why we can't get out this white supremacist construct, because y'all letting the white man teach y'all this book, and he's purposely teaching you it out of context because you're not studying it from an African standpoint. If you were studying it from an African standpoint, we would have been done came up out of this. This book is telling us the reason why we are stuck in this white supremacist construct. This book is even showing us who Judas Iscariot really is. Judas Iscariot is all of these black Negroes that are putting the white man and white man money ahead of what we're supposed to be doing as a people, which is uniting and resurrecting kingdoms that we once had in Africa. We were the gods, and now we are not the gods anymore. Now America is God over us. That's what the Bible say. The stranger that we kept putting in front of our own heritage and culture, these people have rose up high above us, and now they are in charge of us. Now we are no longer the head. Now we are the tail. This is the result of y'all not understanding this Bible from an African standpoint. And we could talk about Jesus too. That whole conversation, y'all need to stop it with that doggone immaculate conception. The woman miraculously had a baby without laying down with a dude. Come on, man. You know that mess is foul.
Hey,
yo,
tell me some more about the Phoenicians.
You said the Phoenicians?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I've been running across that in my study.
So, okay, can you go to let's go to the book of Matthew's in your book, and let's see if it say the same thing.
It is
right. Did not do that. Let's see if your book says that too. And then you
Bro, what I'm telling you, it's gonna say the same thing, but I understand it different from how you understand it because I'm going into the definitions of those people in that area. Jesus don't even mean what you say it mean. You think that Jesus is an individual person, but according to the language of these people over in Africa, the word Jesus means life and living. The only thing that I know in that the only thing that I know in that territory that means life and living is the Ankh cross. So Jesus is not even an individual.
Listen, brother, hold up. This is what I think, and this is what I know. Matter of fact, let me say this is what I know about the scriptures. What I know is that when man wrote the scripture, he was writing it from his own perspective and his ideas on how could I come across. And he was taking from Africa. He was taking stuff from a lot of other places, brother. And he put stuff together. He made up some concepts. He made up some names and said, let me put this story out there. Let me talk about a God, because a God, I know how they believe in God. And let me talk about a devil. You see? So that's what he did. He just put his own concept up. It's just like Harry Potter. When you write in the scripture, the man who wrote the Harry Potter book, he put a story together. Just like when you write about Spider-Man and Batman and Superman. When you read the book of Superman, that's Jesus. Superman is also Jesus, brother. When you really look into it.
Okay, so sa.neter, you're not really looking into it. Everything that you just said.
Believe that this stuff is really true. Like the stories
No, I do not believe what white supremacist seminary school teachers have taught you. I don't believe what they said is true, but I do believe what this book is saying when I study it properly. The book say study to show yourself approved, a workman that needeth not be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth. You're not rightly dividing the word of truth when you study it because you refuse to go and see what these English words mean in the language of your ancestors in that African territory. How can you tell anybody that your understanding of the Bible is correct, sa.neter, when you don't even know what Jesus means in the language of African people?
Jesus, I do know that Jesus is a Greek name.
So with that alone, that should make you go deeper into what this word means in African or in a Phoenician language, or what it says here is Hebrew Chaldee dictionary, but Chaldee is also another way of saying Phoenicians. So if you know that Jesus is a Greek word, and it doesn't even look, this is the one thing I want to ask Captain Desariak and Christians, why they always giving reference to the name Jesus and not giving reference to that English word Joshua? Because when you read the definition for that English word Joshua, that is the word that is associated with salvation. You see the word salvation and Jehovah under the definition of the English word Joshua. So why is it that they always want to keep making it sound like Jesus is the one that saved everybody when that word doesn't even correlate with those people in that territory? That word literally means life and living. I could show you, if you had it, I could show it to you, but you read the definition in the Hebrew Chaldee dictionary for Jesus, it says life and living. And then you read the definition for Christ, it says to pardon, to spare, to forgive. And you read the definition for the English word God, you see judges and magistrates. So when you put all of that together, you see that it was the judges and the magistrates that were pardoning, sparing, and forgiving people that were committing crimes, sins in that particular land. For what purpose? So that they can continue living their life? Or would they end up getting their life taken from them if they were committing abominable crimes or abominable sins? So, sa.neter, I mean, bro, you've been reading this Bible according to what the white supremacists have taught you. When you say that man wrote a book and they put their own concepts in it, no, they didn't. What the white man is doing is teaching you just the English words, and they're not taking these words back to African language on purpose so that you can think what you're thinking about this book, that it's a Harry Potter book. Man, you need to get the dog. You need to get that African book that I just showed you, and you need to get a concordance, bro. For real.
Concordance, okay.
Strong's Exhaustive Concordance, and leave that Greek dictionary. There's a Greek dictionary in there. I say leave it alone. But since people are talking about, well, the New Testament was written in Greek, fine, go to the Greek definitions, but you better take them Greek definitions back to the Phoenician definitions.
Written in Greek, brother, was it?
Huh?
Was the New Testament written in Greek?
Yeah, it's written in Greek, but what language came out before the Greeks? The Phoenician language came out before the Greeks. So why they not taking them Greek definitions and tracing those back? That's the reason why it got two dictionaries in the back of it. It got a Phoenician dictionary and it's got a Greek dictionary, so you can take the Greek words and translate those back to the Phoenician.
All right,
but
Moses,
ain't nobody doing that.
Moses.
Yo.
All right, Q, what up, man?
What's going on with it, man? You hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, I'm just tapping in, man. I'm just listening a little bit. I just wanted to speak. Well, you know what? Let the brother finish it, and then I'll go into.
There is absolutely no profanity. All right, Q. No cursing. All right. He finished. Moses finished.
All right. So
what's going on, Q?
Hey, peace to you. Yeah, peace to the panel, man. I appreciate you guys. I've been listening in for a minute. Shouts out to y'all, and shouts out to the people who were on the panel prior. First thing I want to talk about, because I've been listening in for a good little minute since I was on the job. This dude, Captain Tazariak, this dude, you know, let me not say that. That's a sucker's mindset. I'll put it that way. That's a sucker's mindset to say, since my baby mama won't allow me access to the child, then I'm not going to be in the child's life. That's the same thing that the sister was talking about earlier when she was saying that, oh, since she wouldn't give dude access to sex, then he didn't want to be in the child's life. It's the same thing. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's a sucker's mindset. And I'll say this: how in the hell are you supposed to be a leader of men, and you're supposed to be a leader of the Israelite people, and you're throwing away Israelite children because their mother is acting acting funny or putting you on child support? How is that building a nation? This is weak man stuff. This is weak man stuff.
Yeah, you're right. You're
How
right.
is
You
this?
can't walk
How
away.
is this dude?
Go ahead.
Ideas. Oh, go ahead if you wanted to interject.
I was just saying, you're right, man. You just can't walk away from your kid because of the.
What he's saying is, in all fairness to my captain,
Yeah,
and y'all
that's it.
can respond the way y'all want. I'm just saying, Captain said he would at least wait until his child is 18. I had a problem with that part.
I got a problem with that.
You know, wait until your child is 18 to go back into his life. By that time, his junior high school and everything is over with. You know, come on, playing baseball.
Yeah, but you just missed everything.
Yeah,
like you missed everything.
You missed the most important thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Raising a child. That's the important thing.
Right.
Yeah, and like you said earlier, you was like, aren't you concerned about somebody else shaping and molding them? And like the dude is just saying like he don't care. So like this is why you can't take these Bible people seriously, because it's either A, they're not following their book, B, they're twisting it up to bend it to their will, or C, these niggas ain't taking care of their kids because of one reason or another. Like there's always something wrong with these people. You see what I'm saying? Like I find that completely and utterly disgusting. That a person can sit on here and talk, and other grown men that can sit on here. Now, most people did disagree with him. Most people did disagree with him. But like, come on, man, like that's disgusting, bro. But go ahead, brother, if you wanted to say something.
Hey, I did want to ask, hey, did Captain Tazariak, the mother of Captain Tazariak's child, did she have like a restraining order against Captain Tazariak?
No, nothing like
it was
that.
a hypothetical.
Yeah, hypothetically. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because that's the only thing that can really keep you away from your children after the relationship ends. If the mother don't put a restraining order on you, and in the black community, the black woman's word is gold when it comes down to law enforcement.
Yeah,
you can say whatever.
Let me say this to y'all.
Captain,
Let me say
for the record, Captain is in all of his children's lives, and he's raising all his children. We were just speaking hypothetically.
Right.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
okay.
it's still a sucker's mindset because I don't
I
give
mean,
that
yeah,
nothing.
because somebody else can
I
listen
don't
to
put
it.
nothing on that because he's in his children's life now. But if one of his baby's mamas decide to put him on child support, he'll leave. So what kind of credit am I giving a person because they're there now? He would leave at a drop of a dime. So he's only there because it's convenient and it benefits him. So that's garbage. I don't give him no points for being there because he's only being there because he's not being put in a certain position. So I don't give you no points for that.
Hey,
Like
Q,
knock
check
that
this
off.
out. Check this out, side Q and uh
Moses,
Moses. Yeah,
Keon too.
yeah, and Keon too. And this ain't nothing against monogamy. A guy having different 4 or 5 different wives, but when they when that spiritual mind you talking about, Q, when he have that spiritual mind because he know that he could fall back on another one. So my thing is this right here. Just like Si said, or just like half the panel said, morally, you got to take care of that child through the storm and through the sunshine. So if you gonna come up with some sort of little mind game because the mother messing with your mind and you ain't a man, then that's your problem. But you gonna hurt her more by just keep sticking there and taking care of your kid if you want to play the hurt game. Because I'm just telling you, I stay with mine. I ain't bragging like I don't need no high fives for that because that's what I was supposed to do, and I couldn't see no other man, like Si said, shaping my kid. And then, hey, Si, you gotta get away from that. We can get away from the shape. We don't want a man touching our kid
Right.
inappropriate. You
There
don't
you
know
go.
if you ain't there.
There you go. Because remember, I brought up molestation and all that. You
Yeah,
got
man.
all that stuff is real.
That
But see,
shit is
stop.
serious.
My wife would
It's
tell you,
serious.
me and her, we wasn't playing that game about you could go spend the night with your friends and all that.
Yeah.
No, we didn't do none of that.
Nope.
But
None
see,
of that.
that's what. But see, all of that goes back to the sucker's mindset and the loser mindset. Because this dude is saying he's willing to be in the children's lives as long as his baby's mamas don't do X, Y, or Z. Like that don't make sense.
Nope.
Because me, I went to the edge of the earth to get custody of my daughter. You see what I'm saying? So there were no stipulations on what I was gonna do for my child. Is you
Right.
crazy? There is no stipulations. I'm
Right.
gonna
And you
do
don't
what's
want
what's
nobody giving you
necessary.
a high five because you did it.
Right. It's just it's part of what we're supposed to be doing. So
Right.
that's the sucker's mindset to talk about, well, as long as the mother don't do this to me, then I'll be there in the child's life. That's weak. That's
Yeah,
weak, and everybody know that that's weak. Because if
that
they
ain't
put
right.
if you're a woman in this day and age, and a dude tell you that, that's a sucker for real. Like me, listen, any man on here, if you are the father of a daughter, and the son and that dude tell your daughter that, and he says, oh, if she ever put me on child support, I'm gonna leave.
Yeah.
How are you gonna look at him? How are
Right.
you gonna look at your grandchild's father if he says I'm only gonna stick around now, but if you put me on child support, I'm out? What type of sucker issue is that? So that's weak, man. That dude don't get no props for being in his kid's life. He's only there because it's
No,
convenient.
don't. You don't get no props for that. That's all I gotta say to that subject, man.
Yeah,
You
that's
know,
weak. Hey, you on mute, Moses. You on mute, bro, if you're trying to talk. Hey,
I'm
Moses, you
sorry.
on mute.
I was just saying that I don't know Captain Tazariak's story. I came in late, but I will say this though.
Well,
When
let
it
me just
comes,
inform you really quick. He said he's in all of his children's lives. He's not on child support, but he said the moment that is his, if his wife, one of his baby mamas, put him on child support, he's not going to be in that child's life until they turn 18, and then he'll try to rekindle a situation with him.
why do I feel like there's more to that story? Because that
Because
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 that
there's
sounds
actually
kind of
not.
weak, yo.
that's what it
That
is.
sound kind of
Because
weak to
there's
not be
not
in your
more.
child life.
That's what it is, Moses.
Because you respect them and you don't want to not respect them based off of what's being said, but that's actually it. If you had heard it, you would feel like, damn, that's weak.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah,
all
Moses, that's
right, okay,
basically what that
hold on,
is.
hold on. I don't know why. Look, I'm gonna tell y'all why I feel like y'all missing something, and he's not here to defend himself, but
No, it was a
what?
hypothetical, Moses.
Yeah, it
Okay,
was
all right. So
hypothetical.
I'm gonna tell y'all situations that I know of that would cause him to say what he said. I'm not saying that this is what happened, but I'm just trying to give the brother the benefit of the doubt. One thing I do know in this white supremacist construct is that our women, they do like drama And with that drama comes them involving white law enforcement into that drama. They are quick to invite white law enforcement into the drama. If a woman don't want to be with the father of their children and they looking for a way out, they will use white man's law enforcement, to attack the children's father. So when it comes down to child support, that means that you are involving the white man system. And I can understand any man trying to avoid getting into a conflict with the white man system, because I know many of dudes that are in jail because that woman that they used to deal with, tripped him up, set him up, to get put in a situation to where, his emotions got, button pushing the brother, doing
Let me
stuff
ask
to
you this,
him.
Moses. Let me
Yeah.
ask you this, Moses. This is an honest question.
All right.
If you ever if Dr. Martin Luther King ever said, "I love all black people. I want to see little young black boys and little young black girls. I want to see them raised up to be the best that they can. But if there's an issue with their mamas, I don't care about those specific children." How would you look at Dr. Martin Luther King if he began to single out certain black boys, certain black girls? Because now, mind you, Captain Tazariak is supposed to be some kind of leader of black people because we're all supposed to be Israelites in his mind. How would you look at Dr. Martin Luther King if he looked at certain little black boys that he didn't want to take care of, or he didn't care about, or he wouldn't fight for? How would you look at Dr. Martin Luther King?
Man, that's a really broad question, Q.
It's not broad. It's actually direct. It's not broad. It's
No,
direct.
man, no. It's a broad question because you do have factions in our community that's just they're just low vibrational, toxic. It's actually elements in our
But I'm
community
not
that you wish you
talking
could.
about that. I'm
I
not
might be
talking about
I'm misunderstanding it.
listen, if you're talking about factions or subcultures that you may not agree with, there's subcultures that I don't agree with, like the twerking and all of the stripper rap. I don't agree with that stuff. But I would never say, oh, let's throw these people away. Dr. Martin Luther King would never say throw those people away. He would never say, what's the girl that be rapping? She does all of this vulgar rap.
Glorilla?
Yeah, her, and then there's another one. But Dr. Martin Luther King wouldn't throw them away. He wouldn't throw
Sexy
those
Red.
women away. Right. He wouldn't throw them away.
Hey,
But
why are you using Martin Luther King? Why are you not using Marcus
because
Garvey?
I'm
Because
showing
Marcus
you a
Garvey
leader
was
of
like,
men.
yo, Marcus
Showing you a
Garvey
leader
was
of
doing the
men.
separatist thing when it came down to black folks.
I think he was just using a leader just as an example.
Marcus Garvey is a bigger leader than Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King to
Marcus
me
Garvey.
kind of
But we
sold us
don't
out,
have to
bro.
argue that, bro. You're
Yeah,
going
that's
somewhere
the
else.
point.
We don't have to argue who's the
Find
bigger
your
leader.
water,
You
homie.
understand that Dr. Martin Luther King is a leader, and if
Water
Dr.
ain't
Martin Luther
cold yet,
King
but
was
all
was
right.
didn't want to help young boys or young girls because of any reason, you would look at him different, right or wrong.
Man, I'm just thinking about Marcus Garvey, bro, and I agree with Marcus. And I agree with Marcus Garvey.
Crazy,
I'm
bro.
I'm putting Martin Luther King in Marcus Garvey's shoes. If
There you
Martin
go.
Luther King was like Marcus Garvey, where he's like, yo, I do not desire to have all of these children, following me, because there are some that are no good here, and they will be no good. I mean, there are some that are no good over
Okay.
there, and they will be no good over here. That was a
Okay.
Marcus Garvey mentality. So there is a separatism that it's just like Chris Rock when he was talking about the difference between black people and niggas. So I don't think that I would look at Martin Luther King any differently if he was singling out a certain group of black children.
Okay, so let me ask you this question with
I
Marcus
would.
Garvey. If Marcus Garvey said, because I got to do it this way since, Israelite brothers, I don't know what it is with y'all. There must be something in the water.
I'm not an
So,
Israelite brother, man. Stop it. I'm
okay.
a
Well,
follower of Marcus Garvey, bro.
you're a Garveyite, no
Yeah,
doubt.
Yeah.
Me too.
yeah, Moses ain't
Okay,
no
cool.
Hebrew.
Okay, cool. So if Marcus Garvey said if his baby mama puts him on child support, he's not taking care of those kids, how would you feel about Garvey?
Oh yeah, I would. I wouldn't have no respect for
That's a
nobody
clown
It,
like
house.
it
that.
took
This is
that for
crazy.
you to understand it?
No,
This is
I mean,
crazy.
Crazy.
because you're if it's something as simple as that just doesn't make any
It was
sense.
simple with Martin Luther. It's the same.
Right.
Okay, go ahead.
No,
Brother.
it's not. It's
Okay,
not.
stay on task. Hold on. Stay on task. So you wouldn't have any respect for Garvey if he said something that simple because Garvey was trying to build a nation, and how he's going to build a nation? We ain't even taking care of his kids.
Right. Yeah, I got you on that.
So now when we transpose that and put that on what Captain Tazariak said, then you have to lose respect for him for saying something like that, right?
I mean, yeah, but you making it.
It's no
Don't
yeah,
look.
but.
No, listen, Cube.
Yo,
Listen, Cube. I'm following you, but
hold
what you're
on.
saying sounds ludicrous, and I can't believe that Captain Tazariak is the kind of brother that would lean to something ludicrous like that. I'm like, there's got to be a backstory to why he said what he said.
Started off as a hypothetical.
Hold on. Everybody hold on. I need y'all to hold off on my captain, right? And I will get the captain to come in, and we will have a whole discussion where y'all can confront him face to face. You know, so we're going to do that. Right now, he's traveling to Atlanta, and we're going to have that open discussion. That I think that would be great right there.
When that's going to be?
Next, sometime this weekend.
All right,
there you go.
Yeah, this weekend. It ain't gonna be long.
Hold on. We don't need him to defend his statement. We're just talking about his statement.
No, don't get
We don't need
scared.
him to defend it. If he wants to defend it, he can defend it. But that's a losing battle. We don't care about. We're at the point we don't care about what he says because we've already lost respect. He can defend it all he wants to. That's a losing battle. But Moses, understand this, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody on here is telling you that this is what the brother said. I understand that you may find it difficult that a brother like this would say something like this, but that is what he said.
Mm-hmm.
So if you say that you will lose respect for Marcus Mosiah Garvey if he said something like that, then you have to lose respect for Taz for saying the same thing. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. But let me add this too, man, because this is I'm basically explaining the reason why I do agree with you on the Captain Tazariak issue, because I do have a major issue with Hebrew Israelites, and my main issue with them is that their book, they always talking about, keeping the laws, the statutes, and the commandments, right? But there is a commandment in the New Testament, and there's a commandment in the Old Testament that backs up what the New Testament says. And Captain Tazariak, ISUBK, they say that they are believers of the whole Bible, right? So there's a scripture in the. Somebody said something.
What is that commandment, brother?
Yeah, I'm getting ready to tell you. All right, so in the New Testament, there's Jesus in Matthew chapter 6, verses 24 through 33. It says in verse 33, verse 24 talks about how you cannot serve two masters. So if the Most High is their master, why are they inside this white supremacist construct with these foreign rulers over them? And then it closes out in verse 33 saying, seek ye first the kingdom of God and its righteousness, and then all these things shall be added unto you. All of what things? All of the things that they call themselves trying to practice here, the laws, the statutes, and the commandments. You can't be preaching no laws, statutes, and commandments, and you're not the leader over your kingdom. And so, Q, that's one of the reasons why I got a problem with the Hebrew Israelites, because he's having a problem with his children and his baby mama and all like that, because you as a black man are sitting here watching your wife and your children come up in a society that you don't even have control over. And you call yourself a follower of God, a child of the Most High, but the Bible tells you, even now the Old Testament scripture talks about.
Hold on, real quick, brother. You're going a little bit too far.
Okay.
He is taking care of his kids. So you can't put that on him. Because you was like, well, how you gonna be this and you not taking? He is taking care of his kids, bro.
But look at the difficulty he's having.
But there's a stipulation on it. That's why he don't get no points in my book. Yeah, you're right. There is too much man worshiping on here tonight. You're right. Niggas is worshiping. Yeah, you're right. But no,
I know Brother Lie's taking a shot at me. I know that, man. That's why I'm laughing. Brother Lie funny as hell. He don't like when I defend the captain, man.
Nah, you ain't defending him. You just saying let Cap defend his statement. But I don't think his statement needs to be defended. I don't think it needs to be defended. Like when Donald Trump says something, we all make videos about it and talk about it. Like he said what he said. I don't think that's crazy.
Overall, man, if them brothers had their own colony in that biblical territory and they were, the ones that controlling the legislative, executive, and judicial branch in that colony, like the Bible is telling them to do, he probably would not be having, none of us brothers would be having the difficulties with the women.
But why don't they have colonies? Like, explain that. Why do the fake Black Hebrew Israelites don't have colonies? Why don't they have anything? Why are they still under this white man system, as you called it a few moments earlier? Why are they still under this system? Why do they still have to be subject to the white man system? Why is that? Because
Man.
we saw brothers back in the 70s, we saw them leave to where
Mhm.
they can come up out of the white man system. Why
Mhm.
is it that General Yohana, all of these dudes is still on the corner preaching about the white man system, but they won't come up out of it? Why?
Because
they believe
I
it.
think that they federal agents, man, co-opting an original movement.
No, they're not agents. They're useful idiots. They're not agents. They're useful idiots.
Okay.
Now that's just what they believe in, man.
Well, if they believed in it, then they would do what the book tells them. The book tells
No,
them
they believe
that
in
they
it
are
whether
not
they wanna
supposed to be
believe in
under
it.
the rule of
They don't
foreigners.
believe in what you believe the book tells them, though.
They say that it's blatant. How can they not believe that? It's in Deuteronomy chapter 17. It says that when you go into the land that the Lord God gives you, they all claiming to be seed of Abraham. Abraham was promised land over in Africa. So why are they not there? How are you gonna hate Africans and your book is telling you that you're supposed to be in a land that's in Africa? They don't really believe in that book, to tell you the
Did
truth.
Moses marry an African?
Yeah, I mean Moses himself was African, bro. But yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, he married an Ethiopian woman.
She was a Midianite.
Yeah, it said Ethiopian in my book, but yeah,
That's fine.
yeah.
But yeah, so like, but see, if you notice now, a lot of what they're doing now, they're like, well, we don't hate all Africans because there's some Africans that are Hebrew Israelites. Niggas, stop it.
Yeah.
These are just people that y'all trying to recruit into your cult. Because
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you something. You know what they saw? The ISUPK flunkies. What they saw is they saw IUIC and how big IUIC got, and they're like, IUIC is getting real big. But what did IUIC do? They started recruiting niggas in Africa, and they started saying, oh, some of you people that we say are Hamites aren't actually Hamites. You're actually Israelites. Now they got this stuff going on the continent to where these idiot Africans are talking about they some goddamn, well, that's not a bad word, saying that they some darn Israelites. No, you're not an Israelite.
Right.
The Israelites are the people that are in Palestine today. Those are the Israelites. You're not an Israelite. Stop it. And that goes for you too, Bakwa. And that goes for you too.
Hey, as Bakwash come in, Bakwash, you not an Israelite?
No, he's not. No, you're not. And you can respect it or check it. And you're not.
Prove it. Bagash is a Hebrew.
Prove it.
Oh, he said
prove it through.
Brother's a weirdo, man. Moses.
Hey, let me ask you a question, Bakwash. Is there any possible way that you can prove Jesus Christ's existence without any biblical references, without any Bible? Can you prove it without using the Bible?
I could go right now. I can't do it right now, but I could go to.
Oh, no, you should be able to do that like this, bro.
Right.
Like,
No,
finger, bro.
I'm saying.
What kind of expectation?
I'm saying there's sources in Roman Chronicles that talk
No,
about.
you can't use no Romans, brother. You can't use the Bible.
I said Roman Chronicles, not the Bible.
Oh, okay.
It's still religious literature.
Yeah, that's religious literature. You can't use no religious literature.
No. You said if you say the Bible, they can use extra biblical sources.
No. Cube, listen. Let me show you something. That's why I wish my brother Elder Yara get back up here, because these two brothers had a talk on the phone on the day before yesterday, and brother Reginald Denny broke it down to Elder Yara that you cannot use the Bible, you can't use Bible references, you can't use Bible literature. You're going to have to prove it through archaeology, because Elder Yara asked him, well, how can I prove it? He said, well, use archaeology. So chronology, show us the history of these people without using the Bible, brother. Without using Bible sources.
Well, hold on, you missed it.
Who was that was asking that brother on the screen, brother Reginald?
Reginald is Kemetic, and he's bad. He's nice with it. He got his own channel.
So let me ask you.
What's his channel? I'm gonna check him out.
Okay, go ahead. I'm gonna look it up.
So by that same logic, brother Reginald should show a connection between so-called African Americans in Kemet.
No,
Right,
y'all
but
don't have to do that.
that's
That's not the
Well,
debate.
that ain't the topic, bro.
That's not the
not
debate.
This ain't tit for tat.
without the same way you're saying we shouldn't use the you're putting
Hey,
it
but
on the
God,
table that we shouldn't use the Bible. I would
look,
like
look
to
here,
see.
but God, I respect your beliefs and everything, man. I
Sounds
respect
like a
you,
part
man.
two.
But when somebody asks you a question, just like Sa did, you should be able to prove it. You shouldn't have to go to nowhere to prove it because that's what you believe in your heart.
And what I'm saying to you is, or anybody on the panel, or including Brother Reginald, by that same logic, you should be able to pull up
No,
sources.
see,
Can I
why is
finish
he
my?
doing this
Hold on. Let him finish, brother.
boomerang, man?
Let him finish real quick.
I mean, I
No,
know
he's doing a boomerang.
I'm not doing a.
Yeah, you are,
yeah,
because we're not challenging nothing. We
Listen to
asking you a question.
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to my saying. I know it stings, but listen to what I'm saying.
No, those things.
Listen to what.
Come on, let him
go
finish,
ahead,
brother.
bro.
I want to hear the
Listen to
garbage.
what I'm
you know?
saying. Because by
Here's
your
the channel right here. Here's this channel right here. Y'all can go look him up. My man is nice with it.
Oh, he's
He ain't no
pseudo as
joke.
hell.
He ain't no joke. He nice with it.
Okay, so
I'm gonna look him up right now.
I'm simply saying that a lot of you claim Kemet, but you do not have the resources to link so-called Black Americans to Kemet.
We do.
Okay, well, source up.
Hold on, bro.
In the 5 years,
you going into the trick bag. Suntan, don't get caught up in the trick bag.
He can't get me.
No, but listen,
not
don't
really a
answer
trick
these
bag.
questions, bro. That's a trick bag.
sa.neter asked me.
It
All
ain't
you gotta
really
do
trick
is
bags. It's
get
just
on.
that
You
y'all
gotta
basically
let him
saying that
speak.
One at
y'all
a
agree
time.
with
Y'all
God
Go
is
to the
everything.
pyramid.
let
You will
Bukwaz
see
finish.
Pharaoh's
Everybody,
grave.
let Bukwaz finish.
sa.neter asked me to prove that Christ existed without the Bible, and he said, pull up credible sources. Fine. I simply said I would have to dig that up and pull up various books.
That's where you mess up at, man.
Can you let me finish messing up without cutting me
Yeah,
off?
because you're going down the rabbit hole, bro.
It only takes 3 minutes. Let me finish messing up, and then you can show everybody where I'm messing up. Let me finish messing up. All right. So I'm simply saying, by your logic, you should be able to do the same thing. In the many years that I've been on sa.neter's page and various brothers' pages, you run to Kemet and say you're Kemet. You put on, some of you wear the Kemet attire. What I'm simply saying is that what you're asking me to do, can you do the same thing and link so-called African Americans to Kemet? Source up. If you can source up, maybe bring it back in another day. I'm not running from what I believe. I'm saying.
Are you done?
Damn, brother. All right. Yeah, say what you gonna say, man. Damn.
All I'm saying is we got the proof with Sheikh Anna Diop. We got the proof with Dr. Ben. We got the proof with John Henry Clark. All these black men have been to Egypt. We got the proof that there's dead pharaohs that's buried that were black. We got the chronology to prove that, man. So in the whole world, because hey, look at here, I believe it was a Christ, but I believe he was a regular man. So and he loved the people, and he tried to teach that literature that's out here now, Father King J. Bird. I believe that. But I don't believe let me finish, Q. I don't believe that he fed 1,000 people with one fish. I don't believe that he walked on the water. See, all that's mythological. That's mythical, man. They add that to the story. So that's only what I believe. So if I can go and take you, Bagash, and we hop on a plane and go to Egypt, then you'll see pharaohs there that were black because they were there in iniquity.
I'm not.
You can't take me nowhere and find nobody in the Bible. No, you can't take me nowhere and find none of them. All of those 7 apostles. You can't take me nowhere and show me nothing about it. Can you?
Okay, so hold on, brother. Like, this is what has
Let
to
him
happen.
answer that, Q.
I have to interject here. I'm sorry.
All right, go ahead.
Hold on, I have to interject. It's only gonna take about 20 seconds. It's only gonna take about 20 seconds. Suntan, you cannot do that, bro.
Yeah,
This
Ken.
dude is obfuscating the. He's doing a terrible attempt at obfuscation. He's asking you a question and you fell into the trick bag, and then you fell into the trick bag and you said, well, this is my belief. You can't do that. Let
Oh,
him
yes,
answer
I
the question.
can.
Hold on, no. Let him answer the question about proving that Jesus existed without the Bible. He turned it back on you and you couldn't even answer it. So don't even play those games with him.
Hold on,
No,
Cube. I
bro,
did
no,
answer,
just
sir.
stop. Bro, trust me, bro. We on the same side. I'm passing you the ball. But what I'm telling you is let this dude answer the question. Don't allow him to ask you another question. And then you just went on to answer some stuff. Don't
Yeah,
do that.
because he can't, Cube.
sa.neter asked, okay, but sa.neter asked him a question. We need to get an answer from him. That's
All right,
it.
I'm done. I'm done for a hot second. Go ahead, but guys.
What I'm saying, the question what you're posing on me, and you and in your heart you believe it's impossible to prove. I'm saying the same thing pertains to you. When the brother was went into his answer, he said that we could both get on a plane and we would see that the Egyptians were black. I'm not disputing that. You have many different types of Africans. You have Ethiopians, they're black. Why can't you be Ethiopians instead of Kemet? You understand? You got South Africans, they're black. How do you know you're not South Africans?
Hey, dude, I'm not kidding.
Don't answer the question, bro. You gotta stop. It's a trick bag.
I'm done. I think the people.
You gotta stop taking the bait. Don't answer these questions. This has nothing to do with what sa.neter asked him. He can ask you anything. Listen, Suntan, he can ask you.
Let me try again. sa.neter asked me. Listen closely. Listening is an art. sa.neter asked me.
Go ahead, man. You go ahead.
Can't control himself. It's okay.
No, cause you trying to wiggle out the rabbit hole.
I'm not.
And keep falling back down.
I'm standing on I'm repeating what sa.neter asked me. How am I wiggling out of anything?
You're not answering it.
Listen to me. sa.neter. It's okay. You brothers go ahead, man. Yeah.
No, go ahead, man. Damn, you can't handle heckling, bro. Go ahead.
You got me. I can't answer it. You're right.
I know you can't.
So let me ask you a simple question before I let somebody else speak. If I was, let me ask him the question, brother. I'm gonna jump off 30 seconds. If I claim to be a Hebrew Israelite, which you disagree with by nationality, if I were to ask you your nationality and proof of your nationality, what would be your response?
Oh my God, American.
I'm asking the brother.
No.
Suntan, I'm asking you.
What you say now?
If I claim to be an Israelite, and there's a problem with that, you don't believe I'm an Israelite. Listen.
Go ahead.
I'm asking you. If I were to ask you the same question, or I'm asking you a question, what is your nationality, and what do you have to back up your nationality? What would be your response?
I would say I'm an American African, and you want to see my birth certificate? Because remember, I said American first. African is just my lineage.
So the name African, does that go back 2,000 years to your forefathers as a nationality?
Does it matter?
I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know how far I come back. I just know I'm black as hell. I look like an African. I'm African. That's all I know. Hey, look at here. I'm gonna do you one better. You look at me and tell me I'm not an African.
I look at
let them know,
Suntan, listen. Listen, I appreciate you as an elder, but we cannot answer any questions from this dude until he answers sa.neter's question. Don't allow him. Listen, hold on. Don't allow him to put you in a trick bag to try to reverse card and try to ask you a question because he can't answer it. Now, if he says that, hey, I can't answer that question and I cannot prove God without the Bible, then we can entertain his questions. But until then, we need to understand. How can he prove that Jesus exists without the damn Bible? We don't care about none of that other stuff, bro. We don't care.
Let's sa.neter ask the question again, and I want Bakwash to give his Hebrew Israelite response, and then I'm gonna give y'all the Phoenician response, and y'all tell me who sound like
It's just funny. It's just funny that the name Africa comes from the Roman, a name that was given to the Roman general Leo Scipios Africanus. The word America or American comes from Amerigo Vespucci, an Italian navigator.
Oh my goodness!
But you claim your nationality is both. You claiming two people for that's not you as a nationality. But then you judge me and say I'm confused because I say I'm an Israelite.
Yeah, because that doesn't exist. That's
strange.
worse.
Oh,
That's
answer your
worse because yours
questions. Why
doesn't
we
exist.
answering these stupid questions?
But listen, real quick, because you got to stop spreading the false rumors that you've been hearing other people say. That Africanus was named after, that Africa was named after Africanus. He gave that name.
I didn't say that. Just I said that after I used to believe that, but after researching and listening to other brothers, I heard the name was given to a Roman from so-called Africans. That's the history I've.
Okay, you was right.
I said that a little while ago.
Yeah, it's a whole trick back.
Yeah,
See, now,
Yasha, can you turn on your camera, brother? Yasha. All right. Hold on, y'all. This the brother Yasha who's going up against the Holy Ghost this Saturday. This the brother right here that's going up against the Holy Ghost this Saturday, and they're going to be dealing with is salvation for the Jews only or Jews and Gentiles. It's going down at 8:00 Eastern time. It will be 5:00 the brother time. So that's going to be fire right there, brother. It's going to be fire right there.
Peace,
I appreciate
what's going on, bro?
Peace, bro.
Yasha, the Holy Ghost is a strange one, buddy.
So is.
So
I'm just letting you know ahead of time.
The brother Yasha, he believes that the nations can't be saved, and the other brother believes they can be saved.
Well, hold on, we're not dealing with that. We
Yasha believes
Shalom. Holding his feet to the fire, son.
I just would like to know what they believe.
Well, I would just like for you to answer sa.neter's
Oh,
question.
brother, come on. I'll answer. Let's get to know the brother, man. Damn, man. I just want to know what the brother believes, man.
Man, but guys,
Shalom. I'm here because I heard a brother talking about.
But the Gentiles that I bring out and I represent is Israel, right? The Northern Kingdom. So I'll be bringing out the Gentiles being the Northern Kingdom. So salvation is for Jews and Northern Kingdom Gentiles, to be clear.
For everybody.
Now, when you say Northern Kingdom Gentiles, are you saying that these were the these Gentiles you're talking about are really Israelites, but they just picked up the bad habits of the Gentiles?
Absolutely, we became citizens of other nations.
Okay, see, that's what I'm saying. That's why you got to make it clear. That's why you got to make it clear. Okay, I got you, brother. I
like his position, side, because it makes more sense. Because Christ in the narrative is here for the world, to save the world, not just one people.
No, you didn't hear what he said, brother. He's
saying only for the Jews.
Yeah, he's saying it's only for the Jews.
I thought he said and the Gentile.
No, the Gentiles he talking about are the Israelites who went astray, who picked up the bad habits of the Gentiles. So he's really talking about.
I misheard that. Dude.
Yeah, he's using the same misrepresentation that One West does, so he's doing that.
For example, Suntan, you brothers who think you're Kemet, you're Israelites.
I don't think I'm Kemet.
That's true. That's a fact, man.
So
all right. So with that being said, Bakwash, can we get back to the question that sa.neter asked you?
So why don't you ask the brother just came on the panel? Why don't you ask
because you were asked first, and you said you could.
Just to be clear,
I think the conversation.
Hold on, y'all. Everybody, hold on. Let the brother. Y'all should say something. He want to say something. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah. What Cube just stated, he don't represent me. I don't need representation, right? So it's not according to One West, right? Because they stand on the chart. I don't stand on the chart like that. But my breakdown is very clear, and I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna bring that out in this debate. So just hold tight.
Did we debate back in the day?
Yeah, you got whooped on.
Hey,
I
Brother Yasha.
nigga, stop it.
Hey, Brother Yasha, let me ask you a question. Brother Yasha, let me ask you a question.
He my man. We cool, brother. Shouts out to you, man. Good, good luck to you. I hope you get that dub, bro.
Hey, Brother Yasser, can I ask you a
But I did
question,
cook you
man?
back in the day, though. I did cook you, though.
Brother Yasser, I'm keep calling you out.
Cam up, Suntan, so we can see who we talking, brother.
Not a problem. Brother Yasser, let me ask you this question right here. I want you to do this for the panel. Tell us what a Gentile is.
Mm.
A Gentile is one who don't stand on our culture, right? A Gentile is also one that could be a Hebrew and one of another nation.
There you go. That stop right. That's
So how do you
all I was
discern the
saying,
two?
son.
How do you discern
Gentile,
which is which?
that's why Christ came to save the world. He didn't come just for one group of people. He said, Lord, prepare me a body that I might go down and save the children. So that's the narrative, right? He didn't go down, Lord, prepare me a body so I might go down and save the Jews. He didn't say that. He said, prepare me a body that I might go down and save the children. Did he say that, Bagash?
I think you're confused. Because let me ask you to make it
I
simple.
didn't ask you a question.
You're wrong. I'm explaining why you're wrong. Because when the Jews,
that's why I'm not in that, man. They always going to explain to you why you're wrong.
Suntan, you gotta have an open mind. If you believe in Scripture, the Scripture says, "Try the Spirit by the Spirit, whether they are of God." Tells you that in the New Testament. You got to hear a brother out.
It said, "Try the Spirit by the
Spirit.
Spirit." He didn't say the script. He said, "See, there you go. You buck dancing,
Good catch.
man."
He lied. Good catch.
He said, "Try the Spirit by the Spirit and see whether they be a God." He didn't
You
say
have a title on this page called Kemetic on Trial, this on trial. So you're trying particular people based on if they're telling the truth or telling a lie. The Scripture says, "Try the Spirit," meaning a person's spirit, by the Spirit, by the Holy Spirit.
But you didn't say that at first.
I did. All right.
You said the Scripture.
Okay.
And hold on, Suntan, hold on. Let me ask him a question real quick.
Go ahead.
Mr. Bakwash, can you be a white person and have a spirit of an Israelite if God so chooses?
Define a spirit of an Israelite so I can know if we're on the same page. What is the spirit of an Israelite?
Nice try, but no.
It's not a trial. I want to make sure
nice try, but no. So when you said try the Spirit by the Spirit, I'm going off what you meant. So can you have the Spirit by what you meant? By what you meant, not what I define it as, by what you define it as. So can you have the spirit of an Israelite and be a white person?
When you say the spirit of an Israelite, you mean the truth?
I mean by what you mean.
I know what I mean. I'm trying to figure out what you mean.
It doesn't, listen, I'm talking about what you mean, bro.
If you
want
want
me what you mean. But I'm talking about what you mean by the spirit. Can you have a spirit of an Israelite and be a white person?
You have to have the Spirit of God. In the Spirit of God.
Okay.
Let me answer. You don't want me to answer you?
Can a white person have the Spirit of God?
Hold on. Let me finish with him. I'm gonna get about it. I'm gonna dismiss him. Go ahead. I'm gonna dismiss him.
To have to have an Israelite spirit is a spirit of God. You understand? You understand? Can a heathen have that spirit? Sure, they're gonna have the spirit. The scriptures tell you in Jeremiah 16, verse 19. They shall say, "Surely, surely, we have inherited things of lies and no profit." You understand? So they're going to see, but that don't change the judgment of God. God has a judgment. What I was trying to tell Suntan earlier is that the Jews, they were the only ones that received the law. They received the law, and when the Jews broke the law, they had to sacrifice lambs and turtle doves and so on and so forth, which I'm sure he knows. So Christ is known as the sacrificial lamb. He didn't come for the world because the whole world didn't receive the law. He was a sacrificial law of the Jews. The Jews were always looking for the Messiah to come. Read John 11th chapter and the 49th verse.
Okay, good. I'm so glad you answered it that way. You said the Gentiles did not receive the law, but you have a brother on here saying that the Gentiles are also Israelites. So are you disagreeing with your brother because he's saying that the Gentiles were Israelites, and are you saying that those Gentiles that were Israelites didn't receive the law?
He's not talking about
Brother, I'm asking you something very specific.
You want me to answer what? All right, whatever you say is right and I'm wrong because you're not letting me answer your question. You answering for me and you trying to sway me into what you want the answer to be. So whatever you say is right and I'm wrong. And I hope you're satisfied.
Can you answer the question though?
I can't. You won't let me answer the question. I'm trying to answer the question.
We wait.
The brother didn't say that all people are Israelites. He mentioned Israelites in a Gentile frame of mind. He didn't frame it like that. For example, you believe what you believe. Suntan believes what he believes. sa.neter believes in what he believes. Me as an Israelite, I see you as Israelites in a Gentile frame of mind. You think you're Africans, you think you're Kemetic, you think you're Ethiopians, you think you're Garbyites, you think you're everything outside of the scripture. So
all right. Let me get to the brother, because first of all, Cross is a respectful, good brother. I love the Cross.
He's a good brother. I like him too.
I want to ask you, Bakwas, can you turn to Romans 4:15?
Uh-oh.
Romans
4:15.
Give me a moment. 4.
Peace to my man, Chef. I see you in the chat. Peace to my brother, but go ahead, y'all.
You want me to read it, or you want
to
read
read it? Go ahead and read it.
It says, because the law worketh wrath, for where no law is, there is no transgression.
What does that mean, brother? Break that down.
It means if you break the law, technically, you're supposed to be put to death. That's the wrath part.
Right.
And where there's no law, there's no sin, because sin is when you break the law. So you have certain actions.
No, you answered it already. Now, if the Gentiles never received any law from God, how is they transgressing against the law? They never received any law.
Drop a bomb.
According to y'all.
Because the Israelites are light to the Gentiles. Even now, like, for example, they can't do what they're going to do. The Lord said in Isaiah 13, verse 11, he's going to punish the whole world for their sins. You understand? Because everybody didn't receive the law.
Right, but the law, but see, this is what I mean. The law was not for the Gentiles. The law was strictly for you Israelites to follow, not the Africans, not the Chinese, not the white man, nobody else but the Israelites. So why are the Gentiles paying for something that they never had received the law from the Most High? Not only that, brother. Damn, I forgot my point that I was gonna make.
You did.
Not
good.
only that,
he didn't do good at all. He didn't do good. We discussed this in Romans the 11th chapter. The heathen were grafted.
How can they pay for something they never had?
Right.
How can you ask me a question and don't let me answer?
Let's give our brother a chance to answer. Go ahead, brother.
We went through this in Romans 11th chapter, that they were grafted in through faith. You understand?
But if they never had the law,
go ahead, brother. Go ahead. You make your point, because you ain't gonna let me answer.
Go ahead, so I'll finish him off.
Yeah, but the law was not revealed to them. It was strictly for you Israelites. That's why the Most High said when he come back, he's coming straight to the house of Israel. He's coming to you. And if the Gentiles is not going to have salvation, this proves that you're wrong. Why are the Most High coming to put them on? Damn, what's the word I'm looking for? He's coming to judge them. Why is he judging them? Listen, because if the Most High is coming to judge the Gentiles, then that means they have a chance.
Listen to this.
The Most High don't need to judge them if they automatically go in the hellfire.
Listen to this.
No, the thing is that those Gentiles are not.
Nah, you got to cam up, brother. Cam up, brother, because you're a baby in this. We done beat you up before, and you don't know what you're talking about.
I Mexican or some shit.
Cam up, brother. Cam up.
I always want to read something, but go ahead.
Go ahead, Bakwas. Go ahead. Let Bakwas get it out.
This is Isaiah 13, verse 11. This is God talking. This is God.
Go ahead.
It says, and I will punish the world for their evil. So all nations are in the world, and God said he's going to punish the world for their evil, and the wicked for their iniquity. Iniquity is sin. And I will cause the arrogancy of the proud to cease, and I will lay low the haughtiness of the terrible. So the Lord, he's going to punish this whole filthy world. He's going to punish it.
This is what y'all do, Bakwas. When I get y'all into that situation, you know what y'all do? You say, oh, that's just, he's talking about the world of the Israelites. He's talking about the world of them. So that's what the Most High is talking about. He's talking about the world of the Israelites. He ain't talking about the Gentiles because they never received any goddamn law, brother.
He's talking about you and you Northerners.
Well, I'm a different type of Israelite.
No, you're not. Get it
I'm a
straight.
different
Get it
type of
straight.
Israelite.
So hold on, real quick, Bakwash. So when you read that God, so hold on. So when you read God's, hold on, real quick,
say what he's gonna say. I told him to cam up and
hold on. So real quick. So when you read God, hold on. So when you read God so loved the world, you know what they say? Oh, they say, oh, it's only the world of the Israelites.
Right.
When
I didn't hear what he said.
hold
I
on.
didn't hear what
So
he
when
said.
sa.neter just read that, now it's not the whole. It's the whole world. They're about to kill everybody. But when they
before
hold
you
on,
rule,
brother, hold on. So when they read John, they say, "Oh, it's just for the world of the Israelites." But now when they read that, it's for everybody. But hold on, the sin cannot be on everybody because everybody wasn't given this whole thing that y'all was given as the supposed Jews. So how is this working? How does that make sense?
when I brought up sin, I was responding to what Suntan had said as far as Christ coming on the earth. That's what I was responding to.
Does the world in that scripture mean Israelite?
Oh boy!
All right, let the brother finish. Let him finish, y'all. Let the brother finish.
I was responding to what Suntan has said, but as far as the judgment and who's under the judgment, that's the whole world. But it's the Most High don't recognize all people as the same. You understand? We read this what was it, 3 weeks ago? Romans 11 verse 21. For if God spared not the natural branches, which are the Jews, take heed also, lest he also spare not thee. These are the Gentiles. Behold, therefore, the goodness and severity of God on them which fell, which is all the Israelites, severity, but toward thee goodness, if thou continue in his goodness. Otherwise, thou shalt also be cut off. 23rd verse. I'm gonna keep it interesting. I'm not gonna keep going on. It says, and they also, if they abide still not in unbelief, shall be grafted in, for God is able to graft them in again. You understand? For if thou were cut out of the olive tree, which is wild by nature, that's not talking about no Jews, and were grafted in contrary to nature into the good olive tree, how much more shall these which be the natural branches, so-called Negroes and Hispanics, be grafted into their own olive tree? So they are going to reap what they sow. The Lord said in Colossians 3:25, he is no respecter of person. Simple.
Okay, let me go on over to this brother right here. Go ahead, brother. You got the floor, man. Go ahead. It's on you.
All right. So the reason that I want to get into the show, right, is because I saw one of the brothers talking about IUIC, that they were speaking about the Africans. Now, I want to make clear that not all Africans are Hamites, and not all African Americans are Semites. There are some African Americans that are Hamites, and there's some Africans that are Semitic. Now, that's the reason the IUIC going to there is because they are recognizing and they know that people within the Africa diaspora, they are Semitic as well. So I want to give that point to across. So not everybody in Africa is Semitic. Some people are, not everybody.
That's a fact.
Okay, really quick, brother. I got a question for you. How do you say your name? Samaya Badawa?
Yeah, Samaya Badawa. Yeah.
Okay, Samaya, I got a question for you. So what you said was very interesting. So how do you discern? Because you said that not all African Americans are Shemites, because some of them are Hamites. No, turn that camera back. Yeah, right. How do you discern in America with us black people who's actually a Hamite and who's a Shemite? How do you discern that? Go. Don't laugh. Get right to it.
The discernment of who is the Hamites and who are the Shemites is basically what the fathers is. Most African Americans are descended from slave trades, so it's very difficult to know. But some Africans of African American family or that of here in the United States have parents or fathers that are Hamitics, and they travel to United States, And from those lines are the one that you would say that are Hamites.
Okay, so I
So it will
understand
be
that.
depending on the father. It will
So I
depend on that.
understand that English is not your first language, so I'm gonna talk a little bit slower. How do we understand who is Shemitic and who is Hamitic when it comes to American black people? How do we figure out who is who? Who is Shemitic and who is Hamitic? How do we figure that out?
I already told you it's by the father.
No, no, no,
By
no.
the
But how
father.
do we figure that out?
It's by the father. We go father by father as well as the spirit too. So
Okay, so
we
so
got
do
to know
you
the
understand?
spirit of the.
Okay, so do you understand that there's a lot of black American people, if they were to go 4 generations up, it would be a white man there?
Of course, there is.
So how do we know who is Hamitic and who is Shemitic?
It's depending of your father's fathers. You have to do
Okay,
your father line.
so let me ask you one more time since you're not understanding.
Oh my God.
And
One
that's
more
the.
time.
I already give you the answer for that question. That's all I wanted to talk about in correlation to the brothers that were speaking of IUIC.
Well, you have
And that's
failed.
the.
And you have failed. IOIC has failed you. So I'm going to ask you one more time, and maybe you can get it. So if I go back 4 generations and my father is white, but you never know who my father is, how can you discern who my father is if you do not know that 4 generations ago it was a white man on a plantation somewhere? How do you
All
discern
right.
that?
So we have to do your father's fathers before you can convert into your into what is the Hebrew Israelites are. So before you can convert, even have an opportunity to come with us, we need to see who's your fathers, and the best accurate information of your fathers that will determine if you're Israelite.
Okay,
Because
good.
it can be understood that there's some lines of your fathers that are too far off to get close to. So we need to have that connection there.
So what happens when I no longer know my father's father? What happens in that situation? But I look black like you. What happens when I don't know my father? What happens when I don't know my father, but I look black like you? What happens then?
Well, like I said, we need to do your father's father line.
Hold on. Let me
Oh,
ask you one more time because English is not your first language.
I already
So
told you, son. That's the end. That's the end of the
I
so
already
evidence,
if
bro.
you
told
I
you,
told
son.
you that's your
so if
father's
you
father,
don't
man.
I
That's
already
the end.
okay,
told
so
you, son.
if I don't know, so if I don't know my father, how do you tell me that I'm an Israelite or not? If I don't know who my father is and I cannot trace his line, how do you tell me I'm an Israelite or I'm not an Israelite? How do you tell me that if I don't know my father?
What do you mean you don't know your father? You live
Let,
with
let me
Hey,
say it
yo,
one more
man,
time.
that's
They
it.
keep saying the
That's
same
it. That's
thing,
it,
man.
kid.
Thank
That's it.
you.
Let
it's
me
the
let me
same
do
thing.
this. Let me do this. Let me do this real quick. I want to speak to the Israelites. First, I'm gonna go to Bakwash. Bakwash,
Yes.
front and center, brother. Front and center. Let me ask you a question, brother Bakwash. Would you say that the Israelites that have crossed over to pick up the Gentiles' behavior, would you say that that is a part of the lost tribe, Israelites? They are lost?
Israelites that picked up the
Who y'all
behavior.
claim that are now Gentiles because they picked up their ways and actions of another nation. Would you say those are the lost tribe of Israelites, the lost sheep?
So they, in other words, they Israelites physically, but spiritually they have picked up different ways of culture and
And they
behavior.
have become the lost sheep.
Right.
Lost.
Yeah. Because
Would you say that they are the lost sheep, brother?
right. Because you got Israelites that follow Islam. Islam is not ours. You have
Okay, brother, stay with me. I'm not talking about no Islam. Stay with me, brother.
Yeah, but guys like to
So are
switch
you
it up
saying,
on you.
everybody be quiet, are you saying that these Israelites that are now following another nation such as the Gentiles, they have become the lost tribe?
Yeah, they're part of the lost tribes of Israel.
All right, Yasha, do you agree with that? Yasha?
Con.
All
Absolutely.
right, my other brother, Yasha over here. Do you agree with that, brother Yasha?
I don't quite understand the question. It kind of
Okay, all right, let me get
unintelligible to me.
All right, let me get back to you, brother. The question was easy. And so now, Q, I want everybody to see this is how you get him up out of here, brother. Watch this right here. Watch this.
Me, sa.neter. Remember, I'm an Israelite, right?
Oh, yeah. And I already know, Nepal, do you also agree with Bakwash?
Well, there are some that are still practicing that are the lost tribes, and there's some that are doing other practices, like so-called pagan practices that are lost tribes. So both.
Yeah, I want to make it clear. Are you saying, Nepal, that the Israelites that have now followed and joined on to other nations like the Gentile nation, that they are the lost tribe of Israelites?
There's a yes.
So we call them Gentiles, but they are the lost tribe, Israelite Gentiles, right?
Yes. And my answer is no. My answer is like the Lemba, they are still practicing, but they're lost tribe. Like the Black African Americans and the Native Americans here in America, they are that don't know they're Israelites. They are not practicing, so they are the lost tribes.
Okay, Q, this is how you get them up out of here, brother, using their own book and their own scripture.
Can I say
now
one thing?
watch how everything changed, y'all. I want you to see how everything. Now, Bakwash, I would like for you to read this.
Mm-hmm. What do you want me to go to? Oh, you putting it on us? You doing
Grand
it?
opening, grand closing. This
Read,
kills him.
Bakwash.
It kills him.
Matthew 10:5 is. Oh, I know this is a basic. These 12 Jesus sent forth and commanded them, saying, "Go not into the way of the Gentiles, and into any city of the Samaritans enter ye not, but go rather to the lost sheep of the house of Israel."
Stop.
Yeah.
So he said, go to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. So if the Gentiles were Israelites, they would be lost according to your testimony that I asked you. So why is Jesus telling them, go not into the way of the Gentiles? Because they are not the Israelites. And if the Gentiles was the lost sheep, why would Jesus say, go not into the way of the Gentile?
Because let me answer this. Please let me approach.
I need y'all to be quiet and let me finish saying what I'm going to.
I thought you were finished.
Oh, no, I'm not finished. How you thought that when I'm still talking? I can't get that. So now, Jesus sent 12 over, right? And he said, go not. He said, he commanded them, saying, go not into the way of the Gentiles. The Gentiles supposed to be Israelites. The Gentiles are the Israelites. But
so he would have never went to them.
But Jesus telling you, no, don't go to them. Go to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But the Gentiles supposed to be the lost sheep of the house of Israel, according to you Israelites. I'm going to explain this one.
I would like to explain it, seeing that when I went over that scripture with you, sa.neter, 5 times to show you that point, I was talking about at that very moment in history. Okay, when I showed you this scripture, which I'm glad you're using it, but this doesn't pertain to what we're talking about with the diaspora, because first of all, there's no apostles that Jesus is telling, don't come to the Black Americans, don't come to the diaspora. So that pertains to when you were doing your debate. They were saying that Gentiles all over the Bible, when you see Gentiles, that means Israelite. So when that particular scripture is presented, we're talking about people saying that the whole Bible is Israelite when it says Gentiles. You asked us a question. If this is the question you asked, are there people in the diaspora who are not practicing the law, but are Israelites? Yes, there are.
That question. I didn't use nothing that you said. I didn't say about that.
No, let me.
Well, remember you said you didn't want to get cut off. Remember you said you weren't finished speaking. You just did the same thing, and I wasn't finished speaking. So you did the same thing to me that I just did to you.
I didn't ask you nothing about the diaspora. I didn't ask you nothing that you just.
Okay. Well, you said don't interrupt. Remember you said don't interrupt you. I'm just saying. I know, but let me finish, please. Before you brought that scripture out, you said, are there people who are right now practicing so-called pagan customs, but they're Israelites? I thought that's what you asked us. And I said, yes, there are some that are called lost tribes who are practicing still. They're the Limba. They practice the law. They're called the lost tribes. And then there are some called lost tribes who are not practicing. By the way, Israelites didn't call themselves lost tribes. That's a term that's a term or title that's been given to the diaspora who are outside of what we call the Jews in Israel today. So when they say lost tribes, that's not the same as the lost sheep. When they're saying the lost sheep in that scripture that you brought out, they're talking about those who are not understanding at that time, those who are not practicing, those who went off and started doing Hellenistic ways. So to bring out that scripture and then talk about today is it doesn't work. That's the wrong scripture.
Hey, watch this real quick, Sal. Let me prove this scripture to be right because they're
Go
just
ahead,
playing around with it, and I'm not gonna let them play. So when we read the scripture,
let me park my car, please. Can I park my car? Everybody says don't get
I
a.
thought you was
No,
done.
it's
I'm
okay,
sorry.
cute. Because let me explain something to you. sa.neter, brother, I showed him that scripture, and I don't care what people say. Oh, you embarrassing him.
Go ahead and talk, Q. Go ahead, man.
All right, so let me show you how wrong. Let me show you how wrong anybody who's. Let me show you how wrong anybody's trying to twist this scripture. It says clearly, it says number 5, these 12 Jesus sent forth and commanded them, saying, go not into the way of the Gentiles and into any city of the Samaritans enter ye not. And then it goes on to say, but go rather to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. And it finishes off by saying, and as ye go preach, saying the kingdom of heaven is at hand. So here's the problem. When they go out, how do they know who is a damn Israelite and who is not? Is it the people who are keeping the laws? Well, guess what? Anybody can keep the laws. Is it the people that were circumcising? Well, guess what? Anybody can circumcise. So who are they talking about? Who are these Gentiles that are keeping the laws that are actually Israelites? Nobody can really say. This is why this is a fallacious thing to even talk about, because this whole scripture is garbage. This is why you Israelites today that claim to be Israelites, you're wrong on every turn, because there is no way. The people back then couldn't even tell who was Israelites and who was Gentiles. So let me ask you this question. How did the people, when Jesus sent these people out, how did they figure out who was Israel and who wasn't? How did they figure out who was Israel and who wasn't? They weren't able to do it.
Can I answer that question? Because I've answered this with sa.neter and Brother Law a couple weeks back. Y'all not understanding this book from an African standpoint. The way that you did
somewhere else with it, Moses.
I'm not. The way that they determine who was who is by the bloodline. Like I said, it's the black people who are God. So if a black person married somebody from the straight hair nation, which y'all referring to as a Gentile, it could be a European, an East Indian, or Asian. That child, it would be considered a biblical Israelite because they are married into the African family. That's how they were determining who was who. When this Bible is saying Jesus said, "Go not, into the way of the Gentiles," he's specifically saying, don't deal with them the outside family or the family that they're connected to. Like, let's use Tiger Woods, for example. Tiger Woods' father is let's say he's African American and his mother is Asian. Basically what Jesus is saying, only go to these children who are attached to us by bloodline, but do not go talk to the Asians. Only go talk to the children that belong to us. That is how they were determining who belonged to this African kingdom and who did not. Y'all all on here having this white supremacist argument. Y'all having it. That's why the Bible say, but avoid foolish controversies, genealogies, arguments, and quarrels about the law, because these things are pointless and worthless. The reason why they was pointless and worthless in Rome, just like they pointless and worthless today, because just like in Rome, they were mislead. The scribes, the Sadducees, and the Pharisees was misleading the people away from African understanding. All of this spiritual stuff come up out of Africa, and y'all purposely avoiding the African understanding of this book. That's why y'all always on here arguing.
So Moses, let me ask you this question.
I like that, Moses.
Let me ask you this question real quick, and I'll pass it. So if you were one of the 12, and Jesus said, "Go out to the lost sheep of the tribe," how do you determine who is a part of the lost sheep of Israel? How do you determine? Do you
Okay.
determine it? Hold on. Do you determine it by the people who are
All
practicing?
right.
Because we know that there are people who can practice the
I'm
laws
gonna
of
tell you.
Israel that are
I'm.
not actually blood-born. Hold on. So what
Go
I'm
ahead, bro.
asking you is, how do you determine this? Because we know that there are people who are not blood-born Israelites that can practice the laws, and you will look at these people and say, "Oh, they're practicing all of the laws. They must be Israelites." How do you determine who's an Israelite and who isn't?
All right.
All
So
right. I'm gonna tell you.
are you gonna allow me to answer that question?
Most certainly.
Can you
All right.
pass the
So
mic?
as a Nazarite, and Nazarite means separatist. When I'm being given this commandment by a leader in our society, I'm going to those babies, those biracial babies who are practicing the law of separatism, meaning that they understand that this particular bloodline, this divine bloodline, we have to stop polluting it so that we can return back to our position as gods on earth, as children of the sun and the universe. So I'm only going to.
Can you
That's the
answer my
reason why
question though?
listen, that's the reason why I'm avoiding their East Indian family, their Asian family, and their Caucasian family. I'm going to these children. I'm like, look,
Can you answer my question?
I'm answering your question. That the ones that are practicing the first law, the very first law
Okay.
was the very
Let me
first
say
law,
you.
Q, was the bloodline law, not
Okay, so
mixing this
stop right
African
there.
blood.
Okay, stop right there. So now what you're saying is you were commissioned to go find these lost people. So you see a group of people who are practicing excuse me. You see a group of people who are practicing the laws, statutes, and commandments, and all of this stuff that Jesus is talking about. How do you discern if these are actually Israelites? They're just practicing, but you don't know if these people are actual Israelites. They're just
All right.
practicing.
Bro,
I'm
I
gonna
How?
give
know that
you.
they Israelites because they daddy and they mama is Africans. If
No,
their
you
mother is
missing
African,
it.
if their father is African, but I see they only they know that they're not supposed to be marrying the Asians in their family or the Indians in their family or the Caucasians in their family. They understand that they're only supposed to marry Africans.
Bro, let
That's
me say
how
it
I
one more
know that
time.
they're practicing the law.
Let me say it one more time. Just because listen, right now, you have white people who can practice the law. You have white people that can practice the law. All these people Israelites just because they practice the law. Yes or no?
No, they are no
Okay,
those people.
stop. Okay,
No,
stop.
those people are followers of our law. White
Okay,
people that
so
choose
how
not to marry black folks, white people that choose not to marry Asians, white people that choose not to marry outside their race, they are following our law. And the reason why they following our law is our law came from the universe. You're not supposed to
okay.
be mixing these bloodlines.
So how? Okay, watch this. So if you see a group of black people who don't, that their line does not go back to Israel, and they're practicing the law, how can you prove that these people are Israel or not Israel? Because
Yo,
what Jesus said was to go to the lost sheep of Israel. How can you tell me that these people are Israel or not Israel, even though that they're following the law? How
the
do you know
Bible,
that?
the Bible says the Lord knoweth them that are His. I
I'm
know
not
these people.
asking about no Bible. I'm asking you.
Okay,
How
okay.
do
So
you
all right.
know?
So I know that when I'm looking, I know what I'm looking at because they got 9 ether hair, Cube. They got
Come
wool
on,
hair like
bro.
Africans, Cube. That's how I know who belongs to me, and that's
You
who I
just went
know
to
who
the
to talk
hair.
to.
There's a lot of
Okay.
prophecies correlation to
So
that.
you're
Yeah,
But let me
telling
yo,
give
me,
you.
Cube, you
so
stuck on
hold
that
on,
white
hold on
supremacist
real quick.
nonsense.
So
Yeah,
real
man.
quick, you're telling
Wow.
me that you can tell who Israelites are based on their hair?
Their wool hair, yes. All
Okay,
children of the universe have
we're
wool
done.
hair. All children of the sun have 9 ether hair, Cube. They don't have
Hold on.
straight hair like animals, Cube. They
Let me
not
ask you.
they're not indigenous to the earth, Cube. They indigenous to the universe.
Let
That's
me
the
ask you.
reason why their hair grow the way that it grow.
Let me ask you this last question. Did God create hair that white people have today?
No Africans did not create the hair that white people got today.
Question. My question is, did God create the hair that white people have today?
Cube. God is not what you think it is. God is
I'm not
African
asking
people.
you that. I'm asking you something very simple.
You're asking me about God, and you think that God is what the religious people taught you, and it's not,
I'm not
bro.
talking about none of that.
You just said God. You said, did God make hair like white people, hair for white people? And I'm telling you that God is black folks. How can a wool-haired African make hair like white people? When we give birth to children, the children have wool hair, Cube. You don't understand. The Bible tells you that you are God, bro. You are God. You are a child of the Most High. God is not what the white man told you, Q.
Bro, listen, I'm asking you a very simple question. Did God create the white people in the white hair that grows out of the hair? Did God do that?
God, the white people that God created, they are called albinos. They are called albinos, and they got wool hair, Q.
I want an answer, brother. Did God
I just gave you an answer. You being ignorant. You
yes
being
or no?
ignorant. You're being ignorant right now,
yes
Q.
or no?
You know, you keep acting like you're talking to an Israelite. You're not. You're talking to a Nazarite to understand the Bible the way. Yo, the Bible took place in Africa, Cube. Stop it. The God that you're talking about is the invisible man. You talking about the invisible man, Cube. Stop it.
I don't care where you think the Bible originated from. I'm not talking about that. I'm only asking you a simple question.
No, you asking me about the invisible man. Go talk to somebody else, bro. You're not trying to deal with logic. You're not dealing with no logic.
Let me tell something to Cube very quick.
Yeah, Cube, you gotta chill, man. You see where it's going. You gotta chill, brother.
So the chapter that we were reading that sa.neter presented is that to go rather to the house chief of the house of Israel. And I want to give you one of the scripture that can help you out with this, right? So this is Acts 2, Acts chapter 2. When the day of Pentecost came, they were all together in one place. Suddenly, a sound like blowing of a violent wind came from heaven and filled the whole house where they were sitting. They saw that seemed to be tongues of fire that separated and came to rest on each other, or each of them. All of them were filled with the Holy Spirit and began to speak in their tongues, right? And as the Spirit enabled them. Now let me keep on reading. Now they were staying in Jerusalem, God-fearing Jews from every nation under the heaven. When they heard this sound, a crowd came together in bewilderment because of each heard their own language spoken to them, being spoken. So everybody from all the nations, those exact same that same correlation of the scripture of every of the house of chief of the house of Israel is what we're speaking here in Acts chapter 2. Or let me keep reading. Early amazed, they asked, "Are they?" Early amazed, they ask, "Are all these who are speaking Galileans? Then how it is each of us hears our own native language?" So you can actually see those who are people who are Israelites that are scattered, they come back towards the Lord. So it's because of those who are not following what they're supposed to do.
Okay. Well, let me ask you the question.
And Yahweh. Now, let me keep on
okay, I
reading.
heard you, brother. I heard you.
Means Elamites, resident of Mesopotamia, Judean, Cappadocia, Pontus, Asia, Persia, Palynia, Egypt, and parts of Libya and Crete, and from Rome, and both Jews and converts to Judaism, which is converts are not actually like other nations converted to Judaism. It's our Israelites converted back to their heritage, right? Cretans, Arabs, and we hear declaring the wonder of God on our own languages. You heard that, right? So everybody that's mentioned that are scattered, are Israelites from all different nations coming back to their belief. So this is exactly in Acts chapter 2, you can read that, man.
Hold on, one second.
You're done.
Te habla español, ¿no? Te habla español.
You don't mind,
no, I'm mute your mic. Te habla español, ¿no?
Yo, hold on, Cube. Let him speak.
It is what it is, man.
You always doing that weird thing. But look, if you go back into the Old Testament, sa.neter, and I'm gonna be very quick. You won't find nowhere, right, when we go into captivity, that no other nation is going to captivity with us. So what I'm saying is, every place from Babylon, when we was taken to Babylon, we went into Babylon as one nation. When we went to Persia, one nation. When we went to Egypt, one nation. When we left out of Egypt, we had people that came with us, but then they end up falling off in the wilderness. So when we got to our land, it was one nation. So when you understand what the scriptures is saying, there is no place where correction for any other nation. So how can they know our laws? How can they practice like Cubans trying to push this lie? It's impossible for any other nation to practice what they don't know. And I land my plane.
All
Yeah,
right.
land it before you crash it. Land it
All
before
right.
you crash it.
Let me ask this question to you, Yasha. Now, the Gentiles who the Israelites who you say that are Gentiles that run over and pick up the ways of the Gentile nation, would you say they are no longer Israelites? They have become, the Most High referred to them as Gentiles? Because I never seen nowhere in the Bible where the Lord, the Most High God, referred to Israelites as Gentiles. Can you direct any of us to that scripture where the Most High God said, these are now Gentiles?
No, it ain't the fact that he say these are now Gentiles.
No, not in those words, of course, but you know.
Yeah. So when he say we turn away from our heritage, right, and we follow after these other nations, that's what he means.
Okay. Okay, so now I want to show you something. Bakwash, where you at, Bakwash?
All right,
Camera.
why don't you go ahead, go read on Corinthians.
Now, hold on, brother. Hold on, brother.
Chapter
Hold
12,
on.
verse 12 to 2 to 4.
Bakwash, where you
Go
at?
ahead, read that, man.
I'm here.
All right, cam up, brother.
You don't like my picture.
I like you, 'cause you know, I like to deal with you because you know. Where you at, Bakwash?
You behind that picture.
All right, come on, read, Bakwash, read.
What am I reading?
Read,
Numbers 16:1. Now, Korah, the son of Ishar, the son of Kohath, the son of Levi, and Dathan and Abraham.
All right, you can go skip all the way down to 16 because they just telling you.
And Moses said to Korah, be thou and all thy company before the Lord, thou and they and Aaron tomorrow.
Now, what I want to show to you is not one time did you read where they called these Israelites Gentiles. These are still bad Israelites, but guess what? They refer to them as the Levi tribe. That's why you see it highlighted when they said the sons of Levi. Right. They didn't say the sons of Levi are now Gentiles. But guess what the Most High did to the sons of Levi? Because they were wicked as hell and they were following Korah. Guess what the Most High did to them?
Yeah, I think my memory is.
No, be quiet for a minute, brother. I'm dealing with this right here. I want this brother to see what's going on.
Okay.
Oh boy. The Most High opened up the earth and swallowed them up.
Right.
Because Korah wanted to take the position of Moses. He was jealous of his brother Moses. Am I right or wrong?
You're right.
Okay, but he didn't call them Gentiles. He still let the world know that these are the tribe from Levi. This is the Levi tribe.
Wait, hold up. I think
they call them Gentiles, brother.
Because I can tell you this right here. Let me address it.
You go ahead.
They were still in the land, so.
That's what I told. That's what I told sa.neter last time. That they were in the land. They didn't scatter. They still in the land in that time.
I do not need your assistance at all. At all. Right? I don't need your help. I got it. So what I'm saying is this, son, right? They never left the land. So we had wicked family members inside the land. That's what they were. It was when we stepped outside of the land and became citizen of these other nations, right? Like Corinth, Rome, Greek citizens, right? Ethiopian citizens, Egyptian citizens. Like when we stepped outside of home and we started to do these other things, this is what made us Gentiles, if that's clear.
Do you know how many Israelites that the Most High God killed? of the Korah tribe?
No, I don't know my number.
He killed 14,700. And the Most High told Moses and Aaron, get away from him. Don't even pray beside him, because or else you're going to go with him. You're doomed too. So what you gonna say?
I was gonna say when you
know
read,
I back up when I say, brother. Shit, don't say where you get that from.
When you go further up, the Lord tells you that we're gonna be in the wilderness, and He will purge out the rebels. You're gonna have a lot of you that's gonna still want to do Kemet and wear ankhs and stuff like that, and the Lord gonna kill y'all too. So that's the same thing. We made the exodus out of that Egypt. We make the exodus out of this modern day Egypt. A lot of you gonna want to hold on to Islam and the ankhs and the headpieces. Lord gonna kill y'all too.
Read that.
Sa.neter,
quick question.
Hold on, man. Hold on. You guys spoke. Let me say one piece.
No, right. Read that, brother.
It says, now they that died in the plague were 14,700. Beside them that died about the matter of Korah. Keep going.
Keep going.
And Aaron returned unto Moses unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and the plague was stayed.
Now, I'm saying that to say this. You keep messing with that Judah Nazareth, brother, if you want to. Judah Nazareth is Korah today, brother. He's the Korah today. All he do is slander every goddamn body. He slandered everybody. He's the Korah of the Bible today. And you keep being over there with him, you're going to fall with him, brother. You know what Judah is a liar. You know that's that's the second thing that the Most High hate the most is a lying tongue. He continues to lie on Tazoriak and General Yohana and all of these people talking about they molested little boys, but you can never show no proof of none of that. You continue to lie, and you over there and you following this clown.
No, I don't follow no man.
They follow him. You hit the panel and you up there.
Yeah, I go on that. I like going.
Most High said, stay away from evildoers, don't he? Don't he say stay away from that? Come on, brother. Either you're going to follow the scriptures or you're not.
Well,
that's
in the Bible,
brother. Go ahead.
In scriptures, it says that Paul became all things to all men, that he would win them over.
Paul an Israelite?
Yes. But hear what I'm saying.
You said Paul was he a blood Israelite? Blood by blood.
Yeah. See, that's a good point, because the brother that you were just talking about, he believes that Paul's an Edomite, and that's far from the truth. It says Paul was from the tribe of Benjamin, so that's far incorrect. I'll correct them. I'll correct them on that.
Well, Zoriak believed that too, that he was not an Israelite.
Then you sure about that?
I think I heard him say that.
You didn't hear him say that. You better go and check about that.
I think I heard. I don't know. Let me just fall back on that until I get him again.
I doubt that very much.
All right, go ahead, y'all. Go ahead, man. Go ahead, brother. What you wanted to say, bro?
All right, I want you to go to Corinthians first.
No, you go to
12.
No, you go to it. I went to my own scriptures.
Well, I done where you going in Corinthians 12? I done showed them that already. They not eating that.
Yeah. You already showed
them that. And I stayed on it. I'm trusting. Weeks ago, brother. Weeks ago.
Yeah. Bukwash already dealt with that, brother. So you're late. You're late to the party, brother.
Gentiles, man.
Yeah, you're late to the party, brother. Let me get King J up in here. King J, you frozen? Are you there?
I'm still here, but can y'all hear me? My volume might be low.
I hear you. We hear you, brother.
Peace. To the brother Yashara, I just wanted two quick things. Would you disagree if I said that every Jew was an Israelite, but every Israelite is not a Jew, and that it would be more pertinent to be a Jew instead of an Israelite?
No, it wouldn't be pertinent to be a Jew. And the reason why it wouldn't be pertinent to be a Jew, because it deals with our separation, right? It deals with a northern kingdom and a southern kingdom. So
exactly,
as a
nation, during that period of the northern kingdom. Hold on, brother. You answered the question. You answered it. Hold on, I'm building.
Established.
So
as a nation, we should be established and known as Yahshua, not Jews.
Okay, so during that conflict between the northern and southern kingdom, the northern kingdom would be considered the Gentiles because they would be considered worshiping that idol falsely, correctly? They built a idol, right?
Yeah, we worshipped other idols, and so did our Southern
The
Kingdom
Northern
brothers.
Kingdom went into captivity first, correct?
No.
And they were yes.
No.
The Northern Kingdom went in captivity during the Assyrian disbursement.
Tell me the chapter and verse you talking about then. Go ahead. Chapter and verse.
Yeah, it's called the Assyrian captivity.
I know about our captivities. Babylon was first, but go ahead. Show me that Assyrian was first. Go ahead.
The Assyrian captivity dates to about 734 BC.
I didn't ask you that. I said show
I gave
me
you the date of it. So if you go,
no, this is what you're doing right now. I don't understand when people
brother, that's
talk.
the name, brother. That's the exact name of it. If you look it up in history, it's called the Assyrian disbursement. They repopulated the Northern Kingdom, and
Okay,
go ahead.
Babylonian captivity was first. All that you talking about, show it to me. Don't tell me nothing.
I gave you a date, 734 BC. So what, brother? I'm not arguing with you. You're filibustering right now.
I don't filibuster nothing. Either you gonna show it or you gonna be quiet. I source up or shut up. That's what I do.
Brother, the source is the date that I gave you. So, brother, you're cutting me off. Go ahead, brother. I'll show you some decor. I'll let you speak, and I won't cut you off.
For you, source up or shut up, fam. That's where we at with it now.
So it's my turn to talk. So 734 is the date for the Assyrian captivity. If you're saying the Babylonian captivity happened first, then you would have to give me a date for that.
I don't have to give you nothing. Source up or shut up, fam.
So you don't have a date for it. So the Assyrian captivity, brother, is when they repopulated the land and called it Samaria. Those Sumerians were worshiping a false.
Were
worshiping your God falsely.
Or the question that he even came to ask.
Then we will have Ezra.
So
then we will have Ezra coming back, teaching those same exact people how to worship Yahweh. Are you familiar with that? Probably not.
All right, let's move on. Let's move on, y'all. Bakwash, you guys want to stop Bakwash? eBay, you want to say something, eBay?
Yes, I do. I wanted to ask the Israelites, where did your faith come from?
Now, eBay is an Israelite, y'all, so don't think he's
No, I'm not an Israelite, not at
Oh,
all.
you an Israelite no more from yesterday?
I'm a Moorish American.
Damn, I
am a Moorish, you know that. eBay. I'm a Moorish American. First I rise giving praise to Allah and honor to the Prophet Noble Drew Ali. Yeah, no, I'm a Moorish American. I got a real nationality, not no fake. I got a real nationality. Yeah, y'all basing y'all nationality off of faith, right? So tell me, where did the Israelites begin?
If you
beginning what you call the land of Asia Minor. That's where we begin.
Asia Minor?
Asia Minor.
Okay.
To be exact.
Okay, so was that the land of Canaan?
No, it wasn't the land of Canaan, but that's what they called it.
Oh, okay. So y'all didn't start.
Exactly.
Y'all started out the land of Canaan.
Canaan actually took right through sedition. Just how they lost it. If you know history.
No, I can go to a chapter in this Bible that
I can go to the same chapter too.
Chapter in this Bible, Ezekiel 16:3. It says, and say, thus said the Lord God unto Jerusalem, thy birth and nativity is of the land of Canaan. Thy father was an Amorite, and thy mother was a Hittite.
Yeah, and you know why it say that? It say that because Canaan, like I just said, took the land by sedition, sir. Something you have no understanding about. Yeah, I know you don't know about what I'm talking about because it's in the book of Jubilee. Something that you don't have access to, sir.
So that's your claim?
That's my claim. That's what I'm standing on. Yeah.
Okay, so did Abraham come out the land of Chaldea?
It's the same place.
Okay, but he came into a land.
It's the land of Shem. It's the land of Shem. When you understand who actually pulled that lot.
Come into a
land. You understand what I'm saying when I say about the lots? Yes or no?
What you saying about the lot?
I'm gonna ask you one more time because you
What you saying
already
about the
starting
lot?
off wrong. You already starting off wrong. It's a yes or no question. It's
What
not an
did you say,
explanation for
brother?
the question.
You ain't gotta
Do
get
you
hostile. What
understand
did you
the
say?
lot?
We having an
Do
intellectual
you
conversation. Can you
understand
be
the lot
intellectual?
that was pulled between the three sons? Do you understand it? Yes or
Do I
no?
what?
Do you understand the lots that was pulled between the three sons? Yes or no?
The lots that was pulled
The
between the
lots
three
that was
sons.
pulled. The
What
lots.
three sons, brother? You talking about three sons? What? You talking about who? Ham, Sheth, and Japhet?
Yeah, these three
What three
sons. These the
sons is
only
you
three
talking
sons you
about?
know
It's a
about.
lot of three
Them is the
sons in the
only three
Bible.
sons you know
Qualify
about.
what you talking
Them is
about
the
before
only
you
three
talk.
sons you know about. Stop acting slow.
No, what
No
you talking
nothing.
about?
Do you
What is
know
you talking
about the
about?
lot
What three
that the
sons?
three sons pulled? Yes or no?
No, I don't. Explain it to me.
Exactly. So you wouldn't understand what I'm talking about when I say it's Shem's land that Canaan took by sedition, sir.
Okay, so
You
you
have to
talking about
understand.
Shem?
You
Can't
don't have
you
no
talking about
understanding
Shem,
of what
Ham?
you're talking about.
Brothers,
But
brothers, you
I
don't
will
gotta
teach
get
you.
hostile.
I will
It
teach
ain't
that,
that
brother.
serious.
Listen,
I
brother, you
promise you,
don't
it's
have
not
no
that
understanding of
serious.
who you're dealing with. But I'm
It's
telling
not
you
that
this right now.
serious, son.
If you got a
You don't
problem
know.
with us
You ain't
being not the
qualified
law,
who you
being
talking
in the
about.
land of
All right, hold
Joseph,
on.
Right.
you can
All right,
be
hold
one,
on.
Okay.
bro.
That's
You
it.
can
And
Now,
be
so,
let,
one.
besides the point,
Now,
what does that have to do
so
with the point?
I'll
all
teach you
right,
that you
all right,
matter
What
more.
does that have to do with the
I'll
point
teach you
of
that you
where
matter
did you
more.
get?
all right, y'all. That's it, man. That's it. Let me go to Yasha Ben Israel. What's up, man? You want to say something?
Yes, sir.
Let's go. With all the stuff you heard tonight, let's hear from our brother Yasha Ben Israel.
First, I want to say that you asked the question about the what was it, the lost tribes of Israel. But when you asked that question, you asked it to the Hebrew Israelites, right?
Right.
I want to say for the record, right? I am not and never was a Hebrew Israelite.
You are
These
this.
guys that you have
He
on this.
running.
Hold on, sa.neter, do I have the right to speak?
Yes, you are an Israelite.
Hold on,
That's what you're trying to say. That's what
one of the biggest problems was that I was greatly cut off by the elders. When we asked me a question, I said it was unintelligible to me because I am not a Hebrew Israelite. I never was. Hold on now. Allow me to speak. I asked the elder, can I speak?
Yes, you can speak. Go ahead, brother.
I never ever was. I am an African American and I am Jewish. I follow the Jewish religion. Okay? That's two different things. I am not a Hebrew Israelite at all.
Hold on, man. This is sa.neter speaking. Are you saying you're not an Israelite, brother?
I am not what you call a Hebrew Israelite.
I said an Israelite. Are you an Israelite?
I am Jewish. I am Jewish, and that's just what it is. I am Jewish from the Jewish religion, aka a black Jew. Now, do I believe that the Jews were black? Yes, but I am not a Hebrew Israelite. Okay, and I need to say that for the record because my responses are not like none of theirs.
Tell the truth, bro.
I
You
don't
my
believe in
man.
nothing that they believe in.
Let him speak. Let the brother speak, man.
Okay, my responses are nothing like none of theirs, and it never has been. I don't believe in none of the stuff that none of the people believe in. All of the stuff that they spewed out their mouth on this channel, I don't believe in none of that stuff. Never has. Okay, well, let me tell you what I believe for the record. I believe that the ancient world, okay, prior to 1492, really was governed and ruled by black people. Okay, I believe the Israelites were black. I believe the Egyptians were black. I believe all of the ancient world was black. Okay, Hebrew Israelites don't believe that. Okay, now we're talking about this Jew and Gentile thing. A Jew is a Jew and a Gentile is a Gentile. Flat out. There is no half Jew, half Gentile, lost tribe, this and that. I said it was unintelligible to me because the whole lost tribe thing is a myth.
Mm-hmm.
The people
You
who
know where
know
they went to.
history, the Israelites have never been lost.
Right. For sure.
Okay? And anybody who play into that idea, like the Hebrew Israelites do, and I don't, okay, that's crazy. The Israelites, the black Israelites, the Chinese Israelites, and all of the people that we have impregnated and touched throughout the four corners of this earth are Israelite people. Okay, and you can find our seed, the E1, B1, and all of that old stuff. You can find that everywhere. And that seed is in the Egyptians, it's in the Libyans, it's in the ancient Futhites, it's in the ancient Sumerians, it's in the ancient Egyptians. Okay, we are the people of the ancient world. Okay, now we talk. It's a whole lot that was said, and I was taking some notes, you know. But basically, for the most part, that's pretty much. I just summed up a lot of the stuff that I said in a nutshell. I don't believe in none of that stuff.
Let me say this, brother. If you are the people of the ancient world, you do know that there were no Israelites in the ancient world, right, brother?
Right. So hold on for a second.
Hey, explain. I like what he's saying. Hey, he need to explain to you what does Israelite mean according to those people.
Hey, yo, and you over there calling yourself a Moor, you know there was Moors in the ancient world.
There was Moabites. They was first the Moabites. Yeah, we was the Moabites. And we went from the
anyway, let me
Moabites.
say this, man, before I leave, man. I want to say this, brother Yasha. This brother know his stuff. He know his Bible, though. I ain't gonna front. He know his Bible. He know how to answer these questions and get right up out of it. And of course, my brother Bakwash know his stuff too. You want to have any last words, Bakwash?
Nah, I can't.
You good? You done?
I got a last word.
I don't know that brother, the brother who said he said he was African American, then he said he's not an Israelite, he's a Jew, he's Jewish. He on gas the word
African American Jew.
Yeah, it's the Jewish word to pretend to be a Jew.
Let the course finish, brothers. Come on, man.
This is totally incorrect, you know, because there were 12 tribes and we were scattered into the world, and the Most High is going to gather the same 12 tribes from the four corners of the earth. So the word Jew itself is not an actual nationality. That comes from Judean, the word Judean, the Romans. Or
I
Judah.
speak Hebrew better than you, Doc. I know the history better than you. How am I incorrect about me telling you who I am? Hold up. How am I incorrect about me telling you who I am? I am not you. How am I incorrect about me telling you who I am?
Let me answer you.
Let him answer you.
Let me set up a debate.
No, you don't want me to. I'm not debating you. I'm trying to answer you. You're not even. You can't even control yourself. How are you going to debate anybody?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Trying to tell him who he is.
You said you were African American Jewish earlier, so that right there, that's strike one. Strike two. There's no such thing as a Jewish person. You understand? The Jews were called Judeans. That's where the word Jew comes from. That's not a nationality. Furthermore, you said we're the people of the world, of the ancient world. That's foolishness. Because if you know the Israelites had 12 tribes, you know that existed. We know that Solomon existed, King David existed, Moses existed. You understand? So they were people that existed. That's clear, and they were known as the Israelites. The Israelites. They got their name from Jacob. So that's your nationality. You can say whatever you can believe whatever you want to believe, but that's your nationality. What you're saying is nonsense. Nonsense.
Man, that is not a
What you just said was nonsense. There is no Moses never lived.
That is not a nationality,
And I
man.
say
That's
that-
a faith.
None of the patriarchs ever existed. That's the fact. That's the fact.
All right, and with that, y'all.
Okay.
Thank y'all for coming through. I'm out of here, man. Peace and blessings.
Oh, man.
Heads up.
Shalom.
Go ahead, Moses.
All right. Hey, I appreciate it, man. Okay, so throughout this conversation, there was two topics that was brought up: the topic of Gentiles and the topic of Israel. So I just want to take the time to show y'all what these words really mean according to these biblical people. So the word Gentile, it first shows up in the book of Genesis, chapter 10, verse 1 through 5. And it reads, "Now these are the generations of the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth." And we know that these three are related, right? "And unto them were sons born after the flood." I'm not going to go through all of these names. I'm going to skip down to verse 5 to where the word Gentile first shows up. "By these were the isles of the Gentiles divided in their lands, every one after his tongue, after their families, and their nations. So this word Gentile is attached to these three sons of Noah, meaning that all of these bloodlines are the same. Ham, Shem, Japheth, they are brothers. But the ones that the so-called Israelites call themselves being a part of is the brother known as Shem. But keep in mind, yo, I'm trying to get through this, man. All right, so
for clarity, do you believe in the concept of you are who your father is? Moses?
So
the man carried the seed.
Look, when it comes down to how we do a royal bloodlines,
my question,
then yes, that would be true if you want to go by the concept of royal bloodlines.
Brother, just answer my question.
You asking me them Hebrew Israelite questions, man.
No, I'm not. I'm asking you, do the man carry the seed? That's what I'm asking.
Yes, in my scrotum I have seed. Yes, I have seed in my scrotum.
Are you who your father is?
Yes, my children are who I am. When I look at my son, he look like me. So yeah, he is me.
For example, if a white man impregnated an African woman, is the baby white or African?
Our ancestors would give that baby to the white man and tell that baby to go to Europe. Yes.
Okay, so now being that you said that, which one of the sons, Ham, Shem, and Japheth, produce the Caucasian race?
That would be Japheth. Japheth is the one that was dwelling close.
Stop. I got you, Japheth. So why are you calling him the white man? If you are what your father is, and Japheth supposed to be of the original man, and he created and he came out of him, why are we calling the white man the Caucasian?
Because you're confusing the type of white man that the Bible's talking about. The Bible is talking, the people that are Japheth, those are white people. I mean, those are African albinos. Those are Africans that were not able to live in Africa because of the sun. They were sent, or they went dwelling in that particular territory of the lower part of the Middle East because the sun was not as intense on their skin.
Okay, so right now, the European today, would you say that that's Japheth's son? That Japheth is the father?
And that's what I'm trying to get to, but you cut me off, bro.
Answer it. Go ahead.
I'm trying to get to the definitions, man. But you just totally cut my wisdom.
Japheth is the father of the Europeans today. Go ahead.
Okay, so and that's what I'm trying to show you. All right, so Shem is the people that you'll find all over Africa. Now I'm not gonna say all over Africa, but the main part of Africa, West Africa, South Africa. But when you get to
busting y'all butt, boy.
Come on, man.
Crazy,
Let me finish. When you get to East Africa, that's biblical Ham. And then
when Cube start asking questions, y'all can't handle it, and y'all get mad. It's the same.
Because you should let us finish. You wouldn't even have any questions if you would let me finish.
All right, go ahead.
All right, so like I said, Shem is West Africa, North Africa, South Africa. But when you get into East Africa, that's the nation of Ham. And then when you get into the southern part of Iraq, that's the nation of Japheth. That's your three people. That's your three nations right there. All right. So I read that scripture. Now let's find out what Gentile means in those people's language. And for those of y'all that do have a strong, exhaustive concordance of the King James Bible, the very first time Gentile shows up is in Genesis chapter 10, verse 5, and the reference number is 1471. So I'm going to read 1471 to answer sa.neter's question about the white man with straight hair. All right, so the Hebrew definition, the pronunciation of that word is Gawi. It would be spelled Gowy in English. Gawi, the reference number 1471. And it reads like this. It's from the same root. Hold on a second. It's from the same root as in another reference, which is 1405. A foreign nation, hence a Gentile, a troop of animals. Remember that. A troop of animals, or a flight of locusts. A heathen nation of people. Now, the reason why these Gentiles are referred to as a troop of animals or a heathen people or a heathen nation of people is because the African albinos that were in the southern part of Iraq, which is known as the Garden of Eden, they were up against the borders of the Europeans in the north, the ancient Europeans in the north, the ancient Asians in the east, and the ancient East Indians of the south. All of these straight-haired Neanderthal races, they were pushing up against these borders, and that's where the mixing started. But keep in mind, Japheth is an African. It's a white man with wool hair. That's what albinos are. They still were supposed to follow the bloodline law of not mixing with these straight-haired people, but they did make children with those people. But those children are the ones that are being referred to, as the heathen nation. So when y'all talking about like who's Israel and who is not, so the next word that showed up is Israel. The very first time the word Israel shows up, where are my notes at? Just lost my notes. So Israel shows up later, man. And I wanted to read the definition for y'all, but okay, I got it. I found it. All right, so the first time the word Israel shows up is in Genesis chapter 32, verse 28. And the Hebrew reference, for those of y'all that got a Hebrew Phoenician dictionary or Hebrew Chaldee dictionary in the back of the Strong's Concordance, the reference number is 3478. Now, let me go read that for y'all so y'all have a better understanding of what an Israelite is, because I done heard a lot of nonsense on here today. And y'all talking about stuff, and I'm like, man, y'all not studying nothing. So 3478 is the number that y'all want to look for. I'm showing y'all how to study to show yourself to be approved so you better understand this book, because y'all been having these same arguments since 2012, man. Hebrew reference number 3478. Oh, sa.neter, I sent you an email. I actually wanted you to show the images to everybody while I read this.
When did you send the email?
I sent you the email. Look for Moses.
When did you?
I just sent it. Not too long, maybe 30 minutes ago. It's an image of. You'll see the Kemetic image of the Kemetic mother Mary holding her son, right? And then you're gonna see it. You're gonna see it, huh?
What's your email name?
It's Moses777 at gmail.com.
And you sent it to sa.neter at yahoo.com?
Yup. Because when I'm getting ready to read to y'all, you can show it to everybody. You're gonna see that. You're gonna see a Kemetic image, that Kemetic image of the mother holding the baby that looked like the mother Mary holding Jesus.
Yeah, I know.
You're gonna see the English word God, and then you're gonna see the Hebrew reference for the word God. So, and this will help you better understand what Israel means.
I don't see your email, brother.
Oh, yeah, okay. Of course not.
No, I don't.
All right, okay. All right, so 3478. That's what I'm looking for.
But I do have that. I do have that.
All right, yeah. All right, so go ahead and show that to people, man. Go ahead and show that image to the folks, so they'll have a better understanding of what Israel is.
Okay.
While I'm reading this definition, and while that image is showing, I want everybody to keep in mind where this Bible is taking place at. It's taking place in a place called Canaan, which is a colony of Kemet.
Is that the image you're talking about?
Yeah. Mainly that black one. That's the one I really want people to focus on.
Go ahead.
That's the one I want people to focus on. All right, I'm almost there, man. I'm looking for that 3478. I'm almost there. All right, here we go. So 3478. It's pronounced Yisrael. And there's two other reference numbers y'all want to look up, and I'm not going to look them up for y'all. Y'all want to look up reference number 8280, and you want to look up reference number 410. And the definition for the word Israel is, and I want y'all to look at that baby on her lap. And that baby is not representative of one black child or one black son. This is what it means. Israel means. Dang it, I lost it. Hold on a second, Josh. 3478. I was just looking at it. All right, here it is. Okay. It says, he will rule as God. That's what Israel means. he shall rule as God. And I will tell you that other reference, that 8260 or that 8280 or 8280, 8260, the definition there says prince. And so what that is, for anybody that knows East African history, you know that the very first leader in the kingdom was the women. The black women were the ones leading that kingdom. If you already know the Hebrew definition for the English word God, judges and magistrates, the black woman, our mothers were the judges and magistrates over those East African kingdoms. And this word Israel, he shall rule as God, is talking about when they conceded their leadership to their sons, or when their sons, came into rule or came into power. Israelite does not mean what these Hebrew Israelites is telling you. Even the word Hebrew don't mean what they telling you. The word Hebrew, according to these people, is land opposite of the Jordan. And the land that is opposite of the Jordan is that colony of Kemet where the Phoenicians came up. And the Phoenicians are the true Hebrews. They are the children of the Kemetic people living in that land, the children that received rule from their Kemetic and Cushite parents that was leaders. So y'all understanding overall, I'm closing out with this overall, y'all understanding of the word Gentile is wrong and y'all understanding of Israel is wrong. And I'm going to close out with that.
All right. Thank you, Brother Moses. Appreciate you dropping this knowledge, brother. But you have been colonized, Moses.
I'm colonized, but I'm the one telling you that the Bible telling us that we're not supposed to be here in America. You and Nepal is colonized. Y'all the ones talking about we American. Our ancestors fought for this land. Y'all don't even take into account that our ancestors fought and bled under duress.
How much you want to bet?
They did it under duress.
Moses, how much you want to bet? If you was caught up over there on the Arabs' land, you would be telling the world that you are an American, brother.
Why is it Arabs' land? Why is it not our land? Because we colonized over here. We don't want to go take our stuff back because we're a bunch of punk mother.
Nah, it's
That's
not.
why.
It's not yours. It's not yours.
That land is ours. It was taken because we had ancestors. We had black ancestral leaders and mothers that didn't want to keep their legs close to them straight-haired Indians, and that's how them children took over that land.
No more. So they took it from me.
But we supposed to get it back. That's what the Bible say. And that's why y'all avoiding what the Bible say, because y'all don't want to go take it back.
Oh man, stop it, man. You've been bamboozled, brother.
No, you bamboozled. You like being a slave.
You've been hoodwinked.
You like being under this white man rule.
You've been led astray, brother. You've been led astray.
You led astray. You the one that don't want to go to Africa. Jabari be going to Africa all the time, and you still here in America calling yourself sa.neter. Stop.
Yeah, but guess what? The people that go to Africa, they come back, right?
That's because they go there as individuals. They don't go there as a mass exodus.
Visitor. That's all. Just a visit. They come back home.
Yeah, because that's not where they was raised at. The only way you're going to survive as a people in Africa is if you make a mass exodus like you see in the Bible.
When you going to go to Africa, brother?
As soon as I wake all of y'all up. I'm not supposed to be going by myself. My name is Moses. I'm supposed to lead a number. How many? You always ask the question. How many people went into Egypt? How many people came out? That's how many people I'm supposed to lead up out of here, bro. It ain't just supposed to be me.
Brother, that's blasphemy, brother.
What's blasphemy? Me leading people out of America where we oppress that? Okay.
You are Moses, brother. Now
but Moses means drawn from the water. I'm a child of the universe.
Ask you a question. What happened to Korah when he was trying to portray like he wanted to be Moses and everything should have came to him? What happened to him?
He got like blisters all over his body. He started believing that he was a homosexual. Or he was thinking that he wanted to be a homosexual or some stuff like that.
Moses, brother, you better stop if you believe in these scriptures, brother.
Hey, let me tell you, the scriptures even show you that there are other Moseses that come after the other biblical Moses. They tell you that in the New Testament. When that man was talking to Lazarus, he was like, after he saw what he saw on the other side, he was like, please send one of the prophets to go tell my brothers, this, that, and the other thing. And he was told, they have Moses and the prophets. And if they don't believe what the Moses and the prophets are saying, they won't even believe us if we go back. And the reason why you see him saying that they got Moses and the prophets after Moses and the prophets already died is because those prophets had children. that biblical Moses have children. That bloodline is still on this planet. I am a descendant of the Moseses, the people of the universe. That's what a Moses is. Those of us that are drawn out of the water above and also got drawn out of the water here below where we developed that. Well, we did an evolutionary process in the waters down here after we came from the waters above. So that's what Moses is. Moses ain't that person that the white man told you. Y'all think that it's one man that wrote 5 books. No, it's the people in that nation in East Africa that was writing this history down, and it's just been getting translated over the generations. But I am who I am. I got the seal of my ancestors in my forehead. I have pre-auricular sinus. I have the star and the crescent moon. I was born with that symbol on my eye. If you got up to me real close, you're going to see a 5-point star on the white part of my eye that orbits my eye lens, just like the North Star orbits the moon. That is the signature of the universe on my ear and my eye to tell everybody that this is one that was created. This is a bloodline that was created above, not from below. I am who I say I am, man. And I'm not the only one. There's other people that's born with this bloodline too. And I'm sent to awaken them. Awaken them to that whole thing in the book of Revelations when it talks about and these were sealed. They're already sealed. They just need to be awakened to who they are. That this is the bloodline that comes out of that biblical territory. This is where we are supposed to be. If you have this particular DNA, if you got the blood of so-called Jesus upon you, this is the land where we're supposed to be at. We're supposed to be rebuilding the kingdom of God in this same biblical territory that was promised to us. So if I'm like sa.neter saying that I've been bamboozled and all like that, I would not be telling y'all to come unto me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. How do I give you rest? When I get all of y'all to understand that you are working for a system that you don't even belong to. The book tell you you're not even supposed to be under the rule of foreigners, but you are piercing yourself daily for this place because you lack. What's that scripture say? My people suffer for lack of knowledge. Your knowledge is lacking because you're allowing white supremacists to teach you a book that say it take place in Africa. You think that man gonna teach you an African book properly? You got to get into the book and study it the correct way. What does this book, what are these English words mean in the language of your ancestors? So, don't be trying to make it look like I'm the one that's colonized in the brain, bro. You got a bunch of Hebrew Israelites call themselves following the law, statutes, and commandments, and the Bible tells them that they're not even respected. In Amos chapter 5, verse 21, all them holy convocation days.
When do you want your own show? You know how many times I ask you that, and you always turn it down? When do you want your own show, brother? Tomorrow?
Man, come on, man. You see, every time you see me, I'm in the truck, bro. I'm in the highways and the byways, man.
When is your off days, brother?
Shoot.
See?
My off days. I'm thinking. I'm like, I think my next off day is going to be probably this Saturday or Sunday.
Where you from, brother? Where you from? What city you from?
You want to know like where the universe planted me at, where I was born and raised?
But no, I just said what city you're from at this day and time.
Oh, right now I'm in Riverdale, man. Riverdale, Georgia.
Oh, you're in Georgia. Okay, because we got a Riverdale up here too, way up in the Bronx.
Oh,
okay.
No. I was born in Syracuse, New York, born and raised in Syracuse, New York, but I've been traveling all over the place.
Do you ever drive through New York?
I'm here now. I'm up here in Syracuse right now.
No, New York City, brother.
Oh, I hardly ever get loads there, man. I was there like maybe last year, I think. I came. Sometimes I pass through.
You called me, man.
I don't have your phone number. I don't have your phone number, bro.
You got my email?
I do have your email, but I know your emails is bombarded, fam. You don't be seeing them emails like that. You didn't even see the one I just sent you.
No, I don't know.
I just sent that joint like 30 minutes ago, man.
All right, anyway, when do you want your show? Next week? What? Tell me, and we'll make it happen.
All right, so I feel like I've already had a show. You already let me speak, bro. I have to give you thanks and props for that.
Hold on. It'll just be you. And when you finish saying what you got to say, then I'm going to open the floodgates so the people could beat you up, man.
They could beat me up now. Why you don't want to let them beat me up now?
I've been up here for goddamn, look, let me see. Damn, 5 hours, man. I didn't know I was going to be up here this long.
I still gotta give you props, man. Ancestors gave you this particular platform so that the children on the continent of Africa can awaken. And every time you give me an opportunity to speak, them children, they hear my voice. I believe that's the reason why Ibrahim Traore.
I'll wait until I see you in my Cash App section.
Come on, man. I'll send you cash apps all the time. I just sent you another $77.70 the last time I spoke to you, and you still ain't bought a concordance yet.
Peace and blessings. I might buy one with the next Cash App. Peace and blessings, brother.
All right, fam. Take care of yourself, man.
Peace, man.